Chapter 459. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if he had entered Tiger Mountain. Dugu Zongheng was sitting on the main seat in front of him. He was draped in a tiger skin cloak. His body was slightly bent over and he was looking down at Chuyang from above. His eyes were like an eagle's. He looked very much like a mountain eagle. In fact, he didn't need to disguise himself as long as his hair was slightly adjusted. General Dugu Wudi glared at Old Man Dugu, his hand on the hilt of his sword. His imposing manner was overbearing as he stood majestically in front of Old Man Dugu. Although there were no pockmarks on his face, his expression was that of the head of the 8 great Vajrapani, big pockmark. On both sides there were 7 burly men lined up in a row. Each of them had the backs of a tiger and waists of a bear. Each and every one of them seemed to be itching for a fight. It was none other than the 8 great Vajras. This scene was too realistic. It was too much of a knockoff. Wasn't he afraid of being sued for infringement? If Dugu Zongheng were to ask, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger," then Jun Moxie would immediately respond with, "The pagoda subdues the river demon." As for the things that happened after that, such as talking in the middle of the day, no one's face turning red or yellow, and so on, they were even more familiar with each other. However, even if it was a knockoff, it was impossible for it to have the phrase, "The Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger." No one spoke for a long time. The atmosphere was extremely stifling. All the gazes in the hall were fixed on Da Xiao and Jun Moxie's face. Behind him, Tang Da Xiao, Tang Yuan and Fatty Tang were already trembling. Their lips were green and their faces were pale. It seemed like they could not hold on any longer. After a long time, Dugu Zongheng bellowed, "Hey, Jun Moxie?" The young Master Jun was still immersed in the memory of the handsome, confident and resourceful young Master Jun. So, he subconsciously flipped the right side of his robe and blurted out, "The Pagoda Town? Old Dugu as well. Pagoda Town? What is this place?" The 9 burly men of the Dugu family were all confused at the same time. "Wunaju and Brat, what are you talking about in our Dugu family's Pagoda Town? What the hell are you talking about?" That Pagoda Town. That's right." Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. "What I meant was that the moment I entered this hall, I could clearly feel your majestic aura. It was like a pagoda that could support the heavens and the earth, and it immediately stunned me. Yes, that's what it means." Dugu Zongheng's face lit up with happiness. He opened his mouth and wanted to laugh. But he held it back. Then he put on a solemn face and said with a belly full of pent-up desire, "Oh? Am I really that mighty?" That's right. You're really mighty. Jun Moxie gave a thumbs up. "You are indeed a good kid. You have a good eye." Dugu Zongheng's laughter was very refreshing. His steel needle-like beard trembled as he said, "Your little mouth is also very sweet." Jun Moxie's face turned black. "Jun Moxie, don't think that you can joke around with just a few good words. Look at what you've done, Brat." Great General Dugu Wudi saw that the old man had unexpectedly laughed. He knew that the atmosphere was about to change. So, he hastily roared with a black face. He wanted to remind the old man that this matter wasn't over yet. And he couldn't let this brat get away with it. "Oh, cough. Dugu Zongheng coughed twice and sat upright. "How am I joking around? Don't tell me that you're not mighty enough? What good deed did I do to make you remember it?" Uncle Dugu, you're too polite. I've always done good deeds without leaving my name. I've always done good deeds. It's not difficult for people to do good deeds. But it's difficult to persevere in doing good deeds throughout one's life. Just like me." Jun Moxie spoke in a sincere and heartfelt manner. He paced back and forth as he spoke. Then he found a chair and sat down on it. That seat happened to be face to face with Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi's nose became crooked in anger. "I'll fight with anyone who dares to say that our Dugu family's elders and children are troublemakers. This man before me is the real master of troublemakers. We've been here for a long time. But this guy hasn't done anything. Not only did he sit down, but he's even boasting shamelessly about persevering in doing good deeds every day. He doesn't even blush when he says those words. Those words are more appropriate for an old man like me, the one who asked you to sit down? Stand up for me." Great General Dugu was furious. "I, your future father-in-law, haven't even asked you to sit down. But you've already sat down in such an ostentatious manner. You're going against the heavens." "Oh, cough. I've been wondering why the old man has called me here. Then I thought about it and I finally remembered. I reckon that the Dugu family has made a fortune. So, they're preparing to pay me back the money they owed me a few months ago?" Jun Moxie crossed his legs. "So, I came here. Alas, the landlord doesn't have any surplus grain these days. Moreover, it's been a long time. So, I shouldn't drag this account any longer. It's almost the end of the year. So, it's a good time to collect the debt. In fact, it's not that much money. It's only 90 million taels. That's not even 10 million. Jun Moxie snapped his fingers as he said that. He then pointed at the maid standing by the door. That beautiful lady over there, I'll have to trouble you to bring a cup of tea. It was a slip of the tongue. It was a slip of the tongue. It should be 2 cups. And my brother here. Look, the weather is too hot. He's sweating profusely. He needs to replenish his water quickly. The maid couldn't help but want to laugh. But she hastily held it back. What is this? The weather is too hot. It's almost the 12th lunar month. Besides, what's with that look in your eyes? Your fat brother is obviously scared. I can see that. General Dugu Wudi was dumbfounded when he heard Jun Emosie's sudden change of topic. Jun Emosie's sudden change of topic left him dumbfounded. Small amount of money? 90 million taels of silver is still considered small amount of money? How many people in the entire Tianxiang Empire can come up with such a small amount of money? However, Great General Dugu could also see that this youngster was clearly threatening him. You'll have to pay me back 90 million taels of silver if you continue to treat me like this. After all, I have an indelible identity as a creditor. Moreover, I'm a creditor who can bankrupt the Dugu family at any time. Dugu Wudi panted a few times. Then he finally roared, "Someone come. Bring tea. Bring good tea. Bring a chair for Tang Dashao." He thought for a moment and then added, "I want the largest one you can sit on." Dugu Chung and his brothers had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. They couldn't help but want to laugh. "Ah, fatty. This old man has invited the Jun family's 3rd young master, Jun Moxie. What are you doing here?" Dugu Zongheng seemed to have noticed Tang Yuan at this time. So he glared at him and asked. What he was implying was, "I didn't invite you. So what are you doing here?" Jun Moxie couldn't help but praise him. This old man's words are really direct. He's just short of asking me to leave. Tang Yuan thought to himself, "You think I want to come here? If the 3rd young master hadn't used money to threaten me, I wouldn't have bothered to come. However, old man Dugu had asked me and Dashao had just won a big prize. So I can't be scared at this time." So I immediately straightened my stomach. Although I was still a little scared, I had already steadied my mind. So I braced myself and said, "This junior and the 3rd young master are very close friends. We haven't seen each other for many days. Today we finally got to meet again. Moreover, the 3rd young master has been invited by the eldest young master." Fatty was indeed a good friend. He spoke in an unyielding manner. He didn't mention that it was Jun Moxie who had forced him to come. He could tell that the Dugu family was looking for Jun Moxie for some reason. So, he was afraid that Jun Moxie would be at a disadvantage if he were to say something inappropriate. So, he simply shouldered the responsibility. "So that's how it is. You have the spirit of brotherhood." Dugu Zongheng nodded and said, "Sit." Tang Yuan thanked him. Then he sat on the oversized chair that had just been moved over. The nervousness he had felt at the beginning had already disappeared. The quality of the chair was pretty good. It was able to withstand the pressure. It only made 2 creaking sounds. Old man Dugu Zongheng stared at Jun Moxie and Tang Yuan. A long time passed. Then he sighed and said, "The 2 famous debauches of the capital are actually 2 pure men. I hadn't expected this." As he spoke, he glanced at his 7 grandsons. He couldn't help but feel greatly disappointed when he saw how each and every one of them looked timid when they met his gaze. Dugu Zongheng had praised Jun Emosia and Tang Yuan as real men. It could be said that Jun Emosia and Tang Yuan's evaluation wasn't low. After all, his 7 grandsons hadn't received such praise. It must be known that today's meeting had been deliberately arranged. The old man had purposely created such a solemn atmosphere. Coupled with the awe-inspiring aura of a room full of experienced generals, if an ordinary person were here, they would have long been suffocated by this oppressive atmosphere. This was the current Fatty. If it had been the Tang Yuan from 4 months ago, he would have probably pissed his pants in fright. However, Jun Moxie had arrived with a relaxed expression on his face. In fact, he was laughing and scolding in a carefree manner. This kind of temperament wasn't something that an ordinary debauchee like Dashao could possess. Tang Yuan had been somewhat restrained in the beginning. But he had slowly relaxed. It couldn't be denied that Jun Moxie's influence had played a role in this. But Tang Yuan had been able to return to normal in this kind of atmosphere. So, it could be said that he was quite capable. However, it would be somewhat arbitrary if old man Dugu believed that his grandsons weren't as good as the 2 of them. His own grandsons, even great General Dugu Wudi, had been taught a lesson by him over the years. So they were like mice that had seen a cat. So, how would they be able to relax? But they wouldn't have the slightest stage fright if this gang of troublemakers were to go to another family's house. So they wouldn't be afraid as long as this old man Dugu wasn't around. After all, the Jun family's residence was a place where those 7 brothers had smashed up Jun Moxie's courtyard. Chapter 460. Today's outbreak second update. 2 consecutive days of outburst, please double the monthly votes. Dugu Xiaoyi, who had regained her original slender figure, followed behind her. She saw Jun Moxie and stuck out her tongue. Then she gave him a meaningful look, hinting, "Be careful. Is that Jun Moxie? Come out and let this old lady have a look. I want to see what kind of hero can make my granddaughter so crazy." The old lady came out and stood in front of Jun Moxie. She looked left and right, looking for the hateful brat who had cheated her granddaughter's heart. Jun Moxie started to sweat. He had always heard people say that the Dugu family was full of troublemakers. It seemed like it wasn't without reason. Such an old madam came out and she was actually so valiant. Dugu Xiaoyi had grown up in such a family. It wasn't easy for her to grow up like this. It would be difficult for her not to be valiant. He had no choice but to stand up and say, "This young one is. Is that Tang Yuan?" The old lady asked again. "This young one is." Fatty quickly bowed and saluted. The old lady smiled. "The new god of wealth of the capital is indeed extraordinary." "What? God of wealth of the capital? When did Fatty get such a cool nickname?" Jun Moxie stared blankly for a moment. He then looked at Fatty Tang with a playful grin. But then again it wasn't surprising. Fatty was now the leader of the aristocratic hall. He was in the limelight. His net worth was at least 300 million taels. So, the title of God of Wealth wasn't in vain. Da Xiao was cursing inwardly when he saw the old lady waving her hand. "You 7 brats should accompany young Master Tang to play. There's nothing for you to do here. Entertain our honored guests well." The heroes and legends rushed forward, and the other 7 people hastily complied. Then they went forward to pick up Fatty Tang and walked out. They walked quickly and anxiously as if they were being chased by a dog. They were finally free. "You're welcome. Have a seat." The old lady nodded her head and turned around to sit on the armchair. She then asked Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Zongheng to sit down as well. A group of female soldiers stood behind the old lady. Each and every one of them stared at Da Xiao with the gaze of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. They were very curious as to how this brat, who had such a disreputable reputation, could still have the ability to capture the heart of their daughter. Especially the middle-aged woman on the left of the old lady, who was staring at it intently. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi had lost their domineering aura as soon as the old lady had arrived. They had become as quiet as cicadas out of fear. In fact, they didn't even dare to speak loudly. "Jun Moxie, this brat is very good. Very good. He's a very charming young man," the old lady praised. Then she turned her head towards the crowd and said, "You see, this brat's nose is a nose and his eyes are eyes. He looks very much like a human." The ladies nodded one after another in agreement. Jun Moxie had black lines on his forehead. What kind of words are these? He looks very much like a human. Does this mean that I'm not a human? I only look like a human? Besides, what do you mean by, nose is a nose and eyes are eyes? How can I see a nose if I don't have a nose and ears? Are you praising me or insulting me? Jun brat, you've already done this kind of thing. So, I want to know what you're planning to do with my Xiaoyi." The old lady was very direct. She didn't even bother with greetings. Instead, she asked a very sharp and direct question that left no room for hesitation or evasion. "What kind of arrangements?" Jun Moxie was stunned. The old lady's words are very strange. I really don't know what I've done. I've attracted the old lady's questioning. So, I asked the old lady to clarify what I've done. "Humph? You look so handsome but your mouth is so crafty and mischievous. You instigated Xiao Yi to walk out in front of everyone with a big belly. You know the consequences of that, don't you?" The old lady's face was calm, and her tone was quite unfriendly. "Yes, Miss Dugu was indeed thoughtless in this matter. But I didn't instigate her. I didn't even think about it." "Heavens!" Jun Moxie hastily clarified. The old lady didn't wait for Da Xiao to finish speaking. She interrupted him. "I also believe that you wouldn't cause such trouble. But it doesn't matter whether you instigated her or not. In any case, the girl's original intention was for you. You won't deny this, right?" Jun Moxie nodded helplessly. He couldn't deny this point even if he wanted to. Da Xiao had lived 2 lives. He had a clear conscience. So, he would be erasing his conscience if he denied it this time. And he would have a very guilty conscience. This matter has caused great damage to the Dugu family's reputation. Don't you know this? The old lady was aggressive as she continued to ask questions. Yes. But this isn't a big deal for the Dugu family, is it? Jun Moxie frowned slightly. It seemed that the Dugu family's reputation had always been synonymous with toughness. They didn't have much of a reputation to speak of. Moreover, the little girl's methods could be seen through at a glance. I didn't say that I wouldn't marry her. So, is there a need to be so serious? But this matter has a great impact on Xiao Yi's reputation. You should know this in your heart, right? The old lady also snorted. She couldn't help but get angry when she saw that this kid didn't want to continue. It really has a great impact. Jun Moxie nodded frankly. Then what do you plan to do? The old lady turned a corner and came back. To be honest, I don't have a specific plan for the time being. Jun Moxie told the truth. You don't have a plan? The old lady suddenly stood up. Don't tell me that you want to deny it after eating it all? How do I want to deny it after eating it all? I didn't eat it at all. How can I say that I have eaten it all? Jun Moxie felt that he was wrong to death. Why do they say that I'm like Chin Shimmy? Besides, the little lass almost played me to death that day. If it wasn't for the fact that the little lass was infatuated with me and didn't care about the consequences, would I, your young master, be willing to go around in circles with you? Naturally, I wouldn't be as humble as I am now. Why is it that when I soften a little, all of you start to bully me? Since it has come to this old lady might as well tell you clearly. Xiao Yi has set her mind on you. She is infatuated with you. You can't let her down. Otherwise, this old lady will be the first to not let you go. The old lady slowly said. Her eyes looked at Jun Moxie's eyes. Are you worried about Guanqing Han? Jun Moxie frowned and said, the old lady can rest assured. If I really intend to accept, then I won't let Guanqing Han down. I won't let Xiao Yi down either. I naturally have my own plan. Your plan? Ah. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But there needs to be a title for it. The old lady smiled. She stared at Jun Moxie intently and said, regardless of the man's family, there must be a head of the family. And the wife is the head of the family. If there is no head of the family and everyone wants to fight for favor, won't it be a mess? What should you do? So, I called you here today because I want to ask you, in your heart, is that girl Xiao Yi your wife? A stable harem makes the world at peace. Although this saying applies to emperors, it also applies to ordinary families. A harmonious family is the way to progress. The old lady slowly looked at Jun Moxie. This kind of thing must be decided as soon as possible. Otherwise, a long night will bring many dreams. It'll be bad if we give people hope. What do you mean, the old lady? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. The Dugu family only has one precious girl. So, this old lady will never allow her to be a concubine. The Dugu family can't afford to lose face like this. Xiao Yi must get married. But she must be the first wife of the Jun family. The old lady snorted. The first wife? Jun Moxie couldn't help but laugh. The old lady is quite good at joking. But this joke isn't funny, joking? Don't tell me that you want my Xiao Yi to be your concubine? This is outrageous. The old lady glared at him. She slammed her walking stick on the ground. Dugu Xiao Yi panicked. She was afraid that her grandmother would fall out with her sweetheart. So she hugged the old lady's arm and shook it. Then she acted like a spoiled child. Grandmother? At the same time she looked at Jun Moxie with pleading eyes. It was obvious that she was begging him not to go against her grandmother. If they had a falling out, then her beautiful marriage would be ruined in vain. I've spent a lot of effort to bring about such a good situation between the two families. Jun Moxie was about to explode. But he was forcibly suppressed by Dugu Xiaoyi's glare. Jun Moxie took 2 deep breaths as he thought of the little girl's deep affection for him. He tried to restrain his anger. But his face had become unprecedentedly serious. The old lady Dugu has spoken openly. So I'll make this matter clear. Jun Moxie's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a sword. They slowly swept over everyone present. And everyone felt stifled in their hearts. In my opinion, marriage is my business. It's my business. It's my business. It's my life's most important matter. Who I want to spend the rest of my life with. So I have to make a good choice. And I'll have to make a good choice if I'm not careful. Then I'll have to make a good choice. And I can't afford to be careless. I can't afford to be careless. Xiao Yi is deeply in love with me. There's no doubt about this. In fact, I've been aware of it since the beginning. But I've always felt that Xiaoyi is still young. So she might not have made up her mind. Perhaps she might meet a more satisfactory Mr. Right in the future. So I didn't give her a direct answer. Then she played a trick on me on the way back. She almost killed me. And I was very annoyed. But I was moved when she walked out of the Tianxiang city's gate with her pregnant belly. And it truly moved me. Therefore, I firmly believed that Dugu Xiaoyi would be Jun Moxi's woman. And I, Jun Moxi, would approve of her. Old man Dugu and the old lady Dugu's complexions subconsciously relaxed when they heard Da Xiao's words. However, but this doesn't mean that I'll accept everything. Jun Moxi's words stopped the old lady's question from leaving her mouth. Xiaoyi drugged Jun Moxi in Tiannan. And she walked out of the Tianxiang city's gate with her pregnant belly. And this shows how much she loves me. Humans aren't plants. So how can we be heartless? And I'm sincerely moved by her desperate feelings. And I'm deeply moved. Chapter 461. Today's outburst has arrived. The fourth is in the process of trying harder. Moreover, she had acted on her own initiative in these two matters. And they had resulted in irreparable and serious consequences. I don't mind that she had messed with me that day. But Guan Qinghan had almost been forced to commit suicide by the corrupt scholars of the world. And what would happen if the relationship between the two families were placed on the table at this moment? There would be no leeway for us to turn the situation around. Now I'll have to face a big problem if I accept this marriage. But the two families will break off completely if I don't accept it. Fortunately, I've always had a good impression of this little girl. So it wouldn't be difficult for me to accept it. But what if I didn't have a good impression of her? It can be imagined that the two families would become mortal enemies from then on. And they would fight to the bitter end for several decades. Then the Jun family would be exterminated, and the Dugu family would be exterminated. And neither of our families would be able to bear the consequences of that. And all of this could have been avoided. Xiaoyi is here at this moment. But I still want to say this. She's so capricious. She doesn't consider the consequences of her actions. So, how can I feel at ease handing over the position of the first wife to her? Jun Moxi had spoken these words in a very heavy tone. His tone was gentle, but it was also very serious. Dugu Xiaoyi lowered her head in shame. In fact, she had almost buried her small head in her chest. She was an exceptionally intelligent girl. So, she had long since realized that the consequences of her mischievous actions had been very bad. And it had been very tiring. The old lady opened her mouth to speak. She wanted to say a few words in her granddaughter's defense. But she didn't say anything in the end. Instead, she sighed softly. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi looked at each other. They had put themselves in Dugu Xiaoyi's shoes. In fact, they wouldn't have dared to have such a daring wife. But Xiaoyi is still young. The old lady's wife had been watching Da Xiao the most. She was also Dugu Xiaoyi's mother. She had hastily interjected and defended her daughter. Yes, the little girl is indeed young. But that doesn't mean that she deserves to be forgiven for her mistakes. Auntie Dugu Xiaoyi is from an aristocratic family. The Dugu family's pampering of her had led to a terrible consequence. In fact, it was a very sad consequence. That little girl had become the representative of the Dugu family to a certain extent. Pay attention, it's the direction of attack. Jun Moxi said sternly, you can put it this way. If the 7 young masters cause trouble outside and suffer losses, as long as it's not too excessive, your family will let the younger generation deal with the matter on their own. The older generation will not interfere. However, the Dugu family wouldn't care about right or wrong if something were to happen to Xiaoyi outside. In fact, the entire Dugu family would go into battle together. No matter how unreasonable it is, when it comes to the little girl, it will become very reasonable. Fortunately, the little girl has a kind nature. Otherwise, there would have been many unmanageable consequences. When all is said and done, Dugu Xiaoyi's actions have already represented the Dugu family. If she were to marry into the Jun family one day, then she would be able to represent the powerful forces of the Jun family and the Dugu family. This is tantamount to expanding her influence by more than twofold. If she were to act recklessly at that time, then I can clearly say that apart from a few mysterious and hidden aristocratic families, all the other aristocratic families in the world may be destroyed by her words. Perhaps she will have the potential to become the first wife in the future. But I can't agree to it now. I don't dare to agree to it. Jun Moxi said boldly, let me ask you. You wouldn't have agreed to it if you were in her shoes, right? So why do you have to force me? I, Jun Moxi, will not only marry one woman. For now, I have already confirmed that I have Guan Qinghan. And Guan Qinghan saved my life at all costs because of Xiao Yi's mistake. And this has led to this complicated situation. To put it bluntly, I would have died if Sister Qinghan hadn't risked her life to save me. Then how would the Jun family and the Dugu family face this? Wouldn't it be unfair to Sister Qinghan if I had promised to make Xiao Yi the first wife? Because she had made up for Xiao Yi's mistake. But she had incurred the criticism of the world's scholars. She had been consigned to eternal damnation. And she would still have to stand under the little girl in the end. How could this be tolerated? But Guan Qinghan has always been your sister-in-law. How could she be your first wife? The old lady pondered over Jun Moxi's words. Then she finally asked. Old Madam also said that it was all in the past. That's all in the past. And I believe that Guan Qinghan's current status is that of my third uncle's adopted daughter. And I believe that this isn't a secret anymore. So why can't she marry me? Moreover, I've never thought of dividing them into seniority. Who's older and who's younger? That's something that we have to fight for. And we can even recognize you as the eldest sister as long as others submit to you. Jun Moxi smiled. Let's say that I've always been in a passive position in this matter. And I don't want to be moved like this. So it's too hasty to talk about marriage right now. You mean, no matter what, you can't give Xiaoyi the title of legal wife? Dugu Zongheng fiercely looked at Jun Moxi. Then he leaned over and spoke in an extremely dangerous tone. Hehe, that was only a rational analysis. I've always had a principle. I don't like to accept threats no matter what I do. It doesn't matter who threatens me. Jun Moxi played it down and said, I would feel very bored if I had to accept threats in my own life. So, it doesn't matter if we break up. Jun Moxi's unyielding attitude made Dugu Zongheng very unhappy. So, he glared at Dugu Zongheng and got angry. Alright. Let's not dwell on this issue any longer. The old lady suddenly smiled. She was all smiles as she said, Xiao Yi's status hasn't been decided yet. But I believe that Wuxia won't consider this matter for the time being. So it's the same to get engaged first. And the children and grandchildren will take care of themselves. So why should we care so much about it? As long as Wuxia treats Xiao Yi well in the future and tolerates Xiao Yi, nothing is better than that. Moreover, Wuxia hasn't yielded even a little bit in the face of the Dugu family's pressure. He's spoken frankly. His words may be unpleasant to hear. But it's undeniable that every word he's spoken is the truth. Everyone has heard it clearly. And this has made me see the value of a man. A man who can't be subdued by force is a true man. If Wuxia had been intimidated by our family, and would have agreed to whatever we said, then I would have reconsidered whether or not I should have agreed to this marriage. This brat Wuxia is pleasing to my eyes. So you've passed this test. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi felt faint at the same time. You're the one who said it and you're the one who said it. But what should we do? It was your idea to test him when we came here. And it's your idea not to test him now. So, what else is there to say when you've passed this test? Who would dare to say anything? The two of you will make an appointment with Jun Zhan Tian in a few days, and settle this matter first. We can talk about it later. In any case, this marriage must be settled first. The old lady bossily made these arrangements to the two men. She didn't even look at them. Well, you will personally go there in order to show your sincerity. Then you will send a matchmaker to exchange documents after you've come to an agreement. Then you will find a suitable time to carry out the engagement ceremony. She thought for a moment and then said, this ceremony will be held in the presence of the royal family and the civil and military officials. Moreover, we will take advantage of this opportunity to collect the money that we've given away in the past few years. I've recorded all the money that you and your father have given away in the past few years. It's a thick book. I'll ask Xiao Yi to send it to you later. Remember, we've spent money on those whose names are on it. So we can't let any of them off. We must at least collect back our capital. Well, we'll also invite those whose names aren't on it. After all, we'll give them some face, right? This matter is settled. We'll send out invitations when the two of them get married. We don't need to be so extravagant this time. We'll arrange for a few hundred people. Well, we can consider expanding the scale if the Jun family pays the money. After all, the old Jun family still has some face. Well, we must look at the amount of money clearly. We've given 500 taels of silver at the beginning, and we've only given 400 taels of silver this time. That would be too much. We can't make friends with such people in the future. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be a bride's money. Those who celebrate birthdays, give birth to children, move. Hey, I say, old man, isn't your birthday coming up soon? It seems that we'll be able to receive 2 gifts this time. The time is very tight. Not bad. Even June Moxie's head was covered in cold sweat this time. The old lady is very thoughtful. They're not from the same family and they're not from the same family. Duguwudi grinned and nodded. He had a look of a money grubber on his face. Yes, mother is very wise. It seemed that he would be able to clear the June family's debt of 90 million after receiving these two gifts. Tell the imperial astronomer to quickly pick an auspicious day. The most important thing is to tell him to stagger the date of the engagement and the birthday celebration. Then inform Kong Lingyang and ask him to take charge. Duguwudi hastily interrupted her. Mother, Kong Lingyang is already dead. He looked at June Moxie as he said this. Kong Lingyang's death must have been caused by this brat. Then there must have been a ghost. Dead. Oh, it's such a pity for such a talent. Old Mistress Dugu's complexion didn't change as she sighed. She didn't know what kind of talent she was feeling sorry for. Was it a pity for a knowledgeable scholar, or was it a pity for a wedding host? Then, let's find an old chancellor from the Imperial College. Dugu Zongheng nodded and said, that's simple. Although those fellows don't usually get along with us, it doesn't matter. If they don't want to come, we can just tie them up with a rope. Once we get to the scene, if they still dare to not give us face, they'll have the guts. That's good. The old lady nodded in a gratified manner and said, as for the other matters, you two big men can do as you see fit. This old woman is a Taoist woman. So, it's not appropriate for her to get involved in these matters? June Moxie rolled his eyes. What kind of person is this? You're not getting involved in these matters? You're taking care of everything yourself? But that old fool Dugu Zongheng wants to tie someone up with a rope. And the most outrageous thing is that the old lady is saying, that's good. Chapter 462. Alright, you men drink. We women won't blindly get involved. Xiaoyi girl, come with me. The last sentence was a little harsh. Dugu Xiaoyi saw that June Emosia had arrived and couldn't pull her leg. She didn't want to leave. The old lady suddenly stopped before leaving. She then turned around to face Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi. I forgot to ask you two something. Didn't you say that June Zhantian's grandson was a debauchee? That he was a rotten wood that couldn't be carved, that he couldn't be pasted on a wall, and that he couldn't be eaten as a dog? These words were said by you two. But why do I feel that it isn't the case today? I see that this brat is more pleasing to the eye than those 7 fools outside. You two must give me an explanation later. Dugu Zongheng was stunned. Dugu Wudi was flabbergasted. Explanation? What explanation? How are we supposed to explain? We also want an explanation for June Emosia's rapid rise in power a few months ago. But who is going to give us an explanation? Such a good boy has a strong character. He isn't afraid of power. He's firm in his heart. Moreover, he's handsome. So, how did he become a debauchee? Don't tell me that you two look down on the June family? Are you deliberately distorting the facts? Or are you worried about the emperor's opinion? Are you afraid that 2 military families will become suspicious if they become in-laws? Let me tell you. You two cowards nearly ruined my precious granddaughter's marriage. Do you think my granddaughter's happiness will be decided by your emotions? I see that the two of you together aren't even as good as June Emosia alone. I tell you that I'm very angry about this matter. I'm not done with you. Just you wait. This matter isn't over. The old madam roared angrily for a while before she finally left. Dugu Zongheng and Dugu Wudi looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to cry but no tears came out. The army of women slowly retreated. Along the way, they could still hear the stern voice of the old lady, as if she was issuing a charge on the battlefield. I don't care what method you use. In short, during this period of time, you must train this girl to the standard of a wife. Look at how you guys have spoiled her. What has she become? She didn't look like a lady from a noble family at all. Not to mention that the other party didn't agree. Even if your son married a wife, would he agree to such a legal wife? I'll leave this matter to the 11 of you. If you can't do it, I'll kick all of you out. Xiaoyi, Grandma's darling, why are you frowning? Come on, smile for Grandma. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Grandma is here. Grandma will definitely help you. Grandma will do everything for you. The Dugu father and son in the hall, as well as June Moxie, were left speechless after hearing these words from the old lady. In fact, their bodies were suffused with a feeling of powerlessness. On one hand, she had just ordered all the madams to teach him a lesson, but on the other hand, she was so protective of him. How could such a lesson be taught? How could he accomplish anything in his lifetime? The 3 men looked at each other in silence for a long time. Then Dugu Zongheng took the initiative to jump up and shouted, Mother Few ****. Serve the wine. Serve the dishes. Is everyone fucking dead? Hurry up. Dugu Wudi also jumped up at the same time. But he didn't shout when he saw that his father had shouted first. Instead, he waved his arms and made a few hand gestures. It didn't take long before 2 large tables were filled with good wine and delicacies. Dugu Chung and the others had also returned with Tang Yuan. Their timing was very precise and they were well trained. The 11 men had filled up the 2 tables. They had wanted to sit together at one table. But everyone except for Jun Moxie had bulky physiques. In fact, they were very different from ordinary people. Especially Fatty and Tang Yuan. They had taken up the space of 4 people as soon as they sat down. This left everyone speechless. If they were forced to sit together, then they wouldn't be able to eat. Dugu Zongheng poured a cup of wine and drained it in one gulp. Then he wiped his mouth and said, I won't say anything else. Jun Brat, you must treat this old man's precious granddaughter well. This old man won't forgive you if anything happens to her. Other people are afraid of that old bastard Jun Zhan Tian, but this old man isn't afraid. Jun Moxie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He understood that no matter how nice the words came out of the mouths of this family, they sounded like provocations and threats. This big family never knew how to speak in a gentle manner. That's right. Jun Moxie, I'll skin you if you dare to bully my daughter. Dugu Wudi raised his cup and clinked it with Jun Moxie's. Then he raised his head and the wine was gone with a gulp. Brother-in-law, ha ha ha, brother-in-law, come and drink. The heroes and legends rushed forward with their wine cups in their hands. It was obvious that they wanted to get this pretty boy drunk. Dugu Zongheng looked at the younger generation and sighed. Then he said in a somewhat desolate manner, You drink to your heart's content. This old man won't accompany you. This old man can only drink 3 cups of wine in one meal. Alas, I used to be a distinguished and elegant hero who wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. Dugu Wudi hastily consoled him. Father, you don't need to worry. The old injury on your waist is more important. We'll be able to suppress it once we find the fur of the snow god Martin. Then, you can drink as much as you want to drink at that time. The snow god Martin is easier said than done. That's a spiritual creature of the world. We've been searching for it for more than 10 years now, but we haven't found any news. You must know that the difficulty of capturing the snow god Martin is much more difficult than defeating a level 9 Shen beast to obtain the Shen Dan. Dugu Zongheng's interest was waning. Does the old man's waist have an injury? What kind of injury? Jun Moxie stared blankly for a moment, and then asked out of curiosity. Dugu Wudi stared blankly for a moment. Then he suddenly remembered that this was the great divine doctor who had cured Jun Wui's leg injury. So, he couldn't help but look at him with hope in his eyes as he said, My father was injured in battle when he was young and his meridians were damaged. Since then he's been coughing and having asthma since then. And there's no cure for it to this day. Do you want to take a look? I'll take a look. Jun Moxie grabbed Dugu Zongheng's left hand without any trace of politeness. Then he placed his 2 fingers on his pulse, and activated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. Dugu Zongheng's meridian's condition immediately appeared in his mind. His meridians are broken and withered. Is there no way to treat this illness in this world? Jun Moxie pondered for a long time. Then he withdrew his hand and said, It should be an arrow wound in his body. His lung meridians were injured that day. It wasn't very serious at first, but it's accumulated over a long period of time. I believe that even if we find the legendary fur of the snow god Martin, it'll only be a temporary cure. Ah? Is that serious? Then do you have a way? Dugu Wudi was gobsmacked. It's not that there isn't a way, but it'll be very troublesome. Moreover, it'll take at least half a month's time. Jun Moxie frowned as he spoke in a confident manner. Half a month's time can be cured? Not long, not long. Dugu Wudi's voice trembled. He suddenly grabbed Jun Moxie's shoulder. My worthy son-in-law, you must cure my father's old injuries. I have no opinion on the matter between you and Xiao Yi. This move was very effective. Dugu Wudi had directly called him, my worthy son-in-law. You obviously have no opinion. But I have an opinion here. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes at him. Then he said, It's not a big deal for the time being. I'll give you a prescription. You go and get the ingredients. You take them every morning and night. Then you'll come to my grandfather's place every day from the 3rd day onwards. I'll give him acupuncture treatment. With this kind of continuous treatment, I should be able to fully recover in about 10 days or so. Jun Moxie beamed as he said this. He took the pen and paper and started to write down a prescription. Dugu Wudi held it tightly in his hand as if he had found a treasure. His fingers were trembling with excitement. He quickly put it away in his bosom and even patted it to show its existence. Old man Dugu's illness wasn't too troublesome. His meridians had been damaged. It was an incurable disease in the eyes of modern doctors. But it wasn't a big deal in Da Xiao's hands. Old man Dugu's old injuries were more than 10 years old. But they weren't as serious as Jun Wui's. So he could use the Hongjun Pagoda's spirit energy to flush it away. After all, it was the world's most primordial spirit energy. However, Jun Moxie had a vague plan in mind. So, how could he let go of such a strong ally like the Dugu family? Obviously, it would be more appropriate to let these two military leaders get together. At that time, there would be two big shots from the military who could talk about everything. How convenient would that be? As for his relationship with Dugu Xiaoyi, Jun Moxie didn't want to have any ideas. That was because that would make him feel like he was using nepotism. So, Jun Daxiao didn't want to take advantage of him. Moreover, he didn't want to profane his feelings because of this. Everyone started to celebrate as soon as the matter was settled. Especially Dugu Zongheng, who felt that there was hope for a full recovery. He was beaming with joy. Although he couldn't drink, he had become the most outstanding and powerful drinker. He glared at everyone and no one was allowed to drink less. Tang Yuan was more tragic. Although he was fat, his alcohol tolerance wasn't good. In just a short while he had secretly gone out to vomit 3 times. Then he came back and continued to be forced to drink. Finally he lost consciousness. He forced himself to say that he was going to the toilet and staggered out. Then he didn't come back. Jun Moxie seemed to have heard a crashing sound from the pool. It seemed like something huge had fallen into the lake and created a huge splash. But he didn't take it to heart. After all, this was the Dugu family, not the Jun family. Maybe the Dugu family had some kind of activity? Great General Dugu Wudi didn't know how many cups he had drunk. In the beginning, the 8 men of the Dugu family felt strange. How come this Jun Moxie doesn't get drunk no matter how much he drinks? But later on, everyone became tipsy. They didn't care whether it was Jun Moxie in front of them. They raised their cups and heroically shouted, "Cheers!" Then they raised their necks. In the end, Dugu Wudi narrowed his eyes and stuck out his tongue. His arm was like a pole and he wrapped it around Jun Moxie's neck. He drunkenly said, "Brother, I'll leave this matter of my father to you, big brother." Jun Moxie had a bitter look on his face. He didn't know whether he should agree or not. What kind of seniority is this? Chapter 463. The 7 of them were also dead drunk, singing at the top of their lungs. Squinting their eyes, the 7 brothers finally fell to the ground, their snores shaking the heavens. In any case, everyone had drunk too much. So much so that when a maid came in and said something, no one heard it clearly. Even Da Xiao did not run away. In the end he stayed at the Dugu family's place. Da Xiao drank a lot too. Although he forced out a lot of alcohol by cheating, the remaining alcohol was enough for him to drink a pot. In the end, the smell of alcohol filled the air, and he became muddle-headed. He looked for Tang Yuan everywhere but could not find him, so he went to the guest room to sleep. When he woke up the next day he heard 2 maids whispering outside, "Hey, did you know? The guest who came yesterday drank too much." "Yeah, I heard about it too, but not in detail." "Then I'll tell you." "Don't tell anyone." "Yeah, I definitely won't tell anyone." "I heard that fatty went to the toilet yesterday and vomited for a long time." Then there was a plop. Guess what happened? What happened? He actually jumped into the latrine pit and wanted to catch fish in there. Oh my god, there was a heavy rain just now. That splashed out. Oh, it's so disgusting. Really? What happened after that? Hey, Tong and the others were exhausted. The smell was terrible and the place was not right. That fatty's whole body was submerged in there. More than a dozen people tied him up with ropes before they pulled him out. Everyone was splashed with blarg. Then they dragged him to the pond and washed him 5 times before they brought him into the guest room. It was said that there was still a stench after he entered the guest room. Tong and the others had no choice but to get 7 or 8 buckets of water and wash him twice before he was clean. Then, he still hasn't woken up after such a big struggle? Not woken up. Not only did he not wake up, but he kept shouting that he wanted to catch fish in there. He's really too strong, that's not all. It said that when he went in, young Master Li was squatting inside. So he grabbed him with one hand and threw him out. He still had a lingering fear after that. Fortunately, young Master Li was thrown out. Otherwise, he would have been smashed into the latrine pit. Although young Master Li is tall, he still can't be compared with young Master Tang. I heard from young Master Li that young Master Tang insisted on fishing, and then jumped down. I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Jun Moxie, who was eavesdropping, also burst into laughter. Although he knew that this was an embarrassing matter for his good buddy, and he really shouldn't laugh, this damn fatty was too good at messing around. With his weight, if he fell into that trap, it would really be impossible for him to call for help. As soon as they heard Da Xiao's laughter, the two maids immediately panicked. However, they saw this guy laughing all the way out. He only inquired about where Tang Yuan lived and then left. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. It must be known that aristocratic families had very strict rules. 4 maids liked them to discuss about visiting guests in private. They couldn't let the guest companions know. When Jun Moxie saw Tang Yuan again, this guy was wrapped in a quilt and sleeping soundly. The smell of alcohol assailed his nostrils. From the looks of it, this guy actually didn't have any impression of what happened last night. Before coming here, Jun Moxie only felt that it was funny. This fatty really didn't know how to behave. He actually went to other people's latrine pit to catch fish just because he drank a little more. However, now that he saw Tang Yuan lying on the bed, Jun Moxie suddenly became suspicious. Tang Yuan might not know how to behave, or he might be careless, or he might be disappointing or even tasteless, but he was absolutely not muddle-headed. Even if he was drunk, he definitely wouldn't be retarded enough to go to the latrine pit to catch fish, right? Moreover, with Tang Yuan's physique, how could there be such a big latrine pit? It could make him fall down and still flop around in it? This can't be a fucking swimming pool. Other people might not know, but Jun Moxie knew about the Jun family's latrine pit. In addition to the owner's personal convenience, there was also a place to entertain guests, and also a place for the guards in the house. Other than the guards' place, which was slightly bigger, the other few facilities were of good quality. There was simply no possibility of putting guests in. Moreover, with Fatty's physique, there was only so much space, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to force his way in. But the fact was that, then how did Tang Yuan fall into the latrine pit? The only explanation was he schemed by someone? Jun Moxie gently lifted Tang Yuan's quilt and carefully examined his body. He couldn't find anything. He stood up and muttered to himself for a while before walking out. He beckoned a guard, "Take me to the place where we drank last night." Seeing that it was his future son-in-law, the guard didn't dare to neglect and brought Jun Moxie back to the place where they drank last night. The mess had already been cleaned up, but the faint smell of alcohol still lingered. Jun Moxie stood at the place where Tang Yuan was originally sitting. At this time, the big chair specially made for Fatty had already been removed. Da Xiao muttered to himself for a while and said, "How many convenient places are there around here?" The guard was startled and said, "Convenient places, there are 2 nearby. There are also some in the distance." "Oh, take me there." Jun Moxie waved his hand. The guard was very surprised, thinking that this future son-in-law was very strange. He had visited rockery and gardens before, but this was the first time he saw someone visiting a latrine. But the guest had a request, especially his future son-in-law. He couldn't dare to refuse. He had no choice but to bring him there. After looking at 3 convenient places in a row, Jun Moxie's suspicions grew stronger. These 3 places didn't have that kind of mark. But, after coming over from that side, there were only these 3 places that could be convenient. So, where did Tang Yuan go to? Is there any other place? Jun Moxie thoughtfully straightened up. He asked lightly. There is, but it's a little further. Again, that place is used by some servants. It's extremely filthy. The guard inexplicably felt a trace of coldness. This young Master Jun was really strange. Ordinary people would have to cover their noses in such a place, but he acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't even frown. "Take me there." Jun Moxie calmly walked out. The guard's heart was perturbed. He had already realized that something was wrong. He was afraid that this son-in-law was investigating the matter of young Master Tang falling into the latrine pit last night. He simply brought Jun Moxie to the place where the incident happened. Along the way, he winked at a few familiar guards, asking them to quickly find the young masters and old masters. He was afraid that something big was going to happen. Jun Moxie didn't care at all. He let the guard pass the message. This matter would definitely need to be told to the person in charge of the Dugu family. So, he might as well save the time of sending someone to pass the message. Jun Moxie stood in front of the big latrine pit at the place where the incident happened last night with his hands behind his back. He carefully looked at it. That's right, it should be here. There were a few stone steps and there was a deep pit at the bottom. But at the edge of the stone steps, there was a protrusion of about 40 to 50 centimeters. This should be a preventive measure to prevent adults from getting drunk or children from falling down. The Dugu family had done a good job in this regard. But, how did Tang Yuan fall down? It was still quite a distance away. But there was a big pool down there. It was winter and it was slightly frozen. Jun Moxie's complexion became colder the more he looked. He snorted, walked out and asked, "I heard that there was a young master who went to the toilet here last night? May I ask who he is?" "Yes, that young master is the nephew of second grandmother's maternal family. He has been in the Dugu residence for many days. Call him in. Tell him that this young master has something to ask him." The guard hadn't finished speaking when Jun Moxie interrupted him. His tone was cold and indifferent. Da Xiao's words were filled with dense murderous intent. Great General Dugu Wudi had already rushed over anxiously outside the latrine. He was accompanied by the three brothers Dugu Ing, Dugu Xiong and Dugu Hao. Dugu Ing opened his mouth when he saw Jun Moxie come out. "Brother-in-law, why are you looking for a latrine pit so early in the morning? Why aren't you squatting? What are you doing?" Only Dugu Wudi could tell that something was wrong from Jun Moxie's gloomy and murderous expression. He asked, "Wuxia, did something happen? Tang Yuan got drunk last night?" That guy is a good-for-nothing. He fell into this latrine pit." "Oh, that's what happened." Jun Moxie stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. His cold gaze swept over the faces of the four men. "He fell into this latrine pit?" Dugu Wudi was a crude man, but he wasn't stupid. Otherwise, how could he have become the commander of an army? He immediately understood. How could he have fallen in here? "Great General, have you also thought of this? I'm also suspicious. There are so many latrines in your residence. Why didn't he go to them? Why did he have to run so far away? Moreover, this isn't his home. He's not familiar with this place. Moreover, he was drinking in the hall 2 kilometers away during the banquet. But he came here to jump into the latrine pit." Jun Moxie sneered. "Could it be that Fatty has been possessed by a ghost?" Dugu Wudi's face sank. Fatty might not be popular, but he was still the heir of the Tang family. Moreover, Tang Yuan was no longer the same as he had been in the past. His status as the aristocratic hall's treasurer and the capital's god of wealth was enough to increase his net worth by 10,000 times. Moreover, he was one of the few brothers that young Master Jun had acknowledged. So how could he be ignored? And the consequences would be dire if he were to make a mistake in handling this matter. Great General Dugu suddenly turned around and looked at his three sons. "Who can tell me what's going on?" "Father, this is very normal. What can't a person do when he's drunk? Fatty Tang has such a cumbersome body. So, it's not worth making a fuss over if he drinks too much and falls into the latrine pit, right?" The corners of Dugu Ying's mouth twitched. He still wanted to laugh. This matter was too amusing. "You muddle-headed scoundrel. You're still amusing? Do you have a brain? Or is your brain moldy?" Dugu Wudi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Not worth making a fuss over? Didn't you see that your brother-in-law was about to kill someone? Fatty Tang has such a cumbersome body. Didn't you think that he would be able to walk 2 kilometers away after drinking so much wine?" "Wuxia, I've heard that there's another young master in your residence?" Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then he said in a rather gentle manner, "Moreover, this young master and Tang Yuan were squatting in the latrine last night. So, I'd like to see this fated person. I have a few words to say. After today, our deputy moderator Shizhu will be leaving us for some time due to work and health reasons. Shizhu is a respectable elder sister. She has contributed a lot to the Evil Monarch's book. She didn't get anything from me. In fact, we didn't even chat much. She basically talked and I listened. To be honest, I'm very ashamed. But elder sister Shizhu spared no effort to create a harmonious book review area for our Evil Monarch. The 2 iron and steel class 1 groups worked hard without complaint. Many of our brothers and sisters in the group have become real good friends thanks to her efforts. We can talk about anything in the group and some of us feel like a family. She's also very concerned about my life on QQ. She makes me feel like I have such an elder sister taking care of me at any time. This feeling is very warm. I'm very grateful. Elder sister Shizhu's health isn't very good. Moreover, she has been working hard in the past few years. So, she has developed rheumatism in her legs. So, it's even more uncomfortable in the winter. Moreover, winter is the busiest time of her work. So, she needs to leave for a while. So, all we can do is silently wish her well. I wish her success in her work and good health. Chapter 464. Today's second update. The third update is being revised, estimated to take around 10 minutes. The fourth update is being worked hard, the last day will be doubled. I will break out to my heart's content and everyone will be happy. Dugu Wudi's complexion turned bitter. That young master was the nephew of Dugu Wudi's second lady. He was from the Huang family of the Golden East City. The Huang family could be considered as a Xianqi family. But it was still far from being comparable to the Dugu family and the Jun family. However, he had overestimated his capabilities and had come here with the intention of courting the young master. It was unknown what the second lady was thinking. But she had bypassed General Dugu and led him to the old man and the old lady. But he had been rejected by the old man and the old lady on the spot. Firstly, their families weren't suitable. Secondly, that guy didn't have any skills. In fact, the old man Dugu Zongheng had said at that time, "What kind of small fry has come to the Dugu family to seek marriage? It would be better to marry Jun Moxie than to marry him. After all, he has a good family background." However, that brat's skin was very thick. He had used the excuse of visiting his aunt after his marriage proposal had been rejected. His intention was to wait for Dugu Xiaoyi to return, and then ask Dugu Xiaoyi for her opinion. After all, the two of them were childhood sweethearts. And they had played together since childhood. The two of them had grown up and hadn't had much contact with each other. But they still had the foundation of their childhood feelings. Moreover, he had heard that the Dugu family had rejected the imperial family's marriage proposal. So, it seemed that they wanted to find a good home for their daughter. And they didn't pay attention to the fact that their families were well matched in social status. Moreover, the Jun Moxie whom his cousin had fallen in love with was a complete debauchee. Therefore, the young master's heart had become even more lively. Therefore, he had shamelessly waited for Dugu Xiaoyi to return. Dugu Wudi didn't care too much about it after the second lady begged him to stay. The Dugu family was a big family with a big business. How could they care about having one more person stay and eat? However, now that Dugu Xiaoyi had someone to rely on, it could basically be confirmed that the marriage between Jun Moxie and Dugu Xiaoyi had been finalized. Dugu Wudi obviously didn't want to keep this nephew of his to be an eyesore. It would be terrible if he caused some trouble. The great general had planned to chase that fellow back in a few days, but he didn't expect to hear that name from Jun Moxie's mouth at this moment. This is the Dugu family, not the Jun family. Since Jun Moxie was able to say this, it meant that he definitely had a certain degree of certainty. He was even able to confirm that it was this cousin young master who had done this. Then the Dugu family would be made of wax if that was the case. Madame Huang was his second lady. She was his wife who had entered the marriage in a red sedan chair. She wasn't an ordinary concubine. She wasn't the wife of the first wife, but she had the status of a second wife. Looking at Jun Mosie's expression and the look in his eyes, it was clear that he wouldn't bend the rules even if the entire world were to kneel down in front of him if he were to confirm this matter. Not to mention the Dugu family's reputation, even if the entire world were to kneel down in front of him, he still wouldn't make an exception. When did this brat Jun Moxie care about human life? That little bastard. He's stirring up trouble for me. Dugu Wudi cursed in a resentful manner. He was incomparably vexed. Wouldn't it have been better if I had driven him back earlier? I shouldn't have listened to that woman's nagging. Motherfew asterisk her. This is bad, isn't it? You're doing this for the good of your nephew. But you've sent him to the gates of hell. Do you think you can provoke this brat Jun Moxie? He can kill people with a glare. Your insignificant Huang family can't afford to provoke Fatty Tang. Moreover, the Tang family is also a Tianxiang aristocratic family. Fatty can casually offer a reward, and your entire Huang family will be exterminated in a single night. He's too courageous. The group of people were either anxious or at a loss. Some of them were like the Dugu brothers. They were thoughtlessly crossing their arms as they watched the show. They had different expressions on their faces. Dugu Wudi quietly waved his hand and called over a guard. He then asked him to quickly invite grandfather Dugu over to keep watch. After all, Dugu Wudi wasn't sure that he could stop this good son-in-law, in case Jun Moxie went crazy. The young master finally appeared at the end of the flower path under everyone's watchful eyes. He was beaming from ear to ear as he walked over. He froze for a moment when he saw everyone standing in front of the latrine. Then he regained his calm demeanor. Jun Moxie's drooping eyelids slightly opened as he looked at the Dugu family's young master from afar. The expression on the young master's face was clearly reflected in Jun Moxie's eyes even though he was several dozen feet away. It seemed as if he had used a pair of binoculars to zoom in on the Dugu family's face. This included the flash of shock on his face and the panic in his eyes. Moreover, his relaxed palm had clenched into a fist as he walked over. It seemed as if he was full of vigilance. Moreover, it could be seen from the slight undulation of his exposed neck muscles that his entire body had unconsciously stiffened when he saw everyone. That's right. It should be this brat. The above evidence is very sufficient. Uncle, are you looking for me? The young master finally arrived in front of them. He then respectfully bowed towards Dugu Wudi. At first glance, he had a slender stature and a handsome face. In fact, he had the appearance of a talented person. But his eyes seemed to be hanging upside down. His expression revealed a hint of lust. His lips were also somewhat thin. In fact, it seemed as if he was somewhat ungrateful. "I'm not looking for you. It's this young Master Jun who's looking for you." Dugu Wudi's face sank as he looked at Jun Moxie. "You must answer truthfully if young Master Jun asks you a question. Do you understand?" "Young Master Jun? Young Master Jun Moxie?" The young master turned his head to look at Jun Moxie. He nodded with a smile and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "My surname is Huang. I'm Huang Shulu of the Golden East Huang family." There was a trace of amazement in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this notorious debauchee of Tianxiang City would be so handsome. "Huang Shulu? This name has a profound meaning." Looking at the flow of an obscene book, Jun Moxie nodded. Then he rolled his eyes. "I heard that you saw young Master Tang go to the latrine last night? Moreover, young Master Tang brought him out?" Everyone knew about this. Huang Shulu was stunned as he replied, "That's right. Yesterday's incident has left a lingering fear in my heart. But I don't know if young Master Jun has any advice for me?" "I don't have any advice for you. I only want to ask you clearly. Where did you see young Master Tang Yuan? Was it on the road? Or was it in the latrine?" Jun Moxie smiled gently and asked. He was somewhat impatient in his heart. Why would I spend so much effort if I hadn't been in the Dugu family? I would have used the soul-absorbing technique. This brat is at best a silver Xian level. So wouldn't it be easy to capture him? However, Dugu Wudi was in the Dugu family's residence. So Jun Moxie was bound to leave the Dugu family some face. He was at a loss. "It was in the latrine here. I've always loved cleanliness. But I suddenly felt uncomfortable in my stomach last night. So I was afraid that I'd make too much noise in the latrine of the guest room. So I came here. I'm ashamed. I had to find someone to inquire about it." Huang Shulu's expression didn't change. "Is that so? Young Master Huang, please pay attention. I asked you where you saw Tang Yuan. I didn't ask you why you ran so far to relieve yourself." Jun Moxie looked at him with a cold gaze. And an invisible pressure slowly attacked him. "Please answer my question." I was about to squat down after I arrived here. Then a man suddenly rushed in, grabbed my neck and threw me out. I was startled at that time, haha. Huang Shulu shook his head and smiled. He then said, "Everyone can imagine how embarrassed I was at that time. I had barely taken off my pants when I was lifted up. I was almost scared to death, ha. He laughed twice. But he discovered that no one was laughing with him. So he awkwardly stopped laughing. "What happened after that?" Jun Moxie asked in an emotionless manner. "Then I realized that it was Tang Dashao. Only then did I realize that it was actually young Master Tang. At that time, I kept begging for mercy, asking young Master Tang to wait a moment and let me pull up my pants. Haha, but it seemed that young Master Tang had drunk too much and didn't pay any attention to me. Instead, he threw me out. My butt was nearly split into 8 pieces. That day, I didn't even pull up my pants. In addition, my stomach was already feeling uncomfortable, so I nearly made a fool of myself. By the time Tang Yuan came out last night, it was already midnight. Moreover, there were no stars or moon last night. So I couldn't see clearly. I'm afraid that it would have been even more difficult for you to relieve yourself in the latrine. You were caught off guard and your neck was grabbed. Your face should have been facing downwards. So you couldn't have seen who it was. So, how did you know that it was Tang Yuan who came in? Do you know Tang Yuan? I can see that you're a silver Xian expert. Tang Yuan is tall, but his strength is quite low. So, how was he able to throw you out?" Jun Moxie didn't pay any attention to his joke. Instead, he continued to ask in a callous manner. "That's because I've seen young Master Tang before. So how could I dare to resist?" Huang Shulu's eyes turned as he hastily replied. "But the Dugu family had only invited me, Jun Moxie, to their banquet last night. So you weren't surprised when you saw Tang Yuan?" Jun Moxie looked at him with pity. "Huang Shulu, this is your last chance. You won't be able to escape death even if you hide under your uncle's crotch if I find out anything. So you must think clearly." Jun Moxie's enormous spiritual pressure vanished along with these words. And Huang Shulu had just felt somewhat relaxed. But he suddenly felt a spiritual pressure that was 100 times more powerful than the one he had felt a moment ago. And it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. In fact, Huang Shulu felt an impulse to kneel down on the ground and worship him. "I really saw him here. I'm telling the truth. Huang Shulu's mind felt muddled under Jun Moxie's enormous pressure, and beads of cold sweat started to appear on his forehead. He wanted to defend himself for a moment. But how could his insignificant Silver Shen-level spiritual power compare to Jun Moxie's? His calm state of mind had been crushed by Jun Moxie's imposing aura for a moment, and his mind was thrown into chaos. So he spoke in a panicked manner, I can testify with my character. And I believe that my uncle and my cousins can also testify for me. How can I be a despicable villain who would push someone into a cesspool? Du Guing and his two brothers sighed as soon as these words came out. And that was because even they could hear the problem in his words. Jun Moxie hadn't even asked Tang Yuan how he had fallen into the cesspool from the beginning to the end. And this brother of his had said, how can I be a despicable villain who would push someone into a cesspool? Wasn't this a confession without being pressed? How about it? Jun Moxie looked at Dugu Wudi. Dugu Wudi heaved a long sigh. He closed his eyes and spoke after a long while, Emosia, he's my nephew. Can you give me some face? He insulted my brother? Jun Moxie interrupted his future father-in-law in a cold and detached manner. No one can insult my brother in this world. Jun Moxie coldly interrupted his future father-in-law. Chapter 465. I finally realized that I'll be able to break out today. This is the third chapter. There's still one more chapter to go. Double the last hour. Where's the monthly ticket? Jun Moxie stood tall with a sneer on his face. He fixed his gaze on Dugu Wudi. Don't mention your Dugu family. Even the Emperor of Heaven won't be able to do this. I can't afford to do this. Dugu Wudi's lips squirmed a few times. He seemed to be in a difficult position. Why can't I? Moreover, young Master Tang didn't. Uncle, please don't speak any more. You and my third uncle have a friendship of life and death. I only ask you one thing. What would you do if my third uncle Jun Wui were to accompany you and were thrown into a cesspool? Jun Moxie Lengling asked. Fu *K. Who dares? I'll exterminate his entire family. Dugu Wudi was furious. Who dares to deal with my third brother? Then why are you advising me to let it go? Jun Moxie looked at him strangely. Da Xiao's face was still cold and handsome. However, he was somewhat pleased in his heart. Great General Dugu is a worthy friend. Dugu Wudi was left tongue-tied. He couldn't even say a word to plead for leniency. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. Everyone has the same conscience. Jun Moxie's knife-like eyes looked at Huang Shulu. Moreover, he must have his reasons for doing this. Don't you want to know the reason? No. I didn't do it. Why do you insist that I was the one who did it? Tang Yuan accidentally fell into the cesspool. What does that have to do with me? Why do you insist on pinning this crime on my head? Huang Shulu suddenly jumped up, and his spittle flew in all directions. He knew that his Huang family couldn't afford to offend the Dugu family, the Jun family, or even the Tang family. He would be done for if this crime was proven. In fact, his entire Huang family would be in danger of being destroyed. Jun Moxie suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed down on his head. Jun Moxie's movements weren't fast. Huang Shulu clearly saw him stretch out his hand. He even tried to dodge it with all his strength. But he couldn't. He stared blankly as Jun Moxie's right hand pressed down on his head. An enormous and irresistible force surged forth. Huang Shulu's body couldn't move at all. He felt that his body was no longer under his control. He couldn't even close his eyes. Then he heard Jun Moxie's voice, Huang, to open his eyes. Huang Shulu involuntarily opened his eyes wide. He saw a pair of eyes appearing in front of his eyes. Then these eyes slowly turned into two bottomless ponds. Suddenly he felt a subtle feeling of dizziness and confusion. It felt more and more like a dream. Huang Shulu tried his best to struggle out of it. But he suddenly discovered that this pair of deep pond-like nothingness had suddenly turned into a vast starry sky. The brightest starry sky, the most dazzling starry sky. The stars were shining brightly, and he was flying aimlessly in the boundless starry sky. He had no goal or direction. At this moment, an unusually gentle voice that was mixed with the most amiable voice suddenly rang out. The voice seemed to be very vague and distant, like the warmest lullaby that could actually make one's heart and body completely relax and let down all of one's guard. Listening to this voice, it was as safe and comfortable as lying in his mother's arms when he was young. Huang Shulu's face slowly turned from hysterical disbelief to a cute, hopeful, comfortable, and relieved expression. What's your name? It was still that gentle voice, like the spring breeze brushing past willow branches, the fragrance of flowers wafting into one's dreams, like the whisper of a mother, the comfort of a loved one. Huang Shu. Huang Shulu's face revealed a relaxed smile. What were you doing last night? Jun Moxie asked softly. The faces of the people of the Dugu family exposed an aghast expression. There's such a terrifying technique in this world that can control a person's mind. It can make a person willingly reveal the biggest secret in their heart. It's unimaginable. It's unbelievable. Last night? Huang Shulu's relaxed smile suddenly turned somewhat sinister. He felt somewhat pained. I was in the Dugu family last night. I heard that they were entertaining their new son-in-law. Damn it. Oh? Does this have anything to do with you? What did you do? Huang Shulu's expression became more and more pained. The Dugu family's new son-in-law should have been me. It should have been me. I've been longing for Xiao Yi for 6 whole years. She's finally grown up now. But she doesn't know how to judge a person. She's taken a fancy to a debauchee, a notorious debauchee. How can I be reconciled to this? Moreover, our Huang family isn't a powerful family. And we've been repeatedly bullied in recent years. Perhaps we would have been exterminated a long time ago if we weren't relatives of the Dugu family. My Huang family will be able to rest easy if Xiao Yi and I can reconcile. But we won't be able to get closer to the Dugu family by relying on little aunt. But it'll be different if I become the son-in-law of the Dugu family. And I'll be able to go further. He smiled proudly as he spoke till here. Everyone was left speechless. I've been looking forward to it for 6 years. Dugu Xiaoyi is only 16.5 years old. In other words, this guy has been thinking about Dugu Xiaoyi since she was 10 years old? It's too early. I had heard that the Dugu family had rejected the imperial family's marriage proposal. So, I immediately rushed over to ask for the Dugu family's hand in marriage. After all, they aren't very satisfied with that debauchee Jun. Anyway, I, Huang Shulu, am considered a rising star of the younger generation. Moreover, our families are relatives. So, I only need little aunt's pillow talk to my uncle. And things would have been very promising. But I hadn't expected that he would flatly refuse me. Moreover, he would entertain his new son-in-law in front of me. Everyone let out an "oh" sound as they understood. Dugu Zongheng had also gotten the news at this time. So he had rushed over in a hurry. And he had arrived just in time to hear that brat's words. His face had turned purple with anger, and he was about to slap him with his palm. Jun Moxie gently shook his hand to indicate that he shouldn't act rashly in order to avoid disturbing him. Oh, entertain your new son-in-law? How did you do it? Jun Moxie's voice was getting softer and softer. How did I do it? What else could I have done? Haha, I couldn't stand it anymore. I could hear them shouting and drinking from afar. It was so noisy that I couldn't sleep. So I sneaked over to take a look. I wanted to see what kind of legendary son-in-law of the Dugu family looked like. But I saw a big fatty staggering out of the room when I arrived at the door. He grabbed me and said, "Take me to the latrine." What does that fatty think of me as? Is he a manservant? That damn fatty is so drunk that he can't even open his eyes. He must have been blind. I asked, "Who are you, Your Excellency?" And that fatty said, "I'm Jun." Jun. I became even angrier. So this is our new son-in-law? I thought that the Dugu family had found a good son-in-law. But it turns out that he's such a fat bastard. Compared to me, he can't even be compared to me. Motherfucker, this is intolerable. So I took him to the latrine. Then I turned a corner. Then I suddenly thought, maybe he'll choke to death if I take this new son-in-law to the latrine pit and push him down. He'll become a big joke even if he's lucky and doesn't choke to death. And how could the Dugu family accept him as their son-in-law with their temperament? Wouldn't I become even more valuable at that time? He laughed maliciously. His face had turned ferocious and terrifying. Everyone sighed. This is a typical vile person's heart. I looked around and saw that there was no one around. So I took this hateful fatty and walked towards the latrine. Damn it. That damn fatty was so heavy that he almost crushed me to death. I finally arrived and I couldn't hold on any longer. It's funny that this fatty vomited all over me in a daze. And he even said thank you. So I kicked him down. Unfortunately, he didn't drown to death. Damn that damn fatty. Everyone finally understood what was going on. Nobody knew about this at first. But when I came out, several guards came to the latrine. Seeing that I couldn't hide in time, I simply shouted for help. Young Master Jun fell into the latrine pit. At this point, a vexed expression appeared on his face. In the end, I found out that this fatty isn't Jun Moxie. After all, I got the wrong person. But although that fatty isn't Jun Moxie, his background isn't small either. He's actually the son of the Minister of Revenue. I can't afford to offend him either. Once people find out, not only me but the entire Huang family will be in danger of destruction. All my painstaking efforts have been in vain and I've even gotten myself into big trouble. Jun Moxie slapped him and made him faint. He then stood up and shook his head with a smile. The Dugu family is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. They even have such a young and promising young master. We two brothers were drinking in the Dugu family and we were plotted against. I don't know if this can be considered as deliberate murder. This matter is really unimaginable. Dugu Zongheng, his son and his grandson's faces turned red at the same time. Such a thing had happened in the Dugu family, and it had left them feeling ashamed. Jun Moxie's voice hadn't been loud, but his words had pierced their internal organs like a red-hot knife. Da Xiao's tone had been flat, but his words had been extremely sharp. Moreover, he had spoken the truth and hadn't used any exaggerated words. This was undoubtedly a great humiliation. Such an absurd thing had happened in the Dugu family, and it was tantamount to an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Their own guests had been pushed into the latrine pit by their own relatives. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was deliberate murder. Moreover, this guest was the grandson of the Duke of Tianxiang, Tang Wanli. He was also the son of the Minister of Revenue. He was also the future head of the Tang family. He was also the new god of wealth of the capital. The Dugu family's name would become infamous in the entire Shenzhen continent if this matter were to spread out. Who would dare to come to the Dugu family to drink in the future? Chapter 466. Fourth chapter. 4,100 characters. The old man was extremely angry this time. He was jumping up and down and roaring. His face was full of excitement, and his stomach was full of anger. Great General Dugu Wudi was also indignant. His facial muscles were twitching and his cheeks were twitching. He was also unable to restrain his anger. His daughter Xiao Yi had found her husband with great difficulty. And it seemed that Jun Moxie was a dragon among men. Dugu Wudi was reluctant to admit it, but he had already accepted it in his heart. Moreover, his daughter had entered the city with a big belly. So who would dare to accept her apart from Jun Moxie? It took a lot of effort to settle this matter. His father-in-law and son-in-law were drinking in high spirits. Moreover, Jun Moxie had also agreed to treat his father's old injuries. This was double happiness for the Dugu family. In fact, it was a good day to add happiness to happiness. Dugu Wudi wiped his cold sweat as he realized that his nephew wanted to push his son-in-law into the latrine at such a critical moment. Fortunately, he had made a mistake. He had pushed Tang Yuan into the latrine. Had he pushed Jun Moxie in instead? Dugu Wudi couldn't imagine what would have happened. There was at least one thing that was certain. Dugu Xiaoyi's efforts had gone down the drain, and her father's decades of chronic illness had lost all hope. As for Jun Zhantian, there was 100% chance that he would launch an attack on them. How could Jun Zhantian allow his grandson to suffer such humiliation given his temperament? As the saying goes, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. The two families would have been at loggerheads with each other. The father and son roared for a while. Then the inner courtyard was thrown into chaos. A group of women rushed out. "It's so early in the morning. What's with the two of you?" It was the old mistress who questioned. "I'm not only going crazy today, I'm also going to kill people." Dugu Zongheng jumped up and cursed. "Who do you think you are?" The old lady glared at him. She was about to get angry. Suddenly, a delicate and pretty woman rushed out from behind her. Her face was full of panic. "Luo, what's wrong? Why are you lying on the ground?" After shouting for a long time, he realized that Huang Shulu was still unconscious. He couldn't help but raise his head in panic. Master, what's going on?" "What's going on? Ask your nephew. Your Huang family has educated your descendants well. I didn't expect your Huang family to be so far-sighted. What a scheme. What a scheme." Dugu Wudi reprimanded with a cold expression. Jun Moxie looked at the noisy family and felt impatient. Moreover, he was still an outsider. He lifted his foot and walked out. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned around. He pointed at Huang Shulu, who was lying on the ground, and said, "This person, I'm giving face to the Dugu family. I won't do it myself." But he had to die. There was absolutely no room for discussion on this matter. If the Huang family is dissatisfied, I, Jun Moxie, am willing to reason with them at any time. He shouldn't have framed my brother like this. I don't care what he had done in the past. And I don't care whether he was kind and honest in the past. But he can't absolve himself of the blame even if he dies 10,000 times. Who dares to bully my brother? Not even the heavens. Moreover, I don't know how Fatty will retaliate against him and the Huang family. I won't guess Fatty's thoughts. So, I will support him unconditionally. That's all I have to say. His tone was awe-inspiring, ice-cold and callous. His indifferent words were like a supreme monarch announcing his order to kill a person. No one could see that an invisible and silent stream of energy had penetrated Huang Shulu's head from the tip of his finger. The Dugu family may be biased, but this person won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. I won't leave any leeway. I won't leave any leeway. I won't leave any hope for my enemy to crawl back up. My brother's enemy is the same. After saying these words, Jun Wuxia walked forward coldly. Wherever he passed, the crowd would involuntarily open up a path for him. Wait. The second madam stood up with a cold face. Young Master Jun, you're Xiao Yi's future husband. So we're not outsiders. May I ask how my nephew has offended you? Why do you insist on putting him to death? Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Jun Moxie didn't turn around. He insipidly replied, You can ask the great General Dugu about how he has offended me. I'm glad to tell you that the Huang family would have been annihilated before sunset if it hadn't been for the Dugu family, and the Dugu family. Not even the fowls and dogs would have been spared. Jun Moxie coldly said with his hands clasped behind his back, You should rejoice. Jun Moxie walked away after he had said this. Don't touch my brother no matter who you are. You'll have to pay a corresponding price if you do. An unbearable price. The second madam was about to say something when the great General Dugu slapped her across the face. He then scolded, You slut. You still dare to pester me? You've ruined the Dugu family's reputation. Needless to say, you didn't marry me for a simple purpose, did you? The second madam was also an intelligent person. She had deduced the whole story from the situation before her eyes. But she had been stunned by the great general's slap. Jun Moxie. Jun Dashao. I beg you. Please let my nephew go. The second madam cried out. She couldn't think of a reason to plead for leniency. What condition could she have in order to get the Jun family to open the net on one side? The second madam thought for a long time. Then she suddenly recalled a family legend. She recklessly called out, Young Master Jun? Young Master Jun. My Huang family. My Huang family also has an ancestor in the Boundless Blood Sea. Boundless Blood Sea? Jun Moxie paused in the distance. Then he slowly said, Even if his father is the king of the Soaring Heaven Palace, it'll be useless if he dares to touch my brother. Then he finally left. You slut. Why aren't you going back to your room? You're disgracing yourself here. Go back to your room and think about your mistakes behind closed doors. Get lost. Dugu Wudi berated loudly. In his heart he was very fond of this second madam. Therefore he had agreed to her nephew's request to stay here. He had even bypassed him to directly propose to the old master and the old madam. But he hadn't expected that such a big incident would occur. Dugu Zongheng's face turned black as he made arrangements. Then he suddenly shouted at his son, You're also a bastard. Why didn't you take care of your woman? What's wrong with crying and crying? Dugu Hao, quickly take your mother back to her room. Dugu Wudi, you bastard. Why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to see Tang Yuan? The old man was practically stomping his feet when he said the last sentence. Dugu Wudi suddenly realized that the key to this matter wasn't Jun Moxie. Nor was it the Dugu family. Instead it was Tang Yuan. On one hand, Jun Moxie was doing this for the sake of Tang Yuan's reputation. On the other hand, he was also thinking about the Dugu family. After all, the two families were future in-laws. Jun Moxie had to take this into consideration. As for his own family, there were only a few people who met him. The key was Tang Yuan. If this matter could be covered up, it would be a great blessing. Even if it could not be completely suppressed, it must not be made public. Once this was made public and old Master Tang found out about it, the consequences would be dire. Therefore Dugu Wudi complied and hurriedly chased after Jun Moxie. However, both father and son had come to understand one thing through this matter. Dugu Zongheng had said a few words when the news of Jun Moxie killing Mei Gaojia and Kong Lingyang had arrived. Jun Moxie is a vicious and merciless person. He is a decisive person. So, no one should provoke his women or his family, no matter who it is. Jun Moxie's women and Jun Moxie's family were undoubtedly his reverse scale. Every dragon has a reverse scale. Touch it and you will get angry. You will bleed for 3,000 miles in anger. Now he had come to a realization. You can't touch Jun Moxie's brothers, except his family and women. Especially his brothers. He had dared to make such a ruckus the first time he went to his father-in-law's house to drink for his brothers. He hadn't given the Dugu family any face. It was a pity that this father and son pair had overlooked another important matter. Perhaps they had overestimated their family's influence. After all, would Fatty not pursue the matter even if Da Xiao didn't want to? Money could enslave ghosts. It could also communicate with gods. Money was omnipotent in most cases. With Fatty's current net worth and his new status as the capital city's god of wealth, how could this matter be resolved so easily? Old Master Dugu looked at his 6 busy grandchildren. Then he sighed and said in a low voice, "I'm relieved about Xiao Yi's matter. But I'll be relieved if you can make Jun Moxie recognize you as his brothers?" Old Master Dugu's voice had been very soft. So, the 6 brothers hadn't heard him clearly. So they tilted their ears and asked, "What? Grandfather, what did you say?" "It's nothing. Hurry up and chop this brat. Throw him to the dogs. I get annoyed just by looking at this brat." Dugu Zongheng's interest had waned. "I couldn't get angry even after Jun Moxie had caused such a ruckus. A man should be like this? I don't fear the heavens for my brothers. This is a man's courage. A man's loyalty." Dugu Zongheng recalled Jun Moxie's last words. "Boundless sea of blood? Even if his father is in the soaring heaven palace, it won't matter if he touches my brother. What an arrogant brat. What an adorable brat. Why did I think that he was a debauchee before?" Old Master Dugu shook his head. He was puzzled. "Could it be that I've gone senile? Grandfather, are we really going to kill him?" Dugu Jie raised his head and asked with a bitter face. He had always been close to his third brother, Dugu Hao. So, he was quite familiar with this distant cousin of his. So he couldn't do it. "Kill. Do it immediately." A fierce look appeared in Dugu Zongheng's eyes. He then said in a heavy tone, "This is a military order." The 6 people stood up at the same time. They stood perfectly straight and said, "As you command." Dugu Wudi went over. Tang Yuan hadn't woken up yet. His snores were still shaking the heavens. Jun Moxie saw him come in and understood what he meant. He said, "Tang Yuan drank a lot yesterday. So, he might not be able to remember." "That's for the best." Dugu Wudi sighed. His dark face had turned somewhat red. He coughed a few times and said, "This matter is really..." Jun Moxie smiled in astonishment. He hadn't expected that this uncouth man would apologize. He then said, "Don't worry. I'll tell Tang Yuan not to tell anyone even if he remembers." "That's even better." Dugu Wudi wiped his sweat. He then remembered and asked, "Don't tell me that Tang Yuan doesn't know about this matter? Did you do it on your own? Didn't Tang Yuan come to you to complain?" "Brothers are important. If I wait for my brother to look for me before I do something, what kind of brother would I be? Would I still be considered a brother?" Jun Moxie smiled faintly. "That brat's target was me. Tang Yuan took the blame for me. He brought an undeserved calamity upon himself. I wouldn't be a brother if I remained indifferent." Jun Moxie smiled faintly. He looked at Tang Yuan's sleeping face. Then, he turned his head to look outside the window and said indifferently, "My brother's business is my business." Dugu Wudi's body shook. It seemed as if he had been struck by lightning. Jun Moxie's words made him think of his most revered elder brother, Jun Wu Hui, and his second brother, Jun Wu Meng. He still remembered the time when the brothers had gone for a walk outside Tianxiang City. They had been in the prime of their lives at that time. His elder brother, Jun Wu Hui, had been standing on a mountaintop at that time. He had been looking at the churning clouds in the distance. He had been moved by the world. So he had patted Dugu Wudi's shoulder and said, "Wudi, you are my brother. Just like Wu Meng and Wu Yi, you are my brother." Dugu Wudi still remembered that Jun Wu Hui had been standing on the mountaintop when he had said those words. He had been looking at the vast sky and the boundless sea of clouds. That indifferent tone of his voice had contained a deep brotherly love. That was an oath that he had sworn to defy the heavens. Brother. These were 2 sacred words. Dugu Wudi had engraved those words in his mind for the rest of his life. Right now, when Jun Moxie said these words, the expression on his face and the demeanor he exuded were exactly the same as Jun Wu Hui's indifferent and resolute attitude back then. There was no difference. In fact, it seemed as if Jun Wu Hui had spoken those words from the side. Even the look in his eyes was exactly the same. Brother. My brother's business is my business. Wudi, you're my brother. Just like Wu Meng and Wu Yi, you are my brother. Jun Wu Hui's words seemed to echo in his heart. They echoed over and over again. Jun Moxie had disregarded everything for his brother. He had disregarded a colossus like the Dugu family. But what had he done for his brother? What did he do when he knew that his brother had died a wrong death, that his death was not worth it, and that he had died unjustly. Dugu Wu Di suddenly felt a lump in his throat. It seemed as if he couldn't breathe. A strong emotion rose from the bottom of his heart. He awkwardly coughed a few times. Then he covered his mouth and rushed out. But he covered his eyes, and rushed out with his head covered. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to say anything. He only ran all the way back home. He had set up a memorial tablet for Jun Wu Hui. He looked at the cold memorial tablet for a long time. His fingers trembled as he said in a trembling voice, Big brother, I miss you. Little brother, I'm sorry. Then he suddenly burst into tears. He fell to the ground and burst into tears. Chapter 467. By the time Tang Yuan woke up, it was already close to noon the day after the banquet. Fatty abruptly opened his eyes, got up in a roll and roared, Fuck your grandma, good boy, you dare to plot against your grandpa Tang, just you wait. He held his head and groaned as he cursed. The power of the hangover was unbearable even with his big head. Bang! The aroma of wine filled the air as a cup of fragrant wine was placed under his nose. Then he heard Jun Imosie's voice, You're awake? Drink more wine to sober up. Tang Yuan retched and raised his tearful eyes. Third young master. My brother, don't torment me, your brother has lost face. Now go wash your face and then come talk to me when you're sober, I have something to say to you. Jun Moxie snorted and glared at him. You're really becoming more and more promising. Tang Yuan giggled and ran out like a wisp of smoke. A maid had already brought the water to wash his face. Fatty refused the moderately hot and cold warm water and dipped his big head directly into the ice-cold wash water. After a long time he finally raised his head. His big head trembled and the water splashed all over the floor. Only then did he take the towel and carefully wipe himself up and down. Then he waved his hand and ordered the maid to leave. Tang Yuan then looked at Jun Moxie and grinned. Third young master, I was really drunk yesterday. Yeah, you really drank a lot. Jun Moxie nodded. Now your head doesn't hurt anymore, right? It doesn't hurt anymore, but I actually can't remember anything about last night. It was just on the tip of my tongue, and it was obviously a very important matter. How come I suddenly can't remember it? Tang Yuan tilted his head, and his face was full of distress. It's fine if you can't remember, it's not a big deal. Jun Moxie sighed. He nodded without saying a word. If Fatty had kept asking questions after waking up, Jun Moxie would have been more at ease. However, Tang Yuan immediately said that he couldn't remember anything. Jun Moxie immediately confirmed that this guy remembered everything. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that just now. It was just that he didn't want to mention it, at least not now. Both Da Xiao and Tang Yuan knew that it was fine as long as both of them knew it in their hearts. However, if they said it out on the spot, it would be too awkward. Regardless of the time, place, or person, it would be inappropriate. Fatty was not only saving face for himself, but also saving face for Jun Moxie. After all, this happened in the Dugu family, and Jun Moxie was almost certain to be the future son-in-law of the Dugu family. This unforeseen event might not necessarily be related to the Dugu family, but Tang Yuan couldn't reveal anything for the sake of his brother. At least this wasn't the right time. Tang Yuan's chubby face had a silly smile on it as he said, It's getting late and we should probably go back. I have to hurry back to inform those fat sheep that have come to participate in the auction to bring enough silver and gold. Haha, third young master, we'll certainly make a fortune this time. Humph, as long as you don't stuff your own pockets, I'll give you as much as you want. Jun Moxie glared at him. Tang Yuan cried out in grievance, Third young master, I'm such a kind and honest person, I'm not that kind of person. The two burst into laughter and walked side by side out of the door. Tang Yuan and Jun Moxie seemed very relaxed as they bid farewell to the Dugu family. They didn't mention anything about last night's drunkenness. On the contrary, Dugu Zongheng's mind was heavy. They were about to go out of the door when they saw a corpse being carried in. It was covered with a white cloth. Tang Yuan's pupils shrank as he took a deep look at the corpse. Then he turned his head and walked out of the door with Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie was flabbergasted as he looked at Tang Yuan. He suddenly felt that this guy seemed to have grown up a lot. He seemed to have matured a lot. This brother of mine is truly a brother of blood. They didn't speak a word the entire way. The two were about to enter the aristocratic hall when Tang Yuan suddenly called out to Jun Moxie. His chubby face had always been full of smiles, but there wasn't a trace of a smile on it. Instead, there was a rare dignified look on his face. His eyes were emitting a sharp luster. Third young master, that man's death was your doing, right? It was me. Jun Moxie didn't turn his head. He didn't want to see the expression on Tang Yuan's face. That brat is dead. So, I'll support you no matter what you plan to do. Yes, he's dead. But this matter isn't over yet. Tang Yuan seemed to be clenching his teeth as he spoke. Who is he? The Huang family of the Golden East City, Jun Moxie replied in a dull tone. A thought emerged in his mind at the same time. The Huang family is finished. Tang Yuan's personality would have made it clear that he wouldn't have given up until he was satisfied with his revenge. With Fatty's current net worth and the influence he had under his control, not to mention a mere Huang family, he could even shake all the big families in Tianxiang. Wealth could enslave ghosts and even gods. When one's wealth had accumulated to a frightening amount, many things that were difficult to accomplish would become very simple, very easy. Last night's matter was tantamount to an extraordinary shame and humiliation for Tang Yuan. He was the dignified eldest young master of the Tang family. He was the future heir to the aristocratic hall. He was also the new god of wealth of the capital. He had been pushed into a latrine pit. None of these four identities could accept such humiliation. Not even if he was drunk. Not for any other reason. This humiliation could only be washed away with fresh blood. It was obvious that Huang Shulu's life was not enough for Tang Yuan to vent his anger. Therefore he wanted to take revenge. The Huang family of the Golden East City had tragically become the target of Tang Yuan's revenge. Jun Moxie could imagine how tragic Tang Yuan's revenge would be. In fact, it would be too horrible to look at. It would hurt the peace of the world. After all, there were some innocent people involved. However, Jun Moxie wouldn't stop Tang Yuan from taking revenge. Tang Yuan wouldn't be able to lift his head as long as the Huang family of the Golden East City existed in this world if he didn't take revenge. This was only a psychological problem. But it would turn into a demon in his heart. The demon in his heart wouldn't go his way. The Huang family of the Golden East City? It's a very big family. Tang Yuan sneered. Then he spoke in an extremely contemptuous tone. I'll make them satisfied. I've told them to wait for Grandpa Tang. He turned his head and slowly said, Third young master, I need to use the strength of the aristocratic hall. Jun Moxie didn't hesitate. He readily agreed, you don't need to go through me. The manpower of the aristocratic hall will be available to you from now on. This includes the 900 million silver taels. You can call me if the manpower of the aristocratic hall isn't enough. I'll spare no effort to help you. Jun Moxie looked at him deeply. It doesn't matter what you want to do. It doesn't matter. Remember, it's anything. Tang Yuan paused. He sniffed for a long time. Then he forced a smile and said, you motherfucker, he. I only want to borrow the manpower of the aristocratic hall. I'll use my own method to solve this problem. I won't be satisfied if I use the strength of the third young master. But I believe that my current strength is enough to deal with many things. Tang Yuan's words were like a metamorphosis. The first half of his words were hesitant. In fact, he was choking with emotion. But the second half was very clear and fluent. Fatty was able to control his emotions at this moment. The two men stood facing each other for a while. Then Tang Yuan suddenly asked, what I'm doing is very likely to arouse public anger. And it could lead to serious consequences. So why don't you try to persuade me? I'll listen as long as you speak. I'll speak? Will you really listen? Will you feel happy even if you listen? Why would I make my brother unhappy for the sake of an outsider? Jun Moxie replied with a question. He then said in a leisurely manner, I've said it a moment ago. No matter what you want to do, I'll think that you should do it this time. We'll have no choice but to face it together if we attract some formidable opponent. If we can't handle it and die, then so be it. What's the big deal about that? This is how the world is. The weak are prey to the strong. Those with bigger fists are right. There's nothing to say if you're weaker than others. But if you're stronger than others, why should you swallow your anger? As for what happens in the future, who the fuck is thinking that much? Thinking that far ahead? Do whatever you want. Don't tell me that what I've done in the past has been recognized by the public? Are the consequences small? Since I can do it, why can't my brother? Tang Yuan was silent for a long time. Then he patted Jun Moxie's shoulder heavily. Good brother. Fatty's big and chubby face suddenly seemed to emit a strange glow. He suddenly grabbed Jun Moxie's hand and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's go take a look at my wife's face. Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders. He was troubled by Fatty's sudden change of expression. He smiled bitterly and followed them in. When Jun Moxie caught sight of Sun Xiaomei's back, he felt as though he was shocked by a celestial being. She was still tall and short. However, her originally thick and sturdy frame had disappeared. In its place was an incomparably graceful figure. She simply stood there, giving off an air of invincibility and grace. She naturally exuded a refreshing aura. He actually felt the urge to commit a crime. June Moxie exclaimed in surprise. It had only been 3 months. However, the transformation was so great. It truly gave off a feeling of the blue sea turning into mulberry fields. This feeling was particularly obvious for the couple before him. Fatty Tang's growth from 306 to 524 was already a huge miracle. As for Sun Xiaomei, it was as though she had been reborn. From a burly man, she had transformed into a tall and slender beauty. "Hi, beautiful lady." June Moxie greeted and walked over. "June Moxie?" The moment Sun Xiaomei heard June Moxie's voice, she turned around in surprise. All she heard was June Moxie's miserable scream. He said in an anguished tone, "How could this be? This is..." Looking at someone's back was a crime. However, looking at someone's face was a justifiable defense. It was too terrifying. Chapter 468. He saw that Sun Xiaomei's face was covered with abscesses. Her pimples were like a forest. Moreover, there were more than a dozen hideous mole marks on her face. This wasn't a girl's face. In fact, it couldn't even be considered a human's face. The only thing left on her face was a pair of black and white eyes. And they were fiercely glaring at Tang Yuan. "Oh, my God." June Moxie drew across with a face full of emotion. Sun Xiaomei, who was at the side, had been ridiculed by these two hateful fellows to the point of almost stamping with rage. Although Sun Xiaomei's body shape had completely changed, her original temperament had not changed at all. Previously, because of Princess Raimu's matter, she had been scolded by June Moxie, so she was somewhat afraid of Dashao. But now that she saw him ridiculing her appearance, she could not bear it anymore. Her anger soared to the sky, and she did not care about her fear anymore. She roared, "You two bastards, are you looking for death? Hurry up and help me think of a solution. Are you itching for a beating by continuously ridiculing me? Hee, since you dared to ridicule me, then you must have the confidence to cure your face. If you didn't, then you wouldn't have ridiculed me. With Sun Xiaomei's intelligence, why didn't you see it?" June Moxie clicked his tongue twice and looked up and down with his head tilted. "But Sun Xiaomei's beauty at this time is really rare. I have to appreciate it carefully, or I'm afraid I won't be able to appreciate it again in the future." Sun Xiaomei was angry and anxious at the same time. She covered her face and stamped her feet. Then she suddenly raised her foot and kicked Tang Yuan's buttocks. She angrily said, "Fatty Tang, did you bring your brother to see this old woman make a fool of herself? Or did you come to treat this old woman's face? What kind of person do you think I am?" Tang Yuan let out a strange cry. He covered his buttocks and begged, "Third young master, please hurry up and start. I, your poor brother, have been driven crazy by this woman these past few days. Let alone having fun, I don't even have the appetite to eat." June Moxie snickered and snapped his fingers. His face was full of smiles as he said, "You truly have the face of a devil and the body of an angel." Whoosh! Tang Yuan dashed out. "I'm going to arrange for the auction. Third young master, take your time with your treatment. I believe you'll definitely be cured." "Holy shit! You're handing your wife over to me just like that? You're really at ease, ah?" June Emosia screamed. The young master June's courage soared to the heavens as he faced this terrifying face alone. But he was still worried in his heart. "Ah, I can't take advantage of my friend's wife. How can I not have confidence in Dashao? Besides, if her face had recovered, perhaps I really wouldn't be at ease to hand her over to a big pervert like you. But now, if you like her, then you're really capable." Tang Yuan's voice came from afar. His last sentence was almost inaudible. "So mean." June Moxie sighed. He hooked his finger and whistled lightly. His body swayed as he said, "Girl, come here. Let big brother have a look." With a schwa sound, a saber light flashed and June Emosia's finger was nearly chopped off. June Moxie laughed and dodged. What a fierce girl. Fatty's future life would definitely be very happy. June Moxie finally completed the first treatment for young Lady Sun after a long time. Young Lady Sun's illness wasn't that serious. In fact, it was purely a serious endocrine disorder. There was no room for excretion. So, all the poisonous gas had gathered on her face and couldn't come out. In this era, this was truly an incurable disease. But to June Emosia, it was a very relaxing and pleasant experience. This illness couldn't be compared to the old illnesses of Third Master June and Old Man Dugu. In fact, it was a piece of cake. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune carried a high degree of spiritual energy. So, it circulated through the meridians above Sun Xiaomei's neck. Then, the spiritual energy pressed down on her face. Sun Xiaomei felt a cool sensation on her face. It was extremely comfortable. But this comfortable feeling only lasted for a moment. Then she felt as if 10,000 ants were crawling on her face. And it was incomparably uncomfortable. The pustules on Sun Xiaomei's face had started to show signs of rupture by the time Jun Moxie withdrew his hand. In fact, many of them were oozing with pus. Jun Moxie stretched out his hand several times. But he was too embarrassed to do it himself. So, he asked young lady Sun to get herself a basin of water, and washed her face by himself. Sun Xiaomei tried to wash her face with cold water. But she suddenly felt that her face was wrinkled and uncomfortable. Many of the pustules had also ruptured. And they were extremely itchy. So she couldn't help but scratch them. But she felt as if she had pulled off a thin layer of something from her face. She opened her eyes, and saw that a layer of skin had been peeled off from her face. It was a layer of unbearably filthy skin. Sun Xiaomei cried out in alarm. Then she threw it away. But she couldn't help but touch her face. And she felt that the skin on her face had become much smoother. She was pleasantly surprised. So she washed her face as fast as she could. Then she rushed over to the mirror to take a look. There were still some red spots on the woman's face in the mirror. But the outline of her face was very clear. And it wasn't as frightening as it had been a moment ago. In fact, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. In fact, most of her fair and smooth skin had already been exposed. The effect is so fast. Sun Xiaomei stared blankly in front of the mirror for a long time. After a long time, 2 clear streams of tears flowed down uncontrollably. Jun Moxie sighed behind her and said, "At most, you'll need 2 more times. Then, your face will truly transform into the beautiful face that you should have. I believe that there will be another peerless beauty in the imperial city. When you go out with Xiao Yi and Raimu in the future, you'll be like an orchid and a chrysanthemum. Each of you has your own advantages. You'll have 300% of people turning their heads to look at you. What a pity. Such a beautiful woman is actually Tang Yuan's fiancée. This is simply burning the zither and cooking the crane. It's such a waste of the scenery. Beautiful woman, why don't you follow me? I'll let you be my 99th concubine." Da Xiao's miraculous hands could bring the dying back to life. His words were getting more and more outrageous. The first half of his words were quite pleasant to the ears. They sounded like words of a human. But the second half was quite beastly. Go to hell. Sun Xiaomei forgot about her sadness. She felt ashamed and resentful at the same time. Then she mercilessly punched the benefactor, who was teasing her. Jun Moxie laughed heartily. He was overjoyed. After a long time, Sun Xiaomei suddenly let out a long sigh and said, "Jun? Third young master, words cannot express my gratitude. You're Fatty's brother. I won't say too many polite words. I just want to hear one thing from you. Is it possible to reduce the weight of Fatty's body? I'm really worried now. With Fatty's body size, once he's over 30 years old. This is really a couple. Damn it. This one brought me here to treat the other's face. Then the other one turned around and asked me to help this one lose weight. It's indeed dangerous. If you want him to lose weight, you'll need his full cooperation. Only then is it possible." Speaking of this problem, Jun Moxie also had a headache. How is this guy going to lose weight if he eats so much? Not to mention the meat and soup he eats, just the white steamed buns he eats 100 or so a day. Is this fucking human? Lose weight? Dream on. I beg you, you must help him lose weight. If he continues to gain weight, he'll definitely lose his life. Sun Xiaomei raised her head solemnly and looked at Jun Moxie with a worried expression. Fatty once said, "If my face recovers, he'll take the initiative to call off the engagement. No matter who he is or what kind of person he is, he, in my eyes, is a good man. I really hope to be able to be with him, live a good life, hold your hand and grow old together." As Sun Xiaomei said this, a faint blush appeared on her face. Fatty is a good man? When did that damned Fatty become so noble? Isn't this too much of a myth? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows in surprise and probed. It's really difficult for this damned Fatty to lose weight, and he's so ugly. Once your face recovers, you'll become a peerless beauty whose beauty can cause the downfall of nations. Since Fatty is willing to call off the engagement, why don't you take the opportunity to gain your freedom? Any other man should be more pleasing to the eye than Fatty, right? We're all acquaintances here, so I'm just stating the truth. Jun Wuxia, when Fatty said that he wanted to call off the engagement, I could see that he was sincere. But from what you're saying now, I can also hear it. Sun Xiaomei regained her composure and wiped away her tears. She looked at Jun Moxie. Are you testing me on behalf of your brother? In your hearts, am I, Sun Xiaomei, such a fickle woman? Am I really that unbearable? About that. Jun Moxie felt a little awkward. He rubbed his nose and didn't say anything. Tang Yuan is just a little fat, and his appearance isn't outstanding. I believe that as long as it's a woman, no one will think that Tang Yuan is good-looking. But although Tang Yuan is fat, he's a real man, a real man. I'm glad about this. When I heard that I was going to be engaged to Tang Yuan, I argued with my father and refused to marry that notorious damned fatty no matter what. So what if I'm ugly? At most, I'll just spend the rest of my life in seclusion. But after getting along with him for the past few months, I've changed my mind. Sun Xiaomei said softly, her eyes blurred. It doesn't matter if he's a good person, a bad person, a hooligan, or an evil tyrant. In any case, I've decided on him. Whether he succeeds in losing weight or not, I'm already destined to be Mrs. Tang. I'm willing. If he's an official, I'll be his wife. If he's a businessman, I'll carry the weight for him. If he's a beggar, I'll carry the dog-beating stick for him. Fatty is a good man, I like him. Sun Xiaomei raised her head and looked at Jun Moxie. She said slowly, no matter if he's rich or poor, handsome or ugly, I'm willing to accompany him for the rest of my life. If my fate is disturbed because of my appearance, I'd rather not have my face healed. At that time, one of us will be crippled while the other will be incomplete. We'll be a good match. Chapter 469. Good. Well said. Jun Moxie's countenance turned solemn. He couldn't help but cheer. He took 2 steps forward and said in a deep voice, I, Jun Moxie, thank you on behalf of my brother, sister-in-law. Then Jun Moxie turned around and walked away with large strides. He was very happy in his heart. He was sincerely happy for Tang Yuan at this moment. If he's an official, I'll be his wife. If he's a businessman, I'll be his weight. If he's a beggar, I'll beat dogs with a dog-beating stick. This kind of love was what every man dreamed of. Tang Yuan's life wouldn't have been in vain if he could have such a love. You still haven't told me if there's a way to make him lose weight? Sun Xiaomei anxiously shouted from behind. Jun Moxie stood with his back facing her. He extended his hand and made an okay gesture above his head. Then he laughed heartily. I said it's possible, so it's possible. There's nothing in this world that I, Jun Moxie, can't do. But you mustn't feel sorry for him when you see him in pain. Moreover, I hope that you'll remember what you've said today for the rest of your life. I'm very serious about it. Jun Moxie's figure disappeared in front of her. Sun Xiaomei was still standing in the same place. She suddenly snorted and said, What do you mean by, I hope that you'll remember what you've said today for the rest of your life? You're very serious. Do you think this great aunt is a child's play? Do you think I can joke around with my feelings? What a joke. This great aunt isn't a man. But I'm still responsible for my own heart. Tang Yuan was issuing orders non-stop. The orders were issued from his mouth like floating clouds and flowing water. Then, the people that Hai Qinfeng had arranged in the aristocratic hall obeyed his orders. Then they quickly got up and went out to convey Tang Yuan's orders to every corner of the continent through different channels. Jun Moxie had heard a few words. He could tell that the bone-tempering pills that Tang Yuan was auctioning this time were aimed at the Xianqi aristocratic families. The bone-tempering pill was an elixir that was tailor-made for Xian and martial artists. Tang Yuan's goal this time was very clear. However, it would be very difficult for those Xianqi families to transport so much gold and silver here. Jun Moxie suddenly thought of an idea. Those people would certainly bring their silver notes to Tianxiang City to exchange for gold and silver. So, wouldn't I be able to take advantage of the situation and loot the house when it's in trouble? For example, 1,000 taels of silver can only be exchanged for 800 taels of silver. This is a business opportunity. Tang Yuan finally finished his work after a long while. Only Song Shang, Hai Qinfeng and Jun Moxie were left in the hall. Finally, Tang Yuan's complexion turned gloomy. His eyes swept over Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang. A dignified look appeared on his face as he slowly said, Now, I'm going to announce an important decision. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang rolled their eyes. It was always their turn to do the hard work every time Tang Yuan spoke like this. It seemed that this time would be no exception. Attack the Huang family of Golden East City from all the commercial channels, including water and land. Use all the connections you can and can't use. Use all the light and dark methods. Regardless of the cost, regardless of the loss, make the Huang family go bankrupt in the shortest time possible. Tang Yuan said word by word. Hai Qinfeng, please use your connections to mobilize the underground forces of the Golden East City. Use every means possible to harass, strike, intimidate, kidnap, and blackmail the Huang family of the Golden East City. Kill all the officials of the Golden East City if they dare to help the Huang family. I will bear all the consequences. Tang Yuan's fat face was overflowing with an unusual murderous look. Lengling smiled and said, "Wait until the Huang family is desperate. Then bring them to me." "So this time how much is the estimated cost?" Hai Qinfeng frowned and said worriedly, "After all, we're going to attack a powerful family in such a short time. Can our aristocratic hall afford it?" How did the Huang family of the Golden East City offend this smiling Maitreya Buddha? But he's actually as vicious as a jackal and wolf in his heart? This Huang family is really unlucky. You, me, and the aristocratic hall will be the ones to invest this time. All the manpower, material, and financial resources. I'll also throw in the Tang family if that's not enough. I'll also be the future lord of the Tang family. Tang Yuan's eyes emitted an extreme ferocity as he spoke in a low and hysterical voice. "Young Master Yuan, does my master know about this?" Song Shang frowned. "I know. And I support it with all my strength. Everything will be carried out in accordance with Tang Yuan's instructions. Tang Yuan is the chief shopkeeper of the aristocratic hall. So his orders are the highest decision. There's no need to question it. And you can't question it," Jun Moxie said indifferently. He was leaning against the door. But no one in the room would have noticed his presence if he hadn't made a sound. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang promptly stood up to greet him. "There's no problem if that's the case." Hai Qinfeng calmly went through the procedure in his mind. Then he replied with confidence. "Can I ask one more question? Why is that?" "There's no why. Do we need a reason?" Tang Yuan's facial muscles twitched as he clenched his teeth. "Of course we don't need a reason." Jun Moxie slowly walked in. He looked at Tang Yuan. "But, Fatty, I want to remind you of one thing. We can be crazy, we can be evil, and we can ignore the people of the world. We can regard all living beings as worthless weeds. But we can't lose our conscience. We want to take revenge. But we can't go too far. We've already killed people who provoked us. However, there's a limit to how much we can do. The Huang family doesn't discipline them well. The others are innocent in this matter. We're only venting your anger. I hope that you can control this limit. You said that you want to see them when they're at their most miserable. I hope that you understand. Of course, I won't stop you if you insist on killing them and exterminating their entire family." Jun Moxie slowly said, "Because you're my brother. I'll accompany you even if I have to become a demon in hell." Tang Yuan's face twitched in pain. He looked gloomy but didn't say anything. After a long while he said in a hoarse voice, "Don't worry. I just want them to know that they're not the only ones who have to bear the consequences of their wrongdoings. Of course, I don't mind exterminating them if they don't know what's good for them." Jun Moxie chuckled. He patted his shoulder but didn't say anything. "You know that I'm just venting my anger. But you're giving me 900 million silver taels? All of your assets?" Tang Yuan suddenly became excited. "Because you're my brother. So I'll accompany you in your madness. Can 900 million silver taels buy a Tang Yuan? If it can, I'll take it back immediately." Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. Tang Yuan abruptly turned around and laughed out loud. However, he choked on his sobs and started coughing. Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with emotion. He's throwing 900 million silver taels for his brother's sake. What kind of brother is this? Throughout the ages, how many people would throw 900 million silver taels for their own brother? Emperor? Is that possible? No. This is 900 million silver taels. It's not 9. It's not 9. It's not 9. It's not 9. Tianxiang is such a big country. But its national treasury doesn't even have 100 million silver taels. Tianxiang's national treasury doesn't even have this number for 10 years. Then it's all for one person. There are people who would risk their lives for their friends. But 900 million silver taels can build a city with just this much silver. This has never happened since ancient times. They didn't say anything. Instead, they quietly went out to arrange the things that Fatty had instructed them to do. Only the two brothers were left in the room. Jun Moxie was behind them. He said in a dull tone, "Each of you should take one bone-tempering pill first. Feel its effects. I reckon that it should improve your reflexes by a lot." Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang were overjoyed. They thanked him in unison. Tang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief as he watched them leave. He collapsed on the chair as if he had exhausted all his strength. He covered his face with his hands. After a while, the fat man suddenly jumped up and looked around sneakily. He walked to the door and poked his head out. Then he closed all the windows with a serious look. He took advantage of this opportunity to wipe the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. He thought that Jun Moxie hadn't seen it. But Jun Moxie also thought that he hadn't seen it. What are you doing? Why are you being so sneaky? Jun Moxie looked at him strangely. Don't worry. I'm here. I believe that Xin Xian won't be able to eavesdrop on our conversation even if he's a great master. That's good. Tang Yuan moved closer in a secretive manner. Third young master, there seems to be something wrong with you recently. What's wrong? Jun Moxie raised his eyebrows. There's something wrong with the royal family. To be precise, there's something wrong with the emperor himself. Tang Yuan's breathing became somewhat rapid. You've been plotting against you ever since you came from the southern heaven city. It can be said that everything has been prepared. They've been waiting for you to return. And they've been ready to kill you. But you started a massacre at the gates of the Tianxiang city after you returned. Then you forcibly seized many of the Meng family's properties. Then more than 30 officials were strangely killed. And those people were the ones who had attacked you the most. I believe that even an idiot would know that it was you who did it. This is a crime punishable by the extermination of the entire family. But there hasn't been any movement from the emperor's side. Don't you think it's strange? Should I think it's strange? Jun Moxie propped up his chin and assumed a thinker pose. But His Majesty hasn't gone to court since the day you returned. Tang Yuan said worriedly. Third young master, you may have to be mentally prepared. The Jun family is in the limelight now. But His Majesty may have a way to uproot the Jun family if he wants to. The strength of an entire country may not be able to be matched by an individual. Chapter 470. The Tang family has always been a direct descendant of the royal family, and my grandfather has always been loyal to His Majesty. Our Tang family is bound to follow His Majesty. Tang Yuan frowned and was a little distressed. My grandfather has always fought alongside His Majesty. If His Majesty really wants to deal with the Jun family, my grandfather? Tang Yuan gritted his teeth. He will definitely stand on His Majesty's side. I understand. Jun Moxie patted Tang Yuan's shoulder comfortingly. I won't hurt him. Thank you. Tang Yuan felt a weight lifted from his heart. You've learned to say thank you to me? You're awesome. Do you feel better now? Jun Moxie looked at him from the corner of his eyes. We're brothers. I didn't want to say those words to you, but we're brothers, and I will certainly stand on your side, but... Tang Yuan's expression was very serious. Fatty, you also know that my wish is for my family and brothers to be safe and happy. My brother's family is naturally included in that wish. If you say thank you or something like that, then that would be an outsider. The young master chuckled. We're all good brothers for life. That's right. Fatty's originally serious face instantly changed, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. He suddenly became very nervous. Third young master, that thing, you must not let my family know, and especially not let Sun Xiaomei know. Otherwise, I won't be able to face anyone. What can't let others know? You mean, that thing of yours? This is bad. Jun Moxie jumped up in surprise and paced around the room. Why didn't you say so earlier? When I blurted it out just now, she found out by accident. I have this whole thing. I thought that the two of you would be fine. I didn't think. So, this is my fault. Why am I so stupid? At first, Tang Yuan thought he was joking. But when he saw the annoyed expression on his face, it didn't look like he was faking it. Tang Yuan's heart sank and his fat face darkened. He leaned against the corner of the wall and slowly slid down. With a glimmer of hope, he asked weakly, Really? Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about this? Look at my mouth. Jun Moxie's face was full of regret. With a plop, Tang Dashao finally fell to the ground. His eyes were confused. He wanted to cry but had no tears. It's over. I'm finished, Jun Moxie said painfully. Hurry up and say something nice. It's not too late. When I came here, she was about to go to the Tang family. Ah? Jun Moxie chuckled mischievously as he beckoned for a maid to brew a pot of tea. Then, he crossed his legs and swayed his toes as he hummed a tune. Back then, when I first opened my team, there were only a dozen people and 7 or 8 guns. Suddenly he frowned and said, There's something seriously wrong with the lyrics. How come there were only 7 or 8 guns for a dozen people? Was there a female soldier among them? Suddenly he heard Tang Yuan's cry from afar. It's really nothing. I swear to God. Really nothing. If you don't believe me, you can ask Third Young Master. I just wanted to see you. It's really nothing. If I lied to you, I would have been impotent on the night of our wedding. You should believe me now. Then an angry voice said angrily, Since it's nothing, why are you apologizing to me? You actually want me not to go home and tell you that you're dead? What exactly did you do that you're dead meat just by saying it? Where's Jun Moxie? Where's Jun Moxie? Call him here. No. I'll go find him. I want to ask clearly. Then the sound of footsteps was heard. It was mixed with Fatty Tang's blood-curdling screams and begging, "My great-aunt, my dear grandmother, my mother, please spare me this time. You didn't do anything wrong. Why are you begging for mercy?" Third young master. You've killed me. You've played me to death. Mother. Fatty Tang screamed to the heavens. Jun Moxie smiled mischievously. Damn it. You've made my mood so heavy. I'll let your wife teach you a good lesson this time. Therefore he walked out with a righteous look on his face and shouted, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Didn't you go out to drink wine? Why are you making such a fuss about it? I'm really puzzled." Sun Xiaomei stared blankly for a moment. Then she turned around and pulled Tang Yuan's ear. What the hell? Fatty. Didn't you say that you accompanied third young master to the Dugu family? So, you went to drink wine with women. You're good. You're good. You're good. Tang Yuan wanted to cry, but he had no tears. How can I explain? It's not right to explain. But it's even worse if I don't explain, so he started to cry at the top of his lungs. My dear wife, look at my belly. How can I drink wine with women? Is there a girl willing to accompany me? I'll squash them to death. Jun Moxie chuckled. Then he said, I suddenly remembered something. Then his body flashed and he disappeared without a trace. He had escaped without a trace. He could only hear the sounds of punches and kicks from behind. Jun Moxie felt very refreshed in his heart. Then he floated out of the street with a whooshing sound. Suddenly he faintly felt that someone was following him. So he quickened his pace and made a few turns. Then he used the yin-yang escape and disappeared in broad daylight. His body couldn't be seen. But he was still in his original place. He had only escaped into the air. But there was no abnormality in front or behind him for a long time. So, Jun Moxie started to wonder if he was being paranoid. Then a green light suddenly flashed. And Jun Moxie suddenly felt an eerie chill in his surroundings. This feeling felt as if he was walking in a dense forest and had been nailed by a poisonous snake. His whole body felt cold from the top of his head to the bottom of his spine, and then to the bottom of his feet. It felt as if an extremely venomous snake was lying on top of him. To Jun Moxie, this kind of feeling was extremely familiar. He suddenly recalled the time when the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei had fought with the Qiansun Serpent Queen in the Tianfa forest. The Snake King's aura had been so awe-inspiring when he had first appeared on the scene. Jun Moxie understood a lot of things in that split second. That green light had searched the area within a 500-foot radius in a flash. Then it shot up into the sky with a schwa sound. It had soared to a height of more than 100 feet. Then it looked around with its sharp eyes. It floated down after a long time. Then it waved its sleeves and the green light flashed. Then it disappeared without a trace. Jun Moxie looked at it with an amiable expression. It was the younger sister of the white-clothed girl, the green-clothed girl, Mei Qian. Jun Moxie had already determined that Mei Qian was the Snake King of the Tianfa forest. The Qiansun. I had felt that something was wrong when I had seen these two sisters on the road. Then they had mysteriously disappeared after arriving at Tianxiang City. Now they are following me. What are they planning to do? What do they want from me? Perhaps they are plotting something against the Jun family. The Beast Kings of Tianfa have the skills of a great master. They've left Tianfa's base and traveled thousands of miles to follow me to Tianxiang. Could it be that they've discovered my secret? Jun Moxie activated the Hongjun Pagoda's aura, and the art of unlocking the heavens fortune locked onto him. Then he invisibly chased in a certain direction. That misty green light flickered a few times, and in the blink of an eye, it had changed at least a dozen positions. Then like a sharp arrow shot from a powerful crossbow, it shot out with a whoosh sound. The speed of the Qiansun Serpent Queen was extremely fast. In fact, it seemed as if she had turned into a meteor-like phantom. In fact, her green dress seemed as if it was about to ignite in the air. The Snake King didn't have the slightest scruple even though it was broad daylight. She was very confident that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see her even if they were to come face to face with her speed. At best, they would only feel as if there was a sudden cool breeze blowing past them. Apart from that, they would not feel anything else. I'm sure that even a Xianqi expert wouldn't be able to see me as long as they haven't reached the level of Tianxian. Even Tianxian would need to make preparations in advance. So, he would need to adjust his spirit to the best condition. He would need to concentrate on his eyes. Moreover, he would need to pay full attention to the path that I must pass through in order to be able to find me. If he really wants to track me, the Qiansun Serpent Queen was confident that even the solitary eagle, who was widely acknowledged to be unparalleled in Qinggong, might not be able to catch up with her in a short period of time. This is the innate skill of the Snake King. This is a super speed that no ordinary human can experience. In the blink of an eye, the Qiansun Serpent Queen had already left the city. The most noteworthy thing was that when the Snake King left the city, she directly leaped over the city wall. It was as if the 5 to 6 feet tall city wall was like a flat ground to her. She shot out like an arrow released from a bow. In fact, the city wall was also like a flat ground to the Snake King. The Snake King didn't borrow any force to fly several tens of feet in the air. Her flying speed didn't slow down at all. However, the distance between her body and the ground was getting lower and lower. The moment she reached the lowest point, she suddenly tapped the grass with the tip of her toes and accelerated again. Behind her, a withered grass was swaying gently. She's indeed the Qiansun Serpent Queen. Jun Moxie, who was following behind while invisible, exclaimed in admiration. If it were a human, perhaps no one would be able to achieve this kind of speed and agility so naturally. He believed that the solitary eagle wouldn't be able to do it either. After all, the solitary eagle was a human. This was an innate skill that only the supreme beast kings of the Tianfa forest possessed. It was impossible to learn it. The Snake King was madly galloping along the way. So, she had already traveled more than 10 kilometers away from the city within a short period of time. She saw that there was a mountain forest in front of her. Moreover, the forest had gradually become denser. However, her slender body suddenly came to a halt while she was galloping at full speed. Then she rose into the sky with a schwa sound. She then rose into the sky like a rocket. In that instant she suddenly turned her head around. A pure and charming face appeared in the air just like that. Her green robes fluttered in the wind. She had an otherworldly fairy aura and a cold murderous intent. Her eyes were black and white. She looked behind her with endless killing intent. The Serpent King's imposing aura swept out in all directions. All the flowers and trees in front of her collapsed. Chapter 471. Jun Moxie's body, which was concealed in the air, was forcefully pushed out by this violent momentum. Like a kite with a broken string, he fell dozens of feet away. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Fortunately, he had concealed himself. Otherwise, he would have been exposed. Snake King was indeed a character who was on par with the 8 great masters. After a long time, Qiansun Serpent Queen didn't find anything unusual. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "I clearly felt that someone was following me. How could there be nothing? Was it really an illusion? It shouldn't be. How could I have an illusion?" She looked carefully again and finally confirmed that no one was following her. Then her body flashed and she directly landed. There was still no movement in the bushes, but she had already concealed herself, and quietly looked at the path she came from. Her expression was so confident, so quiet. It seemed that she could stay like this until the end of time. If someone was following her and found that she had disappeared after such a long time, they would definitely come out to check. But once they came out, they would be attacked by Snake King. Snake King was confident that he could wait for this person to come out. But she waited for a long time, but no one came. She watched as the red sun slowly slanted to the west, but there was still no movement. Could it be that my feeling was wrong? Qiansun Serpent Queen muttered to herself doubtfully. 2 hours had passed. If someone was really following her, even if the person had reached a higher level than the great masters, he would still have to come out to check the situation. Unfortunately, Snake King didn't know that the person she was waiting for was not far from her. The evil monarch, the king of assassins, if he didn't have extraordinary patience, he would have already died 800 times. Not to mention that Da Xiao was currently in the state of yin-yang escape. The enemy was in the light and he was in the dark. However, Jun Moxie and Jun Da Xiao's current thoughts were quite different. He was looking at the figure of Snake King who was lying on the ground with interest. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "That little but is really perky and perky. It must feel first class, no it should be super class. I really want to pat it and rub it. I wonder which one feels better compared to that little fellow." After a long while, the Snake King finally decided to give up since she hadn't discovered anything. However, she still didn't let down her guard. Her body was still crouching. However, she suddenly started to retreat at a rapid speed. She looked like a big fish swimming through the grass. Then she didn't know when she had turned her head around. She sped up with a schwa sound, and the grass parted without any warning. Then her figure disappeared into the dense grass. In the early winter, not a single blade of grass was rubbed off by her. June Wuxia smiled faintly and continued to calmly follow them. You can defend against tracking, you can defend against people, you can defend against beasts, but can you defend against spirits? And now that June Moxie was using the yin-yang escape, not only was his movement speed godly, he was even more ethereal than a spirit. However, the Snake King's spirit demon hadn't left the forest the entire way. In fact, she had been extremely suspicious the entire time. She had changed directions several hundred times and had used countless techniques. But she still hadn't been able to get rid of the subtle feeling that she was being followed. This kind of helplessness almost caused the Supreme Beast King of Tianfa to collapse. It was only the Beast King's extraordinary senses that allowed them to sense the young master's miraculous sense of tracking. This was probably what we call the instinct of a beast or the sixth sense or intuition. With the ingenuity of June Moxie's yin-yang escape, if he were to purely follow a human expert, he would probably not be discovered even if he followed him to his bed. For example, if June Moxie had followed the solitary eagle king would definitely have foolishly brought this uninvited guest back to his nest without anyone noticing. But the fact that the Chen Sun Serpent Queen was able to clearly sense that she was being followed was already very surprising to June Moxie. Finally, the Snake King, who was on the verge of collapsing, let out a clear whistle and stepped onto the top of a large tree. He raised his voice and said, "May I ask which expert is following me? What advice do you have? Please show yourself. If you have any requests, this little girl will consider it." The empty mountain was silent. There was no response, not even a drop of water. The Chen Sun Serpent Queen was both angry and anxious. If she continued forward, it would be the place where the two sisters were resting. If this mysterious tracker really followed her all the way there, then she would lose all her face all the way back to the Tianfa forest. She had lured the enemy over in front of Boss, but she didn't even know who it was. What the hell is this? At this moment, a clear and indifferent voice sounded. "Chen Sun, what's wrong? Why are your thoughts in such a mess? Are you sure someone is following you? Even if someone is really following you, you don't need to be so flustered and confused." Following this clear and indifferent voice, an incomparably graceful white figure suddenly appeared, like a fairy from the 9 heavens descending to the human world. The moment she appeared, the entire forest and the entire area seemed to have become overflowing with celestial qi. Even the grass and trees seemed to be filled with spirituality. Chen Sun lightly swept down from the top of the tree with a face full of shame. Today she didn't disguise herself. She still had her fairy-like beauty. Standing in front of the white-clothed woman, Mei Shuiyin, the pair of sisters complimented each other. The white-clothed woman, Mei Shuiyin, was full of grace and peerless elegance, but the Chen Sun Serpent Queen looked more playful and cute. "Sister, you don't know this, but I've always been able to clearly feel that someone is following me, but I've tried hundreds of methods and tried all the secret techniques I know, but this feeling still exists. It's not scary to be followed, and it's not a big deal that I can't sense it. That's because the other party's method is brilliant, but that inexplicable fear of the unknown almost makes me collapse. Even with Sister's magical power, even if you personally follow me and use all your strength, I'm still confident that I can see through you. In this sense, I'm also a little uncertain now. Sister, do you think I'm really being paranoid? How can there be such an expert in the heavenly world? How can there be such remarkable methods?" The Snake King had always been calm and collected, but her face revealed a sincere expression of exhaustion. She then said in a rather hesitant manner, "Silly sister, with your cultivation, you can be regarded as a top powerhouse in today's world. Such indecisiveness and suspicion really shouldn't happen to you." The girl in white smiled and said, "Since you feel that someone is following you, then there must be someone. That intuition is the innate ability of us Shen beast. There's no doubt about this. I think it's just that the method of the person following you is higher. There's a saying among humans that makes a lot of sense. There's always someone better than you. You're confident that you can see through my tracking, but can't there be someone better than me in this world? Sister, you mean, this person is a master among masters? He might even be better than you." A fierce look flashed in the eyes of Chen Sun Serpent Queen, and she was eager to try. The girl in white smiled and said, "Whether he's better than me or not, it's hard to say. It's hard to say if he's better than me. Let's go. No matter why this person is following you, since he's following you, he must have his purpose. Along the way he hasn't shown up at all. I think he won't show up in a short period of time. I believe that even if we completely ignore him, as long as the time is right, he will automatically jump out. Come, tell me, what's your harvest from this trip?" As she said that, the girl in white smiled as if nothing was in her heart. Her eyes turned slightly and she pulled the hand of Chen Sun Serpent Queen, like two little girls coming out to play. After a few steps they sat down under a big tree. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao, who were in a state of concealment, were groaning inwardly. Initially he was hiding about 40 to 50 feet away from where the Snake King had just been. However, for some reason he suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure in his heart. It was a pressure that he was unable to resist even though he had made several breakthroughs in his strength. It was as if a great danger was about to befall him if he continued to forcefully stay where he was. His heart was extremely stifled. Jun Moxie had never doubted his intuition. This inexplicable faith had saved the evil monarch countless times. So the moment this feeling rose, he silently attached himself to a big tree. Yin-yang escape would escape technique. The moment he hid himself in the big tree, the girl in white suddenly appeared. Then, whether it was intentional or not, the girl in white pulled the Chen Sun Serpent Queen and actually sat down at the root of the big tree that he had attached himself to. This was really good. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao didn't dare to move at all. Even if he was still in the state of yin-yang escape technique, he still didn't dare to move recklessly. Because as long as he moved, there would definitely be a fluctuation of qi. Even if the fluctuation of qi was very small, it was obvious that the two girls under the tree were not ordinary people at such a close distance. There was no doubt that he would be discovered. He couldn't even change the state of his technique. If he wanted to escape into the void, he would need a moment of time, but there was no such time right now. Moreover, Jun Moxie couldn't be sure whether the girl in white pulled the Chen Sun Serpent Queen to sit under this tree on purpose or not. If it was intentional, Jun Moxie didn't dare to move. Fortunately, the reputation of the King of Assassins in Jun Dashao's previous life wasn't just for show. Not to mention hiding for a while, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hide for 3 to 5 hours or even 3 to 5 days. An outstanding assassin was always used to waiting in loneliness. The eyes of the girl in white were deep in thought. She firmly believed that her intuition towards the Snake King was right. With the cultivation of the Snake King, coupled with the innate intuition of a mystical beast, it would only be a joke if she was still suspicious. If there was a feeling, then there was a feeling. There was no other explanation. So she was sure that someone was following them. But what really surprised her was that even she couldn't be sure if that person really existed. Not to mention finding out the whereabouts of the person who was tracking them. Chapter 472. As for why Mei Shuiyan had chosen to sit under this tree, it was only because of her intuition. She had felt that there was something wrong with this place because of her instinct as a Shen beast. In fact, she felt that there was something strange about this place. But she couldn't explain it with words. I feel that this boy is getting more and more mysterious this time. Chen Sun Serpent Queen had finally let go of the doubts in her heart for the time being. Perhaps it was because she had her most trustworthy elder sister, Mei Shuiyan, by her side. That was because she had an incomparable sense of security when she was with her elder sister. It didn't matter whether someone was tracking them or not. In fact, she wouldn't need to be afraid even if the Emperor of Heaven was tracking her as long as she was with her elder sister. Mysterious? What do you mean? Mei Shuiyan's beautiful face didn't have much change in expression. She merely knitted her eyebrows. Yes. I heard that this guy went crazy after we left the city gate. He used the most brutal and bloody method to stop the rumors. Then, he brazenly dispatched his guards in the afternoon, and seized all the properties of the Meng family. Then he killed the masterminds of this incident that very night. They were the most famous scholars in Tianxiang. And nearly 30 officials were also killed along with them. Moreover, the imperial family didn't react to this. Then they went to the Dugu family to discuss the marriage. And they unexpectedly discussed the marriage? Chen Sun Serpent Queen hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Mei Shuiyan. Discuss the marriage? What marriage did they go to the Dugu family to discuss? Mei Shuiyan's complexion was as cold as ice as she said these words. What marriage? Of course, it's to discuss the marriage between Jun Moxie and Dugu Xiaoyi in the Dugu family. Snake King looked at his elder sister in astonishment. Oh, I thought it was about Jun Mosier and Guan Qinghan's marriage. You scared me. I was wondering why their marriage would be discussed at the Dugu family's place. You little girl, you didn't explain it clearly. Why didn't you explain it earlier? Mei Shuiyan looked at her in rebuke. Snake King's brain short-circuited for a moment. Why would they discuss Guan Qinghan's marriage when they were in the Dugu family? Wasn't this a joke? How did Big Sister think about it? She was too imaginative, wasn't she? What happened next? Something interesting must have happened since you're keeping us in suspense, right? Mei Shuiyan solemnly asked. That's right. A group of men got drunk and one of Jun Moxie's brothers, Tang Yuan, was plotted against. He was pushed into a latrine pit. Big sister, you don't know this, but that Tang Yuan was fat. I think he weighed at least 250 pounds. Jun Moxie had a fit in the Dugu family because of this matter. He didn't care about his in-laws in order to avenge his brother. He forced the Dugu family to kill their nephew, didn't care about their in-laws in the slightest. Mei Shuiyan looked at the clouds in the sky in a leisurely manner. Then she indifferently said, "It seems that the marriage has been discussed?" Snake King was stunned once again. "We've come here for Jun Moxie's master, and also for the sake of refining the sacred fruit. So, why does Big Sister care about Jun Moxie's marriage? It's a pity that I didn't see Jun Moxie's mysterious master from the beginning to the end, and I thought that Jun Moxie would have asked his master for help because of this big disturbance. But I didn't expect that the brat would have taken care of everything by himself." Qian Sun frowned. "However, Jun Moxie's unscrupulous and lawless behavior has made me feel that he has an extremely powerful backer. And this backer can't be shaken by anyone. Moreover, this backer will appear whenever he needs it. Therefore, I've come to the conclusion that Jun Moxie's backer is hiding in the Jun family." Qian Sun Serpent Queen gave a resolute conclusion. Then she continued, "Therefore, I chose to chase after Jun Moxie. But this brat is too formidable. I had chased after him from the aristocratic hall. But he seemed to have sensed that I was following him. So I lost track of him after a few turns." Snake King's face turned red, but it was already quite late when I came out. So I was planning to go back. But I suddenly felt as if I was being followed halfway. And this feeling was even more intense when I flew down from the city walls. However, the person who was following me was very strong. But I believe that he doesn't have any evil intentions towards me. I can feel this. Qian Sun Serpent Queen lowered her brows and said in a dull tone. She had spoken for a long time, but hadn't heard any response. So she couldn't help but look to her side in astonishment. She saw that her elder sister's face was expressionless. But her beautiful eyes were flashing with a complicated light. She was fixedly looking at the ground, and it seemed as if she hadn't heard what she had said. Qian Sun Serpent Queen was very surprised. She followed her elder sister's gaze but didn't see anything unsightly. So she couldn't help but feel even more baffled. "Elder sister, what are you thinking? Why is elder sister acting so strange today?" "Qian Sun, don't you think that we're not straightforward enough? What do you think would happen if we were to seriously injure or kill Jun Moxie?" Mei Shuiyan looked ahead. It seemed as if she was talking to the air. "Seriously injure him? Kill him?" Qian Sun Serpent Queen jumped in fright. "Elder sister, we mustn't do that. Let's not talk about the fact that our sacred fruit is still in the hands of that brat's master. And we won't have any hope of finding him if we lose the restriction of Jun Moxie. Moreover, his master's strength is too frightening. Our Tian Fa is facing the pressure of the three holy lands. So we can't afford to make such a strong enemy." "You're right. Our Tian Fa is in troubled times. So we can't afford to make too many strong enemies. But we still need to make that Jun Moxie feel a strong pressure. A pressure that can threaten his life. Only then will he ask his master to come out. You should have thought of this, right? If Jun Moxie can solve everything by himself, then his master will never appear." Mei Shuiyan spoke very slowly. Mei Shuiyan's words were very reasonable. Her method was the most effective one at the moment. But Qian Sun Serpent Queen felt that it was strange from the bottom of her heart. Elder sister will act strangely whenever Jun Moxie's name is mentioned. She'll either want to kill him or cripple him. And she wants to exert pressure on him. Could it be that this brat has offended elder sister in the past? In fact, Qian Sun Serpent Queen could faintly feel that her elder sister's heart was fluctuating and her emotions were in turmoil whenever Jun Moxie was mentioned. But she had used her tyrannical cultivation to forcefully suppress it. Moreover, all the strange ideas that had tormented Jun Moxie on the way back from Tian Fa had come from Mei Shuiyan. What's the purpose of this? Then, big sister, what kind of method should we use to create pressure for him? This pressure must be moderate. It won't work if it's too little. But I'm afraid that it'll produce side effects if it's too much. After all, we need that mysterious expert's help. Qian Sun Serpent Queen cautiously asked. "I'll take care of this. The Jun family will invite many guests and friends in a few days if I'm not wrong. They'll hold a grand banquet, and announce to the world that Jun Wui has adopted Guan Qinghan as his daughter. This is an opportunity. Moreover, Dugu Xiaoyi had entered the city with a big belly. So, I'm afraid that the marriage between the Jun and the Dugu family is urgent. And they'll certainly hold a grand ceremony if the two families are to unite by marriage. In fact, it won't be a marriage. But it'll be an engagement at the very least. This is also an opportunity. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful face suddenly flashed with a trace of coldness. What if we let him have two beauties in his arms and enjoy the blessings of the world? Wouldn't that be too easy for him? How can there be such a thing in this world? Even if there is, that bastard shouldn't be able to enjoy it. Qian Sun Serpent Queen felt a sense of absurdity rising in her heart. What's going on? Our original intention was to find Jun Moxie's master with his help. We didn't want to become enemies with them. But eldest sister's proposal is aimed at Jun Moxie's women? Does this make things difficult? Does it look like pressure? Why does it look like jealousy instead? However, she didn't want to say this out loud. In fact, she didn't dare to say it out loud. Little did she know that Mei Shuiyan was thinking, "Stinky brat, I haven't even settled my account with you in the Tianfa forest. But you want to marry a wife. In your dreams. See how I torture you this time. Go and prepare dinner. I'll sit here for a while. I'll be back soon." Mei Shuiyan looked at the sky and said calmly. Snake King stood up and hesitated. He wanted to say something but didn't. Finally, he floated away like a gust of wind. At this moment, she didn't feel like she was being followed anymore. After a long time, the mountain breeze blew gently. Mei Shuiyan suddenly said quietly, "You've been here for so long. You've heard our conversation for so long. It's enough for you. It's time for you to come out, right?" As she spoke, her eyes were still quietly looking at the sky. Her posture didn't change at all. Jun Moxie snorted coldly in his heart. My yin-yang escape technique is unparalleled since ancient times. No one has ever been able to see through it. I won't fall for your trick. Do you think I'll come out just because you tell me to? Who do you think you are? Do you think you can discover me? I'll wait until you leave the roots of this tree. Then I'll immediately fly away. You're lying to me. Just you wait. Jun Moxie finally confirmed that this white-clothed lady, Mei Shuiyan, who used to be delicate and timid in his eyes, was actually a Xian expert who was even more powerful than the Qian Sun Serpent Queen. Among all the experts that he had met, only the venerable Mei of the Tianfa forest could be compared to Mei Shuiyan. In fact, they might not even be that much weaker. There was actually such a terrifying person in the Tianfa forest. As such, he had to re-evaluate the strength of the Tianfa forest. Chapter 473. Mei Shuiyan waited for a while. Seeing that there was still no movement, she suddenly sneered and waved her hand. A strong gust of wind silently rolled out. Beside her, there were several towering trees. Any one of them was as thick as a few people hugging their arms around it. But under her palm, they silently trembled for a while, and then with a swoosh they became wilted. First it started from the roots, then the trunks. The lower parts of the trees had already turned into a pile of powder. Then the upper parts continued to fall, turning into powder. Finally, the huge canopy of the trees also began to shrink and fall. In the dense mountain forest, the 8 large trees suddenly disappeared. On the ground there were only 8 piles of fine powder. They were like grayish-white piles of ash that quietly stayed there. Each pile of ash was a standard cone shape and was around 10 feet tall. During this process, not a single sound was emitted. It was as if these 8 trees had never existed in this forest. As for these 8 piles of ash, they had been there since ancient times, and had never changed. Jun Moxie sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of skill is this? With a wave of her hand, the world has turned into mulberry fields? This Mei Shuiyan's strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Mei Shuiyan's snow-white robes fluttered gently as she spoke indifferently. Jun Moxie, you still don't plan to come out? Do you see? Who in your Jun family can match up to my strength? I will count to 3. If you still can't hold on, I will immediately go to Tianxiang City and kill Jun Zhan Tian and Jun Wui. I know you. You once said that you don't want to be threatened. But this time I will threaten you. Even if your mysterious master is a match for me, can he protect your family for a lifetime? Will he be able to protect everyone under my command? Her eyes were still looking at the sky indifferently. Her red lips moved slightly as she softly said, 1. But at this time, Jun Moxie was completely shocked. How did she know that I'm the one lying in ambush here? And how did she say it so confidently? When Mei Shuiyan said his name, Jun Moxie was really nervous. Just as Mei Shuiyan had said, with her skills, if she wanted to kill someone, even the 8 great masters couldn't stop her. As he hesitated, he heard Mei Shuiyan say, 2. Her beautiful face was slightly raised, and she was still looking at the sky, like an innocent little girl who was counting the stars. However, the decisiveness of these 2 numbers was exceptionally resolute and decisive. Looks like you really don't want to come out. Mei Shuiyan sighed softly. That's good too. I'm going to kill Jun Tian and Jun Wui right now. I hope you can stop me in time. By the way, do you have the ability to stop me? Hurry up and ask your master for help. I hope he can make it in time." As she said this, she stood up lightly, her face full of killing intent, and the surrounding temperature seemed to suddenly drop. Then, her body flashed, and her graceful body condensed into a white line in the air. In an instant, she had already moved 200 feet. That direction was the direction to Tianxiang City. Suddenly, "Wait." Jun Moxie finally spoke from behind her. Mei Shuiyin stood still and slowly turned around. She saw a young man in white standing tall and straight at the place where she had been sitting. The way he looked at her was cold and merciless, sharp and decisive. "It's really you. It's really you?" Mei Shuiyin smiled coldly, and gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear and slowly walked back. "How are you so sure that it's me? I'm confident that my sect's secret technique is flawless, and no one in this world can break it." Jun Moxie had already revealed himself. So he didn't need to hide anymore. So he simply and gracefully sat down where Mei Shuiyin had been sitting. He grinned and said with a smile, "It's still warm here. But feels very comfortable." "It's very comfortable?" Mei Shuiyin's frosty eyes glared fiercely at him. There was a trace of embarrassment in the depths of her eyes. Then she lightly said, "You told me yourself." "I told you myself?" Jun Moxie was somewhat baffled. "Your secret technique is undoubtedly extraordinary. Just as you said. I'm afraid that no one in this world can break it. But it's the uniqueness of this technique that tells me. I had carefully observed your movements when you were fighting Xiao Buyu that day. Everyone knows that your movements are ingenious and ever-changing. So no one can tell where you are. You can appear to the left, then to the right, then to the front, then to the back. But I can see that many of your movements are beyond the scope of a normal movement technique. That's because your body is in a special state every time you disappear. In fact, it's tantamount to you disappearing completely. And you're not hiding. Or you're disappearing at an extraordinary speed. I'm sure of this." She smiled faintly, "And even I can't follow the Snake King with all my strength. That's because her innate talent is a gift from the heavens, and there's absolutely no one who can track her without leaving any traces. But the truth is, Green Hunter has been chased all the way here by someone, and that person has not left any traces at all. Looking at the world now, other than this mysterious ability of your sect, I really can't think of anyone else in this world who can do it. So, I was sure that it was you when the Snake King said that he was being followed. But he couldn't find the person who was following him. Because your master wouldn't be so bored." Mei Shuiyin looked at Jun Moxie indifferently, "And it turns out that my guess was right. You've guessed that it was me? But you still want to threaten me? Do you know that your words have touched my bottom line? Up until now, everyone who has touched my bottom line has paid the heaviest price. No one is an exception." Jun Moxie was very depressed. So he didn't speak in a good mood. "That wasn't a threat. I was just stating a very likely fact. Because if you really don't come out, I will definitely kill the two people I'm talking about." Mei Shuiyin said lightly, "I won't joke around with you. I don't need to threaten you to kill two people. So it's not a big deal. Are you forcing me?" Jun Moxie's eyes shot out sharply. He looked at Mei Shuiyin coldly and said word by word, "Forcing me to go against you? Do you think you can afford to play with me?" Mei Shuiyin laughed and looked at Jun Moxie condescendingly. She waved her sleeves and floated over like a floating cloud. Her eyes were cold and disdainful. "Going against me? I really don't understand where you get such strong confidence. Just because of that illusory master of yours?" Jun Moxie looked at this beautiful face that could make any man's heart flutter. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He said slowly, "A real man lives in this world. He relies on his own strength. He can't rely on any external power. But, Mei Shuiyin, do you think that because you're a woman you're good at martial arts and have peerless beauty I won't kill you? Or do you think that I won't kill women?" "So what?" Mei Shuiyin tilted her head slightly. The setting sun shone on her snow-white cheeks. It was almost translucent. She gave off an unreal feeling. "Men and women to me are nothing but a bag of skin. No matter how beautiful you are, you'll be a pile of bones after you die. I have no interest in a pile of bones." Jun Moxie's body emitted an evil aura. His eyes slowly became as sharp as a sword. He looked at Mei Shuiyin aggressively and said word by word, "So, woman, no matter who you are, no matter what kind of resources you have, you must remember never, ever, ever try to touch my bottom line. Or else you'll regret it. You'll have to pay a price that you can't afford. Do you believe me? Now is it your turn to threaten me?" Mei Shuiyan looked up at the sky. There was no fear or anger in her eyes. She asked slowly. She even felt that it was funny. June Moxie, who was as weak as an ant in her eyes, was actually threatening her. Threaten? I don't think I was threatening you just now. I was just stating a fact that is very likely to happen. Besides, so what if I am threatening you? June Moxie laughed coldly. Why? Are you like me? Don't you accept threats? Without batting an eyelid, June Moxie counterattacked. It was the same threat. However, when Mei Shuiyan threatened June Moxie felt angry. When it was June Moxie who threatened Mei Shuiyan felt humiliated. The disparity in status did not allow June Moxie to threaten her. Just as June Moxie finished his sentence, he saw a white shadow flashed in front of him. A palm came slapping towards him. When it was about to reach his cheek, there was a swoosh sound in the air. Swoosh. It was too late to dodge. He didn't expect Mei Shuiyan to be so fast. June Moxie's eyes were cold. He didn't dodge. Instead, he flipped his palm and slapped towards the one and only beauty in the world. Merciless. Swoosh. Mei Shuiyan's body leaned back, and June Emosia's palm passed over her cheek with a schwa sound. But because of this, June Emosia also dodged her attack. Both of their bodies moved in the same motion, leaning back and kicking out. Mei Shuiyan's leg was like lightning. It was aimed at June Moxie's knee. June Moxie's right leg kicked out as well. But the target was Mei Shuiyan's dantian. At the same time, Mei Shuiyan's right hand moved in a circle. Her fingers formed a hook and she clawed at June Moxie's eyes. June Moxie's palm was like an eagle's claw. He clawed downwards. His target was Mei Shuiyan's throat. These two experts unexpectedly used the same method of hand-to-hand combat to vent the anger that had accumulated in their hearts to the extreme. They were entangled with each other with equal harshness. June Emosia didn't have a choice. His Xian Qi and spiritual power were both inferior to this unfathomable woman's by more than a level. So he could only use this method. However, Mei Shuiyan actually gave up on the advantages and used the disadvantages. It was somewhat thought-provoking. No matter what, in this kind of close combat, women were always at a disadvantage. Bang! Their bodies flew back at the same time. June Moxie took a step back and staggered. Mei Shuiyan's phoenix eyes were cold. Her pretty face was pale with anger. June Moxie, you are so cruel. I'm ashamed. It's been 2 days. The injured part of my leg hurts like needles. I thought it was better after a year and a half. I didn't expect the temperature to drop sharply these days. Plus, I didn't pay attention to it. So I almost had a big accident. I went to the hospital today. The preliminary diagnosis is that I caught a cold, which caused the disease. It's not a big problem. Tomorrow I'll go and see if I can get an injection or slowly recuperate. Speaking of which, don't look at this leg as a burden. It's really thanks to it. If it weren't for the fact that I had no income after the accident, I wouldn't have thought of writing books and I wouldn't have met everyone. I finished half of the Legend of Ling Tian on the bed. Now, Evil Prince is almost half. Hehe, Wu Shanyan, you said last time, I really envy you. You got 2 Wanding books from a car accident. The car accident is really worth it. I told him, you're jealous? Then go and get 2 books. But he didn't say anything. Well, I'll come out first. I'll go to bed early the next day. I have to go to the hospital early tomorrow. The pain this time made me seem to return to the time when I was at my worst. I suddenly realized the truth. No matter what, I'm still the same Feng Ling. I'm still the same Feng Ling who advertised everywhere. Hehe, I reminded myself to always think of myself as the Feng Ling the world in the first book. Thank you, everyone. Today I feel that you are more valuable and rare. Chapter 474. When the two of them exchanged blows, Mei Shuiyan's attacks on June Moxie were ruthless, but they weren't fatal. Even if she had managed to hit him, he would at most be crippled and there would still be room for maneuver. However, every move of June Moxie's was fatal. In the blink of an eye, Mei Shuiyan had already escaped from the gates of hell twice. In the end, she had no choice but to use her Xian Qi to repel June Moxie's fierce attacks. She didn't expect that this handsome young man in front of her would be able to use every single move he made. Every single move was fatal. Same here. You're not a good person either. June Moxie smiled faintly and coughed. He had only missed her, but the thrill of it had left him with a lingering fear. He had faced the fate of being crippled 3 or 4 times in a row. If he had even the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex, he was afraid that he would be lying here. Either he would be crippled or he would be blind and live in the dark. This beautiful woman was really troublesome. I won't take advantage of you. Let's not use our Xian Qi and have a fair fight. Let's see who will emerge victorious. Mei Shuiyin grunted and stepped forward. Before she became a beast king, she had always been known for her dexterity. Even among the millions of Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest, there was no one who could match her dexterity. But this time she was at a disadvantage against this young man in front of her. In the end, she had to use her full strength to repel him. To her, this was an inconceivable and extremely humiliating thing. She had to regain her dignity. She had to regain it. This was no longer a battle of pride but a battle of honor. Jun Wuxia did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of such an undefeatable enemy. He only chuckled lightly, and his eyes were as cold as ice, as calm as snow, and as silent as a 1,000-year-old glacier. At the same time that Mei Shuiyan's figure moved, he also rushed forward without the slightest delay. Just as young Master Jun charged forward, his jet-black hair seemed to have been pulled straight and fluttered backwards, making a crisp puff sound. Coincidentally or not coincidentally, the two white figures were already entangled with each other before this crisp sound had even dissipated. The two white shadows were so tightly entangled that they seemed inseparable, forming a blurry mass of white. Buff, 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 buff. Nobody knew just how many moves the two of them had unleashed in that instant. This kind of pure hand-to-hand combat completely depended on a person's reflexes and inherent agility. The two of them couldn't really be considered to be fighting a life-and-death battle. This hand-to-hand combat was probably just a way for the two of them to vent the depression in their hearts. Mei Shuiyin was depressed, very depressed, and extremely depressed. This was because Jun Moxie, a puny human who hadn't even reached the realm of Xin, had dared to threaten her. But she couldn't ignore Jun Moxie's threat. Jun Moxie hadn't said it clearly, but Mei Shuiyin could hear that Jun Moxie was relying on the sacred fruit's elixir. Therefore Mei Shuiyin felt that she had suffered a loss. And she couldn't avoid this loss. But she felt extremely sullen. Even though she was depressed, this threat had forced her to submit because she had no other choice. However, how could Jun Moxie not be depressed? In fact, he was also very depressed. In fact, he was extremely depressed. The evil monarch had moved unhindered in his 2 lives. And he was used to being in a superior position. Even though his strength had been low in the past, he had still been able to manipulate the great masters and the beast kings of Tianfa in the palm of his hand. So, when had he ever been threatened by others? But this time he had been threatened by Mei Shuiyin. So he had no choice but to come out. But Jun Moxie couldn't ignore Mei Shuiyin's threat. In fact, he couldn't ignore it, because they were his family in this life. In fact, they were the only family he had in his 2 lives. And they were irreplaceable. Therefore Jun Moxie felt that he had suffered a loss. And this loss was also very sullen. But even though he was depressed, this threat forced him to submit, because he had no other choice. Apart from the fact that they had different reasons for submitting, the two of them were surprisingly in the same state of mind. Moreover, they were the kind of people who would eat anything. They weren't willing to suffer a loss. But they had suffered a loss at each other's hands. So they had no choice but to eat. If it had been someone else, they would have laughed it off. But these two people were opposing each other with equal harshness. So neither of them was willing to suffer a loss. They were evenly matched and both of them had suffered a loss. But they both believed that they could win. Since they were at a disadvantage in words, then they would return the favor with their fists and feet. Let's see who would be the one laughing in the end. Moreover, the two of them were bound to cooperate due to the existence of the Tianfa's sacred fruit and the Tianfa forest. But the outcome of this fight would determine their positions in the future. The weight of their words. In this exchange, both of them had used all of their trump cards. Jun Moxie had a habit of going all out against his enemies. It didn't matter how weak the enemy was. As long as he could kill them in one move, he would never use a second move. It was like a lion pouncing on a rabbit. After all, killing the enemy was the best way to protect oneself. He had always practiced this golden rule. This was the greatest experience of the king of assassins. However, Mei Shuiyin was much more tactful. And she was able to resolve some of Jun Wuxia's moves because of her tactfulness. In fact, she was able to counter Jun Wuxia's moves after that. In fact, Mei Shuiyin would only be able to counter one move after several moves if the young master's moves were too closely linked. Therefore, the battle between the two men had become increasingly intense. The speed of the two white shadows was getting faster and faster as they fought. In fact, it seemed as if two tornadoes were intertwining with each other. In fact, it was impossible to tell who was who in the end. And this had left the Snake King, who had stealthily sneaked back, gobsmacked. There were many kinds of Shen beasts in the Tianfa forest. In fact, it could be said that there were all kinds of strange things. But none of them could compete with Big Sister in terms of agility. Even Long Crane and I, the third Crane King, who were also known for their agility, couldn't compete with Big Sister in 100 moves. But this brat is obviously a human being. But he's actually on par with Big Sister. Moreover, the frequency of his attacks is faintly superior to Big Sister's. How is this possible? Is he really a human being? The more Mei Shuiyin fought, the more depressed she became. However, the depression she felt this time was different from before. This depression came from the threat of Jun Moc's strength. This brat is too sinister. Every move he makes, every single one of his attacks are fatal. It didn't matter how I dodged or how incisive my counterattacks were. But he was always able to find the most vulnerable parts of my body, and then counterattack. The most speechless thing was that he didn't seem to be aware that his opponent was a woman. Moreover, she was a peerless beauty. In fact, he didn't seem to care about the taboo parts of his opponent's body. He didn't care about attacking the chest, the lower abdomen, the genitals, the eyes, the throat. He didn't care about attacking the fatal parts. Each and every one of his attacks was crafty and ruthless. In fact, he would occasionally attack the non-fatal parts of his opponent's body. But he would always attack the vital joints of her body. And Mei Shuiyin could imagine that even a great master-level expert would feel extremely uncomfortable if he were to get hit by his attacks. Even I'm no exception to that. How can there be such a skill? Mei Shuiyin faced Jun Moxi's attacks. She suddenly had a feeling that this guy's every move had only one purpose, and that was to kill his opponent. Even the Xian beast who didn't have a good impression of humans rarely had such a degree of ruthlessness. But Jun Moxi just happened to have it. In terms of agility, Mei Shuiyin was confident that her innate talent in agility was much higher than Jun Moxi's. But in the face of Jun Moxi's extremely frequent and ruthless roguish fighting style, she actually felt a little strained. This was because even when this guy was attacking her with all his might, he was still able to protect his vital parts very well. He was like a porcupine with nowhere to bite. His attack and defense were almost flawless. It was as if he was aware of the openings of his moves as well as the possible flaws. Before he made his move, he was already fully prepared. Once Mei Shuiyin attacked these openings, the openings would instantly turn into a fatal trap. What a terrifying fighting style. What a perfect technique. Mei Shuiyin had faced countless enemies in her life, but she had never seen such a ruthless person. He was extremely clear about his own strengths and weaknesses. He was even more clear about his own weaknesses. He was also able to instantly detect and attack the openings of his enemies. He was simply a monster. If she were to hit him twice, she definitely wouldn't be able to hit his vital parts. At least, she wouldn't be able to hit him where he would be heavily injured. But during the 2 hits, he would be able to hit himself. Moreover, it would be an extremely uncomfortable spot. If she were to hit him twice, he would be able to ignore it. But if he were to hit himself, it would definitely be fatal. At the very least, he would lose a considerable amount of fighting ability. Of course, if she were to use her own Yuan Qi, even if she were to hit Jun Moxi's toes, she would be able to use the power of pulling a hair to affect the whole body, and directly shatter his entire body into pieces. But she had made it clear before the fight that both parties were not allowed to use Xian Qi to end this fight. With her status and fighting with such a young man, how could she go back on her words? What Mei Shuiyin didn't know was that Da Xiao was also having a hard time. Jun Moxi secretly groaned. This woman's agility was too terrifying. This agility didn't refer to her movements but to her body. Her entire body, whether it was her body or her techniques, were all extremely nimble. She was like a loach dipped in oil, slippery and slippery. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a solid hit on her. Sometimes, when he was 90% sure that he would land a hit, she would suddenly dodge it. As they fought, Jun Moxi's mind suddenly flashed. He took a step back and shouted, "Along the way to Tiannan, were you the one who targeted and schemed against me at every turn?" Mei Shuiyin's cold expression didn't change. Taking advantage of Da Xiao's sudden retreat, she pounced on him like a whirlwind. 19 punches, 27 palms, 13 elbows, and 36 kicks followed by a torrential downpour. Her mocking voice was accompanied by a torrential downpour. "You only reacted now? You're really too slow. Did you enjoy the feast along the way? Did you enjoy it?" Chapter 475. This young master has never said that I'm a good person, right? But don't talk about big brother and second brother. We're all the same. Miss Mei isn't a good person. Jun Moxi smiled and asked curiously, "Dare I ask, miss, how do you address Tianfa's Venerable Mei?" "Venerable Mei?" Mei Shuiyin rolled her eyes and cursed in her heart. She chuckled and said, "That's my big brother. So that's how it is. Jun Moxie thought in his heart. No wonder their skills are the same. Motherfucker, this young master has suffered losses because of that world cage. So, it turns out that they're brother and sister. A pair of unlucky brother and sister. It was no wonder that Jun Moxie would think this way. After all, the venerable Mei who had appeared in the Tianfa forest and intimidated everyone was a man no matter how one looked at it. Whether it was his voice or his fighting skills, he was a sturdy and valiant man. On the other hand, Mei Shuiyan in front of him was a woman. Moreover, she was a peerless beauty with peerless beauty. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Jun Moxie's imagination was very rich. But, he would never be able to imagine that this Mei Shuiyan before him was the peerless beauty who had beaten his buttocks swollen. And his buttocks had been beaten swollen by him. But, this peerless beauty was the venerable Mei who had abused him in the Tianfa forest battlefield. Young Master Jun, you humans have a very good saying. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. This seat will speak bluntly. We're looking for you because of your master. You probably know why we're looking for you. Saying too much would make our Tianfa seem petty. But your master's knowledge is unfathomable. He's like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Mei Shuiyan said calmly, so we want to know some news about your master. Even if it's just a little bit, it's fine. Please tell us that this seat and your master have an important matter to discuss. Jun Moxie tilted his head. Of course, if it is really inconvenient for young Master Jun to say it, then forget it. Mei Shuiyan said with a faint smile, retreating in order to advance. The profound beasts of the Tianfa forest would never understand the importance of the sacred fruit. Therefore, although Mei Shuiyan was traveling, she still chose to follow Jun Moxie. The main reason was that he was still worried about this matter. Well, this matter is very inconvenient. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Mei. Jun Moxie took advantage of the situation and said with a mischievous smile. Mei Shuiyan was speechless. After a while she said, Jun Moxie, you really aren't a gentleman. Up until now she had already given Jun Moxie 2 comments. He really isn't a good person. Not a gentleman at all. Miss words are somewhat confusing. I've just admitted that I've never been a good person. So, it's naturally impossible for me to be a gentleman since I'm not a good person. Jun Moxie shrugged his shoulders and said with a mischievous smile, being a good person is very easy to get hurt. But being a gentleman is very tiring. Therefore you can treat me as a rogue or a bully. You can also treat me as a bad guy or a devil. But don't ever treat me as a good person or a gentleman. You'll suffer a loss if you do that, hee. You, what are you talking about? Don't you humans want to be good people? Don't you call yourself a gentleman? I really don't understand why you don't want to be a good person. Don't tell me that the so-called 1,000-year moral inheritance has been abandoned by you humans? Don't tell me that I don't understand the current moral standards of you humans? Mei Shuiyan said in a bad mood. Ever since she started her career, she had dealt with many troublesome people. But when faced with such a lazy Jun Moxie, she couldn't do anything about it. Jun Moxie laughed heartily and said, this can't be generalized. Let me tell you a story. There were 2 people who lived with 7 or 8 other families. Among these 2 people, one of them was recognized as a rogue and a fugitive. But the other one was recognized as a good person. This fugitive was feared and hated by everyone. As for the good person, he would go out to fetch water every morning. He would fill up all the water tanks of his neighbors. When the neighbors needed help, he would do his best. So, everyone liked him very much. With him at home, everyone felt at ease. Suddenly, one day when the fugitive was returning from a robbery, he was in a panic and bumped into someone. He even killed the person that he knocked down. Coincidentally, the person that he ran into was another bad guy. At that time, he was about to molest a pitiful woman. Even though it was an unintentional act, it was still a great deed. So, everyone praised him, saying that he was a prodigal son who turned over a new leaf. They reported him to the authorities and set him up as a model. For a while, everyone was praising him and everyone forgot about his past misdeeds. Mei Shuiyan didn't know what he meant by this. She didn't understand why he would suddenly tell a story when they were in the middle of a conversation. But she guessed that he must have his reasons. So she listened quietly and didn't interrupt him. Chen Sun Serpent Queen also sat quietly at the side, listening quietly. Jun Moxie smiled and continued. Another day, the person who was recognized as a good person fell seriously ill. He couldn't get out of bed in the morning. He had a bad fever. He didn't have any strength in his body. He was thirsty and wanted to drink some water. But there wasn't any water in the water tank. He shouted, but no one was home. So he got out of bed and went to fetch a bucket of water. But he was too tired and had no strength. He filled his water tank and went to lie on the bed. In the afternoon the neighbors came back. They were used to the good person fetching water for them. But when they came home they were tired and thirsty. But they found that the water tank was empty. Instantly they were furious. So they rushed to the good person's house to denounce him. But they found that the good person was lying on the bed drinking water. Immediately they became angry and scolded, "Selfish bastard." So he was pretending to be sick and slacking at home, eating alone. So the good person was immediately alienated by everyone. Everyone said, after getting along with him for so long, we've all been cheated by him. Turns out he's such a selfish person. Jun Moxie finally finished his story. He laughed mockingly and said, "What is a good person? What is a bad person? It's nothing more than the narrow-minded view of a bunch of fools. Just like how the common people look at officials. An official is clean, upright, and uncorrupted. But if the common people under his rule don't have enough to eat, everyone will scold him as a bastard, an ignorant and incompetent mediocre official. As for the other official, he's like a vampire. His greed is insatiable and he's never satisfied with wealth. As an official, he wishes that the sky is as high as 9 feet. But the common people under his rule can eat their fill and live in peace. So, everyone says that he's a great official who benefits the common people? This is the moral view of humans in modern society. Jun Moxie, why do I have to live in other people's view? What's the benefit of being a good person? What good results can there be? What's the harm of being a bad person? I am Jun Moxie, I am me. When I want to do something, the whole world says that I shouldn't do it. But I still have to do it. I will still do it. Because I want to. When I don't want to do something, everyone says that it will be remembered for eternity. You should do it, you must do it. But I don't want to do it. Because I don't want to do it. My life philosophy is just that simple. There's no such thing as good or bad. There's no such thing as right or wrong. There's only one thing. Jun Moxie laughed loudly, 1,000 gold can't buy my willingness. Mei Shuiyan was stunned. After a long time, she shook her head and sighed, after listening to your fallacy, I really don't know if I should say that you're open-minded or stubborn. Actually, what you said isn't wrong. Maybe this is the common problem of you humans. What you said is not completely correct. It's not only us humans. Aren't you Shen beasts the same? Everyone despises and looks down on bad people. Unknowingly, they feel that they're superior to him. So, when this bad person turns over a new leaf, everyone feels that it's not easy. A good person would always be diligent in helping others. When others were used to his help, they would feel grateful, but at the same time, they would also feel that he was stronger than them. With this kind of thinking, once a good person does something wrong or neglects something, others will criticize him 100 times harsher than usual. It's even more unforgivable. It's like pulling a god down from the altar. So, he's not even as good as us. Jun Moxie said calmly, so, being a good person is really tiring. As for being a gentleman, you need to be a good person on the basis of being a good person. So, being a gentleman is even more difficult. And the so-called hero is a step further on the basis of being a good person and a gentleman. That's not tiring, it's miserable. So, I'd rather be a bad person. I'd rather be a bad person. Jun Moxie said quietly, I also want to be a strong person. As for good people and bad people, I never think about it. I'm just curious. People like you who came from the Tianfa forest, why are you so obsessed with good people and bad people? Don't you all believe in the strong? Could it be that your views have changed? Mei Shuiyan was startled. That's right. The basic and biggest principle of the Tianfa forest is that the strong are respected. But why am I so conflicted at this moment? Why am I arguing about good people and bad people? To me, good people and bad people don't make any difference. Am I still human? Could it be that when I transformed into a human, I actually accepted the moral values of humans? Young Master Jun is right. It seems that I'm really stubborn. Mei Shuiyan laughed at herself. Maybe it's not that you're stubborn. Maybe I'm just too open-minded. Jun Moxie smiled indifferently. Actually, people like me are more suitable to live in the Tianfa forest and not in the mortal world. That's not true. With your personality, no matter where you live, the first person you won't treat unfairly is yourself. And only yourself. Mei Shuiyan made a rare joke. Of course. This young master is best at taking advantage of others. I'll risk my life to take advantage of others. I'd rather die than be at a disadvantage. Jun Moxie snorted and rubbed his hands. He even brought them up to his nose and sniffed them. His face revealed a soulful smile. He twirled his fingers and smacked his lips twice. It was obvious that he was thinking about the advantage he had taken earlier. Chapter 476. You mentioned cooperation a moment ago? Jun Moxie mischievously smiled. But I don't know what your proposal is? He thought in his heart, your Tianfa's Beast Kings have already cooperated with me. You still don't know this, silly girl? Yes, it's cooperation. Mei Shuiyan's complexion became solemn. The Tianfa forest needs to enhance its strength. We need to deal with the imminent clash with the three holy lands, and decide who's the winner. We won't be able to do so in time if we follow the normal speed of enhancement. Therefore we must rely on external forces to enhance our strength. Mei Shuiyan had a dignified look in her eyes as she deeply looked at Jun Moxie. For example, we can use the Tianfa's sacred fruit to refine a similar elixir. Moreover, only one elixir for each of us will be far from enough. And we don't have this kind of elixir. But your master can refine it. I heard that your master had once refined a divine pill that could increase one's pure cultivation by 10 years without any side effects. What we want is exactly that kind of thing. However, if it's only 10 years of cultivation, isn't it a little too little? Jun Moxie frowned. What you mean is that you want a kind of elixir that doesn't conflict with the Tianfa's sacred fruit. Moreover, it can also increase your strength. Then, you can use this elixir to increase the strength of the 10 Beast Kings as quickly as possible. Then you can use the elixir refined from the Tianfa's sacred fruit to try to break through again. In other words, you want to break through 2 bottlenecks in a row in the shortest amount of time. And you want to increase your strength by 2 levels? That's right. Smart people say smart things. That's exactly what I mean. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful eyes glanced at him. She then calmly said, but I can't find your master. So, I can only look for you. Miss Mei, I really want to tell you that your idea is very ridiculous. It's too whimsical. I believe that you should also know that your request will put us in a difficult position. My master is a genius. But I can only tell you that I'm afraid that your plan will fail. Jun Moxie wrinkled his brows and said, it can be seen from the refining of the sacred fruit that refining this kind of divine pill requires luck and coincidence. Secondly, it requires a complete set of medicinal ingredients. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients involved are all top-notch spirit herbs. Thirdly, he needed a lot of time. Lastly, he needed a lot of energy. Even if all 4 conditions are met, it still depends on the will of the heavens to see if I can refine it. The success rate is really hard to control. In addition, there are no exceptions to any medicine used to increase one's cultivation. There are bound to be certain limitations. More often than not, after taking the first pill and waiting for the body to adapt to the enhancement or stimulation, the second or third pill would be useless. Otherwise it would be like the 10 years pill. If it could be used continuously, then wouldn't one have 10,000 years of cultivation after taking 1,000 of them? Therefore this is something that can't be done. I can only say that your original idea is too unrealistic. I think you should also understand what I'm trying to say. If you want to increase your cultivation in a short period of time, then you must refine at least 3 kinds of miraculous pills. And each of these pills must have a formidable effect of at least 30 years. Moreover, the medicinal ingredients required for each pill can't be the slightest bit repetitive, so that you can smoothly reach the next bottleneck. The most important thing is that you can break through in one fell swoop after taking the sacred fruit. This is tantamount to saying that my master doesn't need to do anything for a long period of time. He can only refine pills for you in order to achieve this. Don't you think that you're going too far by asking for such an exorbitant price? Do you think that my master is someone who can be ordered around? I also know that this is very excessive. How could I not know what kind of existence your master is? But we have no other way. Mei Shuiyan calmly said, 3 years from now? No, it should be 2 years and 9 months from now will be the 3 holy and 1 ferocious beast ranking tournament. According to the current situation, whether it's Hermitage, the Great Golden City, or the Boundless Blood Sea, the Tianfa forest will lose without a doubt. But this is the transcendental position that the Tianfa forest has maintained for 9,000 years. If it were to be lost from my big brother's hands, then the consequences would be unthinkable. We Shen beasts have always been discriminated against in this continent. We've only been able to squeeze into the 3 holy and 1 ferocious beasts ranking tournament by relying on our tyrannical strength. If we were to lose this, then the Tianfa forest would no longer be the Tianfa forest. Mei Shuiyan's expression was somewhat pained and self-deprecating. But Jun Moxie knew that a powerhouse like Mei Shuiyan had revealed such an expression. It could be said that she was at the end of her rope. Jun Moxie frowned as he paced back and forth. He was inwardly hesitant. Jun Moxie naturally knew that if he were to help the Tianfa forest this time, then it would be tantamount to forming an eternal ally. The Xian beasts had a long lifespan. Not to mention the current Jun family, even their future generations would be able to do whatever they wanted in this continent without any misgivings. That would truly be the endless collapse of his descendants. The price was only a few pills. It was easy to say, but he could only refine one of these pills at the moment. He would need to reach the 4th or 5th level of the Hongjun Pagoda in order to refine the others. As for the pills with the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit as the main ingredient, he would need to open the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda to refine them. The only result would be that all the heavenly treasures would turn into ashes if his cultivation wasn't up to that level. I only have 2 years and 9 months. Can I really break through to the 6th level? However, Jun Moxie wasn't sure about this. The advancement of the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was extremely difficult. Jun Moxie was well aware of this. He had advanced by leaps and bounds in less than a year's time. He had broken through to the 3rd level like a hot knife through butter. But this achievement was only the foundation of the first 3 levels. The higher the level, the more the requirements would be. In fact, the requirements would increase exponentially. This king knows that it's difficult for your master and disciple. But if your master and disciple agree to cooperate with us, then we'll provide whatever ingredients you need during the process of refining the pills. Our Tianfa forest will provide them. It doesn't matter if it's at the bottom of the sea on the snowy mountains, or if it's extremely hot or extremely cold. We'll give you our full support. Mei Shuiyan clasped her hands behind her back. Moreover, we won't doubt your master and disciple's conditions. It doesn't matter if they're reasonable or unreasonable. Any conditions? Jun Moxie's heart skipped a beat. Any conditions? Jun Moxie's biggest dream was to be able to build his own business in the Tianfa forest. From then on, he would be able to roam the continent without any worries. And the Beast King of the Tianfa forest. Jun Moxie really liked it. That kind of temperament was very much to Jun Dashao's liking. Even if there weren't any benefits, Jun Moxie still intended to help. What's more, there were benefits. Moreover, it was such a huge benefit. This was an irresistible temptation. Jun Moxie gritted his teeth. Motherfucker, there's no motivation without pressure. Isn't it just the 6th level of the Hongjun Pagoda? This young master was able to advance to the 3rd level in half a year. Why can't I advance to the 3rd level in 2 years? I'll risk it. It's nothing more than forcing this young master to train harder. The increase in strength would be equally beneficial to him. I personally don't think there's any problem with this. But I still need to seek my master's opinion. After all, whether it succeeds or not still depends on his wishes. But don't worry, I will try my best to facilitate this cooperation. As for the conditions, it won't be too late to talk about it later. I can't make this decision. Young lady Mei won't believe me even if I say that I'll agree to it, right? Jun Wuxia rolled his eyes. He obviously wouldn't reveal his cards at this time. If he let others know that the mysterious black-robed man, the invincible expert, was him, the consequences would be unimaginable. All of his enemies would flock to him. Even if they didn't have any grudges against him, they would have the thought of destroying him in the bud. So, this was a secret that he couldn't reveal until he was strong enough to dominate the world. Not even to his closest kin. I understand. Thank you, young Master Jun. Mei Shuiyan's lips moved a little as she spoke in a low voice. But that so-called 3 holy lands, what are they? Can Miss Mei dispel my doubts? Jun Moxie finally had the opportunity to ask this question. This question had been troubling Jun Dashao's heart for a long time. The people of the secular world didn't even know about the existence of the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuihan Manor. Only a few of the more powerful families could run amok in the world. The Silver Blizzard City and the Shuihan Manor were the top existences in the hearts of the Xian experts. In fact, even Jun Moxie had thought so before he had arrived at the Southern Heaven City. But he had suddenly realized that there was always a higher mountain. And the 3 holy lands had suddenly appeared in the world. The Tianfa forest was widely recognized as a dangerous place. Everyone knew that. But what were the 3 holy lands? From the sound of it, these places seemed to be on a higher level than the Silver Blizzard City. This was enough to make Jun Moxie flabbergasted. He had been thinking since then. Is there a higher level of existence than the 3 holy lands? If there is, then what level have these people reached? However, the biggest question at the moment was, why haven't there been any legends about these places? The 3 holy lands and the ferocious lands started 9,000 years ago. The entire Xian continent was thrown into chaos at that time. Of course, Powerful experts emerged one after another in such an environment. The times create heroes and the heroes create the times. Mei Shuiyan smiled bitterly as she slowly explained. Chapter 477. Pillar of Heaven's Mountains? That's the tallest mountain in the Xian continent, right? The one at the southernmost point of the Xian continent? It said that this mountain is tens of thousands of meters high, stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles, piercing straight into the blue sky from one side of the continent to the other. According to ancient legends, this mountain is the end of the sky. Not to mention humans or animals, even eagles can't fly over it. It had always been uninhabited, and no one had ever been able to conquer it. The Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, connected to the heavens, gods and demons can't climb it. Jun Moxie naturally knew about this mountain and he was very interested in it. On Earth, how big was the largest mountain range, the Kunlun Mountains? But this Pillar of Heaven's Mountains was actually so tall, even taller than Mount Everest, and it almost spanned across the entire planet. This was a miracle among miracles. So Jun Dashao always wanted to climb up and take a look. Yes, at that time, for some unknown reason, a part of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains suddenly collapsed. At that time, flames shot up thousands of feet and countless rocks flew up, flying for tens of miles. All the commoners who lived near the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains were killed or injured. Even a spirit Xian expert wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. In fact, the entire earth was trembling. In fact, many places were surging with heat that could melt gold and stone. This was a catastrophe that would affect the entire world. After the catastrophe, the Xian continent lost more than 10 million people. And after that, the side of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountain suddenly collapsed by more than half. Originally, no one could climb it and no birds could climb it. But after that, although humans still couldn't climb it, the difficulty was much lower. This part of the mountain was several miles long. However, it was also because of this that people discovered something. So the Xian continent didn't end at the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains, there was another world beyond the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains. Mei Shuiyan's voice became heavy. Jun Moxie finally guessed that the story must be behind that mountain range. The catastrophe that Mei Shuiyan was talking about must be a huge volcanic eruption and an earthquake. After the mountain collapsed, two strange-looking things suddenly appeared from the other side. Or I should say people. Mei Shuiyan continued, and these two weird-looking people had a huge conflict with the elites of the Pillars of Sky Mountain Range. In the end, several Supreme Being experts joined forces and barely managed to kill them. However, there were a lot of them crawling over from that place. Even a supreme martial artist is unable to fight against a large number of freaks. However, if these grotesquely shaped and abnormally strong people are allowed to invade the entire continent, they will definitely cause unimaginable harm. Thus, almost all the profound practitioners in the world have gathered to the north of the Pillar of Heaven's Mountains to stop them with all their might. This is the first war for seizing the heavens. Mei Shuiyan let out a deep sigh. The entire continent united as one and united as an impregnable fortress. Finally, we managed to repel those freaks. However, during the battle, everyone gradually realized that those below the Great Master Realm would only be sacrificing themselves in vain when facing those freaks. Even a fourth-grade immortal Shen quasi-Great Master Realm expert wouldn't be able to harm those freaks even if he were to use his full strength against them. Thus, this battle became a battle between the top Shen practitioners. As for those whose strength had not reached the Supreme Being level, they were all sent back. There was really no need to sacrifice them in vain. It was also at that time that the Xian continent, in order to more effectively stop these outsiders, formed four major powers. They were Hermitage, Supreme Golden City, and Illusory Blood Sea. In addition, this was ultimately a battle that concerned the fate of the entire continent. Thus, the Xian beasts, beast kings, and beast venerables also participated in this battle. At that time, Tianfa Forest was the strongest force among the four forces. Thus, with Tianfa Forest as the main force, it was known as the most dangerous place in the universe. The three Holy Lands selected the strongest human Shen practitioners. If one of them reached the bottleneck of the Supreme Being level, they would be taken in by the three Holy Lands. Then they would wait for the next war for seizing the heavens. During this period, they were not allowed to go out except to practice their Shen techniques. Because any slack could lead to the failure of the war for seizing the heavens. And the failure of the war for seizing the heavens would lead to a catastrophe for the entire human race. Thus, the three Holy Lands are basically the concentration camp of the strongest in the Xian continent. Furthermore, only the truly strong can enter the three Holy Lands. As for our Tianfa Forest, we are after all Shen beasts. Human experts would definitely not join us. Thus, as time passed, the three Holy Lands became more and more prosperous. But the Tianfa forest had its own natural elimination rules, so it remained the same. Thus, the Tianfa forest, which was the strongest force among the four forces at that time, was now on the decline. In order to better prevent the invasion of the monsters, the three Holy Lands chose extremely harsh environments. But it was very beneficial to the improvement of the martial practitioners. Thus, as time passed, the three Holy Lands gradually faded out of the eyes of the world. Other than the occasional Shen practitioners who went down the mountains to search for the bottleneck of the Supreme Being level to enter the Holy Lands, there was basically no trace of them in the world. For thousands of years they were gradually forgotten. But the war for seizing the heavens never stopped. This is the origin of the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands. Mei Shuyan looked at the distant sky. So that's how it is. Jun Moxie was a little confused by what he heard, so he casually agreed. But there was some admiration in his heart. It turned out that behind the prosperity of the secular world, there were so many people secretly protecting this continent. And in the war on the other side they only paid silently and sacrificed silently. Just based on this point, it was no wonder that they were called Holy Lands. That's why I'm a little surprised that your master, who has such a high level of cultivation, is still able to live a free and unfettered life. Mei Shuyan lightly rolled her eyes and looked at Jun Moxie. Maybe it's because of my master's indifferent personality. He never shows his face in public. Jun Moxie laughed. Maybe. It's just that, in the recent 1,000 years, the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands have been fighting openly and secretly. They have long forgotten their original intentions. This is also an important reason. I'm sure that many experts have been bitterly disappointed. The three Holy Lands are no longer the three Holy Lands of the past. Mei Shuyan sighed and stared blankly for a while. Then she continued to speak. Later, after fighting every day, everyone was exhausted. So they proposed a decisive battle. After all, those who could come over from their side were also the best of the best. Moreover, the weather south of the Pillar of Heaven's mountains was extremely cold. It was not a place where normal people could live. So, the monsters from that side also wanted to come here. But if they came, they would definitely harm the interests of this side. Moreover, those people were despicable and dirty, and were despised by everyone. So, no matter what, they were not allowed to come here. Later, it became a tradition to have a decisive battle every 10 years. But later they felt that 10 years was too short. Both sides didn't have enough time to rest, so they changed it to 100 years. Then, in that war for seizing the heavens, the strength of the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands rose to an unprecedented level. They actually killed all the strange races who came for the decisive battle. This greatly damaged their vitality. So, they did not come for the next 100 years. Only after 200 years did they make a comeback. But, no matter how ferocious they were all blocked by the strong people of the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands. So, for a long time, things have been repeating like this. Until now, it has become a once every 500 years. Mei Shuyan sighed. The longer time dragged on from a period of 10 years to the current 500 years. To them there are many benefits and no harm. Because, at every moment, they want to get rid of that terrible environment. So, they are constantly working hard. But to our side, 500 years is really too long. It is so long that we can replace a few generations. It is so long that we can forget the terrible consequences. Although the three Holy Lands and one ferocious land still exist, it is not the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands of the past. And, from an unknown time, the people of the three Holy Lands actually started to step into the continent. Some of them even secretly controlled the royal power of the world. As time went on, the changes became more and more intense. In the recent 100 years, the struggle for power and profit had actually become the direction of the three Holy Lands' secret struggle. It is really pitiful and lamentable. Until now, I still can't understand. With the three Holy Lands' high and mighty position, why do they still need these worldly things? Mei Shuyan said with some melancholy. And the most heart-wrenching thing is that the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands are actually going to start some ranking battle. Just for the sake of ranking first and last, they were actually fighting so hard. Who knew how much strength they had wasted on this kind of internal strife? It is really a pity, and the next war for seizing the heavens is also in the next few years. At that time, after 9,000 years of defending, this time is not very optimistic. I'm really worried. Mei Shuyan's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of melancholy. Although we are Shen beasts and not humans, we still see ourselves as a part of the Shen continent. Since 9,000 years, the number of warriors of our Tianfa forest who have died in the war for seizing the heavens has always been the highest among the three Holy Lands and one ferocious lands. We have long regarded this war for seizing the heavens as our duty, because we have already lost too much blood because of this. Although I, Mei Shuiyan, look down on the humans of this continent, what we protect is this vast continent, not these filthy humans. And this responsibility of protecting the continent belongs to us, Tian Fa, and we can't shirk from it. Tian Fa's 10,000 years of glory cannot be lost in my hands. So we must raise our strength this time. We must make Tian Fa's strength soar at all costs. If the humans are unable to resist the invasion of the strange races in the war for seizing the heavens, then let us, the Tian Fa forest, use our bodies to push them back. At the very least, we will be able to perish together with our enemies. So we must participate in the war for seizing the heavens. But if we want to participate, we must continue to be in the ranks of the 3 holy lands and 1 ferocious lands. Otherwise, we won't even have the qualifications to participate in the war for seizing the heavens. Hearing this, Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel deep veneration. Jun Wuxia had said that he wasn't a good person, and he wasn't a gentleman either. In fact, he didn't even care about being a hero. But he still admired and exclaimed in admiration towards those who were truly heroic. Just like Yu Fei Yu Wu Mu in the history of his previous life. And the white-robed divine monarch, Wu Hui, whom he admired in this life. Chapter 478. From what you've described, the longer this decisive battle is dragged out, the more it smells like a conspiracy. Jun Moxie seriously considered this matter for the first time, and said, previously the time limit was extended from 10 years to 100 years. This is understandable because in 100 years, not only can you Shen beasts survive, even the super experts of the human race have the opportunity to participate in 2, or even 3 or 4 war for seizing the heavens. But to suddenly extend to 500 years, the Shen beasts are still okay, but for us humans, it is an extremely sinister plan. Jun Moxie raised a finger. As we all know, once the cultivation of Shen Qi reaches the Earth Shen level, one can use Shen Qi to extend one's life. With the cultivation of Shen Shen, one can basically live up to 150 to 200 years old, and if one can go one step further and reach the supreme level, one can extend one's life again, but it will not exceed the limit of 350 years. This was what Jun Moxie had learned from Solitary Eagle. However, even the Solitary Falcon didn't know what was above the Great Master Realm. In fact, the experts above the supreme level also exist, and they can basically live up to 400 to 600 years old. I believe that your master's cultivation should have reached this level, and in fact, according to the records of Tian Fa, the experts who can go one step further in this level can even have a longer life, but it is very rare because the experts who can reach this level, at most 3 to 5 people in 1,000 years, that's all. Or you can say it like this, the experts who have participated in the war for seizing the heavens, if calculated in the current 500 years, most of them will not have the opportunity to participate in the next war for seizing the heavens. Because to be qualified to participate in the war for seizing the heavens, at least 1 to 200 years of cultivation, to reach such a level. But the next war for seizing the heavens is 500 years later. With the lifespan of humans, it's impossible for them to last until the next battle. No matter how talented an expert is, he or she is limited by his or her strength, and can only shine once. Therefore, regarding the war for seizing the heavens, we can only rely on the inheritance of the torch to the fullest flame. Mei Shuiyan sighed deeply. After all, those who rely on mystical abilities to live for thousands of years only exist in legends and legends. Every war for seizing the heavens is a most miserable and desolate catastrophe. Every expert who participated in the war, no matter how powerful they were, would be prepared to die. They would bring their own direct disciples with them, and let their disciples watch from the sidelines, witness the savagery of the outsiders, and the sacrifice of their own masters. In this way, generation after generation, the torch fire will be passed on. Mei Shuiyan's beautiful eyes became a little misty. I was fortunate enough to be brought along by the previous generation's holy king of Tian Fa to watch the war for seizing the heavens. At that time, I was only a little 7th level. She didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she sighed deeply. The previous generations of Saint Kings of Tian Fa have stated clearly that the extension of time is a conspiracy of the outsiders. They can wait for 500 years and are willing to wait. But we can't. Although they also need to replace the old generation, the living conditions on their side are too terrible. In accordance with the principle of eliminating the weak and leaving the strong, survival of the fittest, every generation has produced countless strong experts. But for our side of the continent, there are a lot of gaps. It's too long, and the habitual forgetfulness of humans is the greatest natural enemy of fighting spirit. If that's the case, why don't we just climb over the mountain and slaughter the outsiders? Wouldn't that be better? Jun Moxie furrowed his brows. Do you think that the countless experts of the past are fools? If this plan could work, it would have come true a long time ago. There were experts who had tried this method long ago, but those who could climb over that mountain were all experts among experts, experts among experts. In the entire continent, there are only a few dozen of them in every generation. And on the other side, there are also many experts waiting, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Furthermore, there are millions of the outsiders, and their residences are scattered all over the place. How can we slaughter them all in one go? If we go over rashly, I'm afraid that we will be slaughtered to the last one. The Pillar of Heaven's mountains is not only a natural moat for the outsiders, it is also a natural moat for us. Mei Shuyan scoffed and said, settling it once and for all is naturally a good thing, but we can't do it. Based on the current situation, it is already very difficult to maintain that we are not invaded. Not to mention attacking? Furthermore, the environment on the side of the outsiders is extremely vile. Even if humans or Shen beasts go there, it will be hard to even guarantee the basic survival conditions. There is no way we can cause a huge massacre. Jun Moxie was silent, but he was calculating in his heart. This matter was indeed difficult, and there were many difficulties that were hard to resolve. First, the 3 saints and 1 ferocious beast had their own plans, and could not work together. Second, they did not have a strong team. If there were 300 to 500 people with the cultivation of a supreme martial artist, and they could give orders in unison, once they successfully crossed over, even if they could not annihilate them in one go, they would definitely hurt the outsiders greatly. Even if the outsiders eliminated the weak and kept the strong, it was impossible for everyone to be strong. Thinking about this, Jun Moxie could not help but think of his personal subordinates, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer. If it was them then, thinking about it, Jun Moxie could not help but shake his head. Right now, those people's murderous intent was enough, but their personal strength was too low. The strongest among them was only at the beginning of the Earth Shen realm, and he was afraid that they would not even be able to climb up that mountain. But if another few decades passed, he shook his head, it would be too late. A man should kill, and when he kills he should be young. A man should make contributions and not allow his white hair to turn black. If he waited for his hair to turn white, then even if he had made great contributions, he would already be old and frail. There is one thing that I am very curious about. Since ancient times, the Shen continent could be considered to be tolerant. Shen beasts could also be accepted by humans, so why can't they try to accept those outsiders? Since they can also be called humans, they should also have a form similar to that of a human, right? The outsiders, what is so special about them? Jun Moxie asked curiously, their strength is so strong, if we can accept them and assimilate them, why can't we? AI, you have not seen those outsiders, so you do not know how scary they are, and even more so, you do not know how dirty and disgusting they are. That is why you have such childish and ignorant thoughts. There was an indescribable expression on Mei Shuyan's face, as if she was extremely disgusting, and even mentioning it would make her feel dirty. Jun Moxie asked with great interest, then what do they look like? The appearance of this tribe, how should I describe it? Their tribe's characteristic is that they are hermaphrodites, a bit like humans deformed conjoined twins. However, no matter which half of them is missing, they will not survive. This is also the biggest weakness of this tribe, which has been concluded by countless predecessors. However, there are also advantages. Because they are composed of 2 bodies, the meridians inside the body can achieve the effect of complementing each other. Therefore, no matter what martial arts they practice, they will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. They look ugly and their behavior is even more ferocious. They have no humanity to speak of. It is not accurate to say that they do not have humanity, because they themselves are not qualified to be called humans. Mei Shuyan frowned and said, these conjoined humans seem to have a very strange and even strange martial art in their tribe. They can hide their traces in the shortest time, or directly turn into a tree, or melt into the water. In short, they are ever-changing and it is very troublesome. Mei Shuyan paused for a while. Conjoined humans? All of them are conjoined humans? Jun Moxie's eyes widened. He had often heard that conjoined humans were a kind of disease, but he did not expect that there was a tribe here. But why did their martial arts sound so familiar to him when he heard Mei Shuyan's description? Their martial arts are even a bit similar to the marvelous martial arts he used before. Mei Shuyan pondered for a long time and finally said, what? Similar to the martial arts I used? What do you mean? You see clearly I am a 7-foot-tall man, a handsome young man. How can I be related to those *T conjoined humans? The young Master Jun was listening with keen interest. But he got angry when he heard Mei Shuiyan's words. I've heard Mei Shuiyan's explanation. Those conjoined bodies are using the so-called 5 evasive arts at most. Moreover, it's the most vulgar kind. Can it be compared with this young master's unparalleled art of unlocking the heavens' fortune and the yin-yang escape? You're looking down on me too much. Young master, please don't be angry. I certainly understand what young master is saying. Although your martial arts have some slight similarities, the difference between the two of you is too great. It's like the difference between heaven and earth, and can't be mentioned in the same breath. Take my heaven and earth cage as an example. It can be said to be the greatest nemesis of their martial arts, and can kill them with a wave of my hand. Although my martial arts can restrain young Master Jun, but it can only imprison you for a short period of time. If it can kill young master, it's still beyond my ability. I can even judge that the reason why I can restrain young master is because young master's cultivation is shallow. If this kind of divine ability is used by your master, then my heaven and earth cage will be able to restrain young Master Jun, and that would be a great fortune. Mei Shuiyan said. Seeing that Jun Moxie was somewhat displeased, Mei Shuiyan had no choice but to flatter Jun Dashao. Listening to Mei Shuiyan's flattery, even with Jun Dashao's calm demeanor, he felt as if he was walking on air. However, this wasn't the time to be complacent. Jun Moxie continued to ask, what kind of weapons do these people specialize in and how cultured are they? Their race seems to only use a type of long and slender saber as their weapon. This saber has undergone thousands of years of evolution, and is quite extraordinary. When it slashes and thrusts, it's swift and fierce. Moreover, they have a habit of shouting out their catchphrase every time they strike. Because there's a huge difference in the language and culture between the two continents, it's impossible to understand what they're shouting. It's really annoying. Even if they're conjoined humans, they're still humans, right? It's just that their appearance is a little strange. Could it be? Jun Moxie blinked his eyes, looking like a curious baby. He couldn't wait to grab a conjoined human and study them. Chapter 479. So, it turns out that brother and sister live together. Jun Moxie suddenly thought of something. If their tribe is like this, then it's possible that their genes are like this. That's right, if they live together like this, how do they reproduce and live together? It can't be that when the male of the conjoined body finds a wife, then his conjoined sister and his wife's conjoined brother are staring at them from the side, right? That's so embarrassing, it's also against the norm. Jun Moxie took it for granted that the conjoined bodies of the same mother were naturally brother and sister. Mei Shuiyan's face turned red. She was angry, anxious, and embarrassed. She didn't know how to answer. She fiercely glared at Jun Moxie a few times, then she closed her eyes and said with a resolute tone, if they knew about the norm, perhaps our ancestors would have tried to accept them long ago. The most outrageous thing about them is that these filthy fellows don't even look for a spouse. Every conjoined body is a couple. Later on, someone from the 3 holy and 1 fierce gave them a unified name, so that it wouldn't be awkward to call them mutated people. Because of their wolf-like nature, they were finally named wolf people. Mei Shuiyan finally finished her introduction. Wolf people. Ronin. Ah. So, there are such shameless existences in this world. This is simply fucking. Jun Moxie was dumbstruck. He was flabbergasted as he blurted out. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that such a big news would break out. What? You are also a young master of an aristocratic family. Why can't you be more refined in front of a girl? Can't you stop using those dirty words? Mei Shuiyan's pretty face was deathly pale. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. She pointed at Jun Moxie with her finger and stood up. She almost ran away. Although the great beauty Mei had a lot of experience, she didn't expect that someone would use such a vivid and disgusting metaphor to speak. She thought of the meaning behind it, and she almost fainted from embarrassment. I have to say that the name that Jun Moxie had casually come up with was too appropriate. It was too vivid. It was so vivid that when anyone thought of these words, their mind would be filled with many unbearable images. Motherfucker! The anger in Jun Moxie's bones was aroused. His face was full of anger and disdain. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws, spittle flying everywhere. I'm the ancestor of elegance. What this young master hates the most are those despicable and shameless devils. Just a bunch of fuckers. How could they cause such a huge commotion on the Shenzhen continent? To actually come up with some war for seizing the heavens, seizing his mother's bird. This young master is filled with righteous indignation. This young master now announces that I'll be fighting with these fellows for the rest of my life. If I can't get rid of these fuckers once and for all, this young master will walk with a D***ck. Mei Shuiyin and Qian Sun Serpent Queen, the two Qian beast beauties, instantly blushed. They looked at this brat jumping up and down while spitting out vulgar words from his mouth. The two of them felt embarrassed, but at the same time they were also a little puzzled. Isn't this a little too much? I've only mentioned a person from a different race. Why is this young master in front of me so angry? It's as if someone had dug up his ancestral grave. Look at this anger, it's not fake. It's completely coming from the bottom of his heart. How could the two of them know where the anger in Jun Moxie's heart came from? With their cultural heritage, they would never understand the great anger in Jun Moxie's heart. Although this werewolf was not the Ronin, but it had successfully aroused the hatred that had been buried deep in Jun Moxie's heart. Let's use this bunch of shameless fellows as an example. What's more, this bunch of fellow Shen skills are actually similar. It's similar to the art of enduring something. This can be considered as not being able to catch the rabbit and eat the dog. In short, Jun Dashao was very angry from the bottom of his heart. Young Master Jun, are you all right? After a long while, Mei Shuiyin asked with a red face and a somewhat reproachful tone. After all, Jun Dashao's venting just now was not in line with his original noble temperament. I'm fine, what could happen to me? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes and roared, don't worry, I'll definitely help you fulfill your request. I'll support this matter greatly. I'll definitely do my best to support you. Towards this kind of strange race devil, we must resolutely strike, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, resolutely carry out the policy of exterminating the clan, never leaving behind any future troubles. At that time, this young master will personally go on stage and kill them all. Such filthy and shameless things are not fit to exist in this peaceful world. Jun Dashao clenched his fist and placed it in front of his chest, his eyes looking straight ahead, assuming a posture of swearing an oath, and said in a righteous manner, as a member of the Shen continent, I, Jun Moxie, will of course protect my home and my country. I will not shirk my duty, even if my bones are crushed, I will do my utmost. Kill him until the sky is filled with blood, and the ground is filled with pools of blood. Directly exterminate the entire clan and feed them to the dogs. Go to hell. Mei Shuiyin laughed and said, Young Master Jun, although I also acknowledge that your martial arts are indeed marvelous, your personal strength is still a little too shallow, and the war for seizing the heavens is just around the corner. Even if your progress is twice as fast, you are still destined to be of no use in the war for seizing the heavens. Your heart is praiseworthy, and your sentiments are worthy of pity. Jun Moxie snorted and said, That's not necessarily true. What not necessarily true? Do you think that you are very amazing just because you can split a mountain and split a rock? Moreover, you have a divine sword in your hand that can cut through gold and jade, and your lightness kung fu is even more marvelous. You are like a tiger that has grown wings. Don't you see the heroes of the world in your eyes? We are already friends. So, I can tell you in a very responsible manner. I'm not afraid of hurting your self-confidence. But your skills are nothing in front of a real expert. Not even the slightest threat. Jun Dashao looked at Mei Shuiyin, a real expert? For example? Any great master-level expert is enough to take you down. It doesn't matter if it's one of the 8 great masters, or the beast kings of Tianfa, any one of them can do it. Mei Shuiyin replied in a dull manner. So you're saying that this naturally includes you and your sister? Of course this naturally includes me and Chen Sun. I only need to use 50% of my Shen Qi and I can kill you with a wave of my hand. It doesn't matter how marvelous your agility skills are. This is the truth. Don't ever doubt it. Mei Shuiyin chuckled as she looked at Jun Moxie. So, young man, you'd better practice hard. There are some things that you'll understand when you grow up. Jun Moxie almost fainted. Don't I know that I can't really contend against you guys with abnormal strength? But, this tone is like an old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life speaking to a young man who has just come out of this world. It also sounds like a mother comforting her young son. This young master is an 8-foot-tall man. How can I be looked down upon like this? The Qian Sun Serpent Queen also opened her beautiful eyes wide in astonishment. How can elder sister speak like this? This tone isn't like her usual self. It's a little fierce in appearance but weak in heart. Even Mei Shuiyin's expression didn't change. But she was shocked in her heart. She was shocked by her own words and actions. That was because she had been guarding against him. However, it wasn't the kind of guarding against an enemy. It was the kind of guarding against a man. A woman guarding against a man. For so many years, there hadn't been a man who could make her guard up like this. Because they didn't even put her in her eyes. But this young man in front of her had made her raise such a thought. What am I afraid of? I'll surprise you. Jun Moxie said this sentence with unusual confidence. Young Master Jun has indeed surprised this seat many times. But, to say that you're able to rise from the middle level of the Tianxian realm to at least the supreme realm in less than 3 years' time is still an unprecedented miracle. That's just the ravings of a lunatic. I'm only speaking the truth. I don't think young master will mind, right? Mei Shuiyin said lightly. It was just like what Mei Shuiyin had said. The Xian continent's Xian cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds ever since the war for seizing the heavens. And it had given birth to too many extraordinary and talented people. They were brimming with innate talents and miracles. But even the most marvelous existences who advanced the fastest would only reach the supreme realm after the age of 40 with the help of some fortuitous encounter. There had never been an exception. Bailey Luo Yun was already a rare genius in 100 years. He was only 25 years old, but he had already reached the Earth Xian realm. But this genius was nothing compared to the geniuses of the past. If Bailey Luo Yun didn't have any more fortuitous encounters, reaching the supreme realm before the age of 60 would already be a rare achievement. Jun Daxiao was only 16 or 17 years old, but he had already reached the Tianxian realm. He could be said to be a rare genius in 1,000 years. However, there were still 8 or 10 people who had reached this level in the past. But a young genius didn't equal to a genius of a lifetime. In fact, there were very few people who had reached the Tianxian realm before the age of 20 who had reached the supreme realm before the age of 100. Therefore, Mei Shuiyin had said that Jun Moxie was a lunatic talking in his dreams. And this wasn't entirely sarcastic. Miss Mei's words are priceless. How could this Jun mind? But there are many things in this world that can't be imagined. And there are very few things that can't be done. Miss Mei can't do it. But that doesn't mean that other people can't do it. And it doesn't mean that this Jun can't do it. The so-called frogs in the well can't see the sky. They don't know the vastness of the Milky Way. Qian Sun Serpent Queen couldn't help but reprimand him. Jun family's boy, you dare to say that we're frogs in the well? You've got a lot of guts. Did I say that? Could it be that you too are those so-called people? Then I ask for Miss Mei's forgiveness if that's the case. Jun Moxie didn't bat an eyelid. Instead, he fiercely retorted. Qian Sun Serpent Queen, be quiet. The young Master Jun must have something to rely on since he has dared to speak such wild words. Perhaps we're just frogs in the well. Mei Shuiyin's words seemed to be reprimanding Qian Sun Serpent Queen. But a sensible person could tell that she was implying that Jun Moxie was overestimating his capabilities. Chapter 480. The corners of the young Master Jun's mouth curled up in an arrogant manner as he slowly continued. Jun Wuxia was only a third-grade debauchee half a year ago. And he was only a Jade Xian expert before he left for the Southern Heaven City. Jun Wuxia may not be able to enter the eyes of the Xian Beast Kings of Tianfa. But he's already at the middle level of the Sky Xian level. Young Mei may have lived for many years, but she's extremely wise and far-sighted. So, how can you judge that Jun Moxie won't be able to climb to the Great Master level in less than 3 years? Or perhaps even higher. So, let's see who's talking nonsense in the future. Mei Shuiyin was left speechless as she listened to Jun Daxiao's arrogant words. That's right. He's transformed from a good-for-nothing trash into a Tianxian expert in only half a year. He's completed a process that an ordinary person may not be able to experience in their lifetime. So, why can't he make another breakthrough in 2 years? Jun Daxiao's voice resounded in the ears of the stunned Mei Shuiyin. There's nothing in this world that can stop me if I, Jun Moxie, want to do something. Even the heavens can't stop me. Jun Moxie's tone of voice was very dull. But it contained a heroic spirit that moved Mei Shuiyin and Mei Shuiyin. Mei Shuiyin was still in a trance. But she slowly narrowed her eyes. That was because she had strangely believed in Jun Moxie's arrogant words. In fact, it was a heartfelt belief. And the fact that such a thing could happen was undoubtedly very frightening considering her firm and resolute state of mind. I've heard that you're going to auction an elixir called the Bone-Tempering Pill in your aristocratic hall? Mei Shuiyin smiled faintly, but she had already secretly circulated her yuan qi, intending to quickly calm the throbbing in her heart and maintain her icy heart. Haha, what kind of elixir is this? It's just a little plaything. Is Miss Mei interested in it? Jun Moxie smiled. Little toy? Young Master Jun, you really dare to say such things. This kind of little thing may not have much use for us profound beasts, but for you human profound practitioners, it is a good thing to recreate the universe. Don't tell me that your master has not taught you this. But you actually took it out to auction. I can't help but admire your courage. Mei Shuiyin smiled faintly, but her eyes were solemn. I think that once the authenticity of the items in this auction is confirmed, even the 3 Holy Lands will send people here. A pill that can refine the bones of a Xiantian-born human is definitely a divine item that has never appeared in this world before. The 3 Holy Lands will also send people here? That's not possible, right? This pill is only an ordinary item that can slightly compact the bones of the human body, that's all. The 3 Holy Lands have stood strong for thousands of years. How could they take a fancy to this kind of thing? Jun Moxie was stunned. Why is it not possible? Only an ordinary item? You really dare to say that? You are also a profound practitioner. Don't you know that the human body, whether it's a heaven-sent genius or a diligent practitioner, will always have some inconsistencies? If you can perform one move at the same time, you won't be able to perform another. Therefore, a profound practitioner's martial skill has a relative flaw. And we usually call this flaw. Moreover, the speed of one's attack is closely related to one's bones and meridians. There are many experts who spend their entire lives in pursuit of increasing their speed, even if it's just a snap of their fingers. But they can't break through in the end. Mei Shuyan was somewhat helpless. And you have this thing in your hand. It's extremely possible for an expert who has been stuck in a certain realm to make a breakthrough. But you've taken it out to auction. You should know that even an expert who is above the great master level can only use his innate physique and bones to cultivate. There's no way for him to change it. But even the slightest effect of this bone-tempering pill would be enough to make a powerhouse's strength advance a step further with the help of a slight change in their bones. You should know how difficult it is to advance a step further on the basis of such a powerhouse. So that's how it is. I've overlooked this, Jun Moxie nodded while pondering. It seems that I've thought of this matter in a somewhat simple manner. He raised his head and said, Miss May, thank you for your pointers. It's true that the 2 of you possess extraordinary strength. But it may not be very convenient for you to stay here. How about, you 2 stay in my house? You can keep Sister Qinghan company. You 2 know each other anyway. We can take care of each other in this way. So, it'll be more convenient for us to discuss anything. Jun Moxie was thinking about wishful thinking in his heart. If he could invite these 2 fairy-like beauties back home, then it would be tantamount to inviting 2 protective talismans for the Jun family. Moreover, they would be extremely powerful. After all, these 2 women were as beautiful as fairies. Moreover, their strength was even stronger than that of the gods. They were truly capable of repelling all evils. One of them was Mei Shuyan, who was far above the great master level. The other one was the Snake King, whose strength was comparable to the 8 great masters. Moreover, there was also the solitary eagle, the god of the grasslands, who was at home. Let alone the Tianxiang imperial family, even if all the other great masters gathered together, or if the 3 Holy Lands came to invade, they would still be able to ensure their safety. At the very least, the people whom they cared about wouldn't be harmed. Then they would be able to put down their worries completely. Then they could make a special trip to the Dongfang family. Then they could take a detour to the Silver Blizzard City. The Sword Peak collapses the snowy mountains. The 3rd uncle and the 3rd aunt are finally together. This is what Jun Moxie has been working hard for all this time. However, whether they live in or not, I must practice hard like crazy with my own strength. I must improve my strength and break through the art of unlocking heaven's fortune and the exquisite Hongjun Pagoda. Only by breaking through will I be able to exert even greater strength. Alright. Then we'll shamelessly disturb you. I'd also like to take this opportunity to see if I can have a deep talk with your master. I want to deepen the scope of our cooperation. Mei Shuyan hesitated for a moment. Then she finally agreed. Jun Moxie was overjoyed. The 3 of them walked together towards Tianxiang City. On the way, Jun Moxie asked curiously, Miss May, you once said that those wolf-like people would roar before they attacked. What did they roar about? Mei Shuyan frowned deeply. She thought for a long time before replying, I think it's Tyrannical Crusher. It's been too long since the last battle, so I don't remember it clearly. Jun Mosie's anger soared to the heavens when he heard these words. He fiercely gritted his teeth and cursed, Tyrannical Gash. Yes, that's what they were talking about. How did you know? Mei Shuyan nodded repeatedly. She had finally recalled her distant memories. However, she was still very surprised. She looked at Jun Moxie and said, How did you know? Could it be that your master also participated in the war for seizing the heavens? Jun Moxie was speechless. He walked even faster. After bringing Mei Shuyan and Mei Shuyan back to the Jun family, Jun Moxie arranged for them to stay with Guan Qinghan. After all, they were old acquaintances. Then he started to practice without stopping. He had received a thick stack of invitations in the past few days. There were invitations from the three princes, invitations from the big families, and even invitations from the Shenqi families outside of Tianxiang City. Jun Moxie ignored all of them. He didn't have the spare time to pay attention to these small fries. Tang Yuan had been extremely busy during this time. He had to prepare for the auction of the bone-tempering pills. On the other hand, he had to deal with the Huang family. Everything had to be done in a swift and decisive manner. Fatty had finally realized that the auction he was going to host wouldn't be easy. At least, it wouldn't be as easy as it had been in the past. However, he still couldn't change the outcome of the auction even though he had realized this. The most unlucky family was the Golden East City's Huang family. The Huang family had been dreaming ever since their son had entered the Tianxiang City. They had been dreaming that their son would return with a beautiful woman. Perhaps they had been hoping for a marriage with the Dugu family. Then their family's strength would rise once again. They had been waiting for such a wonderful news. Their son had suddenly been killed. Moreover, Dugu Zongheng had flown into a rage. In fact, he had demanded an explanation from the Huang family. This had thrown the Huang family into a complete panic. Old man Dugu hadn't even managed to deal with this matter. But the Huang family's businesses had suffered an unprecedented crisis. Almost all of their business partners had left overnight. In fact, they had unilaterally severed all of their business relationships. Moreover, their businesses had been suppressed. In fact, they hadn't been able to raise their heads. In fact, they had been forced to sell their businesses at a loss. And this wasn't the end of it. Their businesses had been smashed every 3 to 5 days. Moreover, they had been extorted by local ruffians several times a day. And the members of their families had come back with bruises all over their bodies. Even the local officials, the lord of the city, who used to sit with the Huang family and touch the bottom of a bottle of wine and talk about everything, had become like the king of hell. For example, a normal procedure would take 3 days. In the past, the Huang family would be able to complete it in half a day. But now, it had been half a month and they had not even completed 1/3 of the procedure. And they could not complain. If they did, they would immediately stop working. Then, it was not that they could not do it anymore, but they would have to go through the whole process again. The Huang family would have been extremely stupid if they hadn't realized that they had offended such a powerful person at this point. Old man Huang had personally visited the Dugu family. But he had been refused at the door. After a few twists and turns, he had finally seen his daughter. But he had realized that his son hadn't died in vain. He had offended a powerful person that the Huang family couldn't afford to offend. In fact, they couldn't afford to offend such a powerful person. Moreover, they had offended him to death. Old man Huang's legs had gone weak after he had heard the true reason behind this matter. In fact, he had almost fainted. He couldn't help but shed tears. "My son, your father doesn't object to your jealousy. But you should also weigh your own weight, right? You're jealous of the Tang family and the Jun family. You even want to kill them. Where did you get the courage to do that? My son is dead. So it's natural for me to hate him. But this hatred seems insignificant when compared to the survival of the entire family. After all, there are hundreds of people in the family who need to survive. They need to eat. And this is much more important than a son." Old man Huang had become anxious when he had seen the family's foundation decline little by little. And the family's wealth had shrunk at a rapid pace. He was about to throw away his face and beg for mercy from Tang Yuan Dashao. But the Huang family situation had unexpectedly taken a turn for the better. This unexpected turn of events had boosted old man Huang's confidence. So, he didn't intend to apologize and beg for mercy anymore. Instead, he intended to take back everything. And he wanted to make that damn big fatty and that Jun family debauchee kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, he wouldn't let them off so easily. In fact, old man Huang had even openly declared, "My Huang family doesn't fear power. Whoever offends us will pay the price. Whoever hounded my son to death will pay with his life. It doesn't matter who you are. A life for a life. A debt must be repaid. This is a matter of principle." Then old man Huang had spat out the whole story. "The Dugu family had an engagement with us. But they broke the engagement to marry someone else in order to curry favor with the Jun family. And they sold their daughter for glory. My Huang family despises this. But the engagement cannot be changed. My son is dead. But the Dugu family's daughter must still marry into the Huang family according to the engagement. Otherwise, the heavens are watching. The sun is bright. Good and evil will be repaid." Moreover, old man Huang had become even more unyielding towards Tang Yuan. "Didn't my son carelessly push you into the latrine to take a bath? Do you need to be so unforgiving? Not only did you kill someone but you also used such a vicious method to deal with us. Where is justice? Where is justice? This matter had set off a huge uproar. And the fact that Fatty Tang had fallen into the latrine became known to everyone. This had made the Tang family's old man furious. And Fatty Tang had suffered a few times because of this. However, it could be said that Fatty had picked up a rock and smashed it on his own feet. After all, the Huang family's backer would have died out if the bone-tempering pills hadn't been auctioned. And he wouldn't have known about it either. The Huang family had deliberately targeted the Jun family's third young master, Jun Moxie. You're Tianxiang's #1 debauchee. Didn't you have a good life because you had a capable master? Do you really think that you're from a super family? You've brought chaos to the imperial court and bullied men and women. You've forcefully taken someone else's fiancé. And you've even hounded him to death. How can such behavior be tolerated? Moreover, you've snatched my Huang family's daughter-in-law. You're courting death. On the other hand, the Huang family had dispatched several experts to beat up the thugs who had gone to cause trouble, and the merchants who hadn't cooperated with them. They had beaten them until they were wailing in misery. The Huang family had made their stand clear. They had vowed to fight these shameless families to the bitter end. They would never yield. The Huang family was full of confidence. This news had shaken the entire court as soon as it had spread out. In fact, the entire world was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the insignificant Huang family would be so crazy? They have the guts to confront the Dugu Jun and Tang families at the same time. Could it be that they've eaten too much? Could it be that the Huang family's old man's head has been kicked by a donkey? Has his brain gone haywire because his son was killed? They've provoked the Jun family, the Tang family, and the Dugu family at the same time. This is the behavior of a lunatic. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they've lost their minds. Instantly, countless people watched coldly from the sidelines to see how this matter would end. Most of the people believed that the Huang family was finished this time. Chapter 481. However, all the aristocratic families seemed to have sensed something different. So they all looked on with the cold eyes of a bystander. What was even more outrageous was that the Emperor of Tianxiang had been living in seclusion ever since the Southern Heaven City's army had returned to the capital. He had completely ignored the big and small matters, and had calmly sat on the fishing platform. He had allowed the wind to blow and the waves to batter him. In any case, I'm pretending to be deaf and dumb. I don't care about anything. So, I'm just pretending to be deaf and dumb. I don't care about anything. The Tianxiang city had become a hot commodity ever since the bone-tempering pill's astonishing efficacy had been spread. Almost every day, people from the aristocratic families would arrive in carriages. The carriages had left deep ruts on the road. So, it could be seen that there was a lot of gold and silver inside. There were also many people who had come without any burden. However, they were holding large amounts of silver notes, and had been exchanging them for gold and silver in the Tianxiang city. In fact, the majority of the money in the Tianxiang city had been transferred to the inns in the past few days. Moreover, there was still an endless stream of people coming from afar. Jun Moxie had entered the Hongjun Pagoda as soon as he had the time after he had returned home. He had been absorbing the heaven and earth spirit qi, transforming it into Zhenyuan, and then exhaling it out. Everyone knew that Jun Moxie was at home. However, no one had seen him. No one was an exception. During this period of time, Jun Wuxia had been frantically practicing his martial arts. On the other hand, he had been frantically searching for pill recipes. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune contained tens of millions of pill recipes. How could it be possible that there weren't any pills suitable for him to refine within these millions of pill recipes? Jun Moxie didn't believe it. However, there were some things that he had to believe. They were very difficult to find. He had searched the entire place but still hadn't found anything. In fact, this was not surprising. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune was known as the #1 mystical cultivation technique since the beginning of the world. It was not a mystical cultivation technique that mortals could dip their fingers into. In fact, it could even be said to be the ultimate cultivation technique of cultivation. For example, if you were to search for elementary school knowledge in a top-grade encyclopedia, the contents of the book would certainly be extremely shallow. It was not that the quality of the book was not high enough, but rather that the level of the information the scholar was searching for was too low. The young Master Jun was very unlucky to be in this awkward situation. The pill recipes recorded in the Book of Unlocking Heaven's Fortune were all good things. Unfortunately, he was either unable to refine them, or they were useless to him. Some good pills could be refined and could be refined. However, there was only one result after consuming them, and that was death. Of course, since it was a super encyclopedia, it would definitely not disappoint or give up hope. For example, the 10 years pill was an exception. He believed that there would definitely be other exceptions in this encyclopedia. However, it would definitely take some time to find them. Jun Dashao had over 100 bottles of the 10 years Dan. He had also prepared dozens of bone-tempering pills. So, he believed that it would be enough for him to use. The other nourishing pills would be useless if he were to refine pills for the Shen beasts of Tianfa. In fact, they would be completely meaningless. That was because in the eyes of the Shen beasts, the most important thing was strength. The second was strength. The third was strength. That was what they wanted. That was their only goal. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao had plundered hundreds of elixirs from the Tianfa forest. It couldn't be said to be a small number. And Jun Dashao's original intention was to use these elixirs to increase his cultivation. He had a large number of valuable elixirs now. However, he didn't have a suitable pill recipe to refine. So it was a waste. In fact, as long as the elixirs were old, they could be directly consumed by those who had cultivated Shen Qi. Then they could circulate their Shen Qi to refine them. It could also increase one's cultivation. Take ginseng for example. As long as it was more than 100 years old, it could increase one's cultivation. However, the effects wouldn't be significant. After all, the medicinal power of the ginseng had accumulated over the years. And it hadn't been refined into a pill that could be absorbed by the human body. On the other hand, there was a saying that every medicine has 3 parts poison. So, the effects wouldn't be good if one were to take only one type of medicine. In fact, it could easily lead to the imbalance of yin and yang. Take ginseng as an example. The attribute of ginseng was masculine. It was true that it could greatly replenish one's vitality. And it had always been the medicine of choice for doctors. But its medicinal nature was too strong. So, it could easily lead to negative side effects. Another example was the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit that he had obtained from the Tianfa forest. This thing was extremely precious from the human world's point of view. But it was only slightly inferior when compared to the top-notch pills recorded in the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. And the reason why Jun Moxie had attached so much importance to it was because it wasn't particularly high-grade. But it could be included in the 6th layer of the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. Moreover, it could be used by ordinary people. So, it was exceedingly precious. The attribute of the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit could be said to be extreme from the human world's point of view. It was extremely yin and evil. So, it could be obtained within the right time limit. But, its enormous medicinal properties weren't something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even the beast kings of Tianfa might not be able to withstand it. They would obviously break through the bottleneck if they succeeded. And their cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. But their bodies would explode and they would die if they weren't careful. The beast kings of Tianfa were well aware of the dangers involved in this. But they were willing to risk their lives in order to pursue a breakthrough in their strength. So, they were willing to risk their lives in order to do so. And this behavior was obviously a waste of resources in the eyes of Jun Dashao. Of course, it wasn't that there weren't some natural elixirs that could directly enhance one's strength after taking them. But these spiritual herbs were the main ingredients needed in some high-grade pills. So, their efficacy would increase if they could be refined into pills. Moreover, they could benefit many people. So, it would be a waste if they were taken rashly. For example, a 1,000-year snow spirit mushroom could increase one's strength by 100 years after taking it. But, it could increase the strength of dozens of people by 100 years if it was refined into pills. One didn't need to ask to know which was more important. In fact, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit could also be considered as one of these pills. And the beast kings of Tianfa wouldn't be the only ones who would benefit if Jun Moxie could successfully refine it into pills. So, I won't say any more unnecessary words. The days passed like this. And Jun Moxie's Shen Qi cultivation continued to grow. In fact, he had already gradually broken through the Tian Shen middle level if he were to use Shen Qi as a standard. In fact, he was progressing step by step towards the Tian Shen pinnacle level. And Jun Moxie would hold a large pile of pill recipes and ponder them carefully during this period of time. So he wouldn't practice his martial arts. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Over time, Jun Wuxia finally had some gains. He had picked out a few pills from the vast array of pill recipes. Although the encyclopedia's primary and secondary knowledge was scarce, it wasn't completely non-existent. Moreover, it was precisely because it was scarce that the contents were extraordinary. Just like the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit, it was originally a worldly elixir, but it was included in the 6th level of the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. In the past, when Jun Dashao refined pills, he would only look at the name of the pill recipe and refine the pills according to the book. But this time he looked at all the components of the pill recipe, and the densely packed instructions at the back. Apart from the 10 years pill that he had already refined, there were still 7 or 8 other types of pills that could increase one's cultivation. Moreover, all of them had extraordinary effects. This discovery made Jun Moxie extremely happy. However, he naturally ignored the pills that belonged to the first or second level. Now that the system was at the third level, he naturally had to refine the higher level pills. These 3 pill recipes were the Vitality Linkage Pill, the Vitality Gathering Pill, and the Heaven Vitality Pill. These were the 3 types of pills that Jun Moxie had used a tremendous amount of effort to filter out. From the densely packed pill recipes, he had explored them bit by bit, analyzed them one by one, and inquired about them one by one. This amount of work took a lot out of Jun Moxie. In fact, young Master Jun was very confident that if he had been this diligent in his previous life, Tsinghua University and Peking University would have been as easy as taking something out of his pocket. He would have been able to obtain all the doctorates and master's degrees in the entire world with ease. He would have been able to obtain them with lightning speed and ease. The Vitality Linkage Pill was a type of pill that increased the speed of vital energy flow in the meridians of the human body. Naturally, it also included the mystical energy of the mainland and the heavenly punishment force. Although this pill could not directly increase one's strength, it could greatly increase the speed of vital energy flow. Think about it, the same river that was 10 feet wide with the same amount of water. One river was calm and unhurried, while the other river was turbulent and surging. Then, which river was more powerful? The effects of the Vitality Linkage Pill did not stop there. If one were to judge based on the comparison just now, if the meridians of a normal cultivator were a plain river, then the meridians of a person who had consumed the Vitality Linkage Pill were equivalent to a tall mountain waterfall. Although the water flow was still the same, there was already a fundamental difference. The effect of the Vitality Linkage Pill was to transform the plain river into a tall mountain waterfall. Think about it, an expert who could originally launch 3 attacks in a breath's time, after this transformation could launch 9 attacks. Moreover, it was more than enough. When experts exchanged blows, life and death were separated by a hair's breadth. It seemed like a difference of 3 times, but the lethality of the attack was increased by at least 10 times. This was the principle of the difference of a millimeter, but the difference of 1,000 miles. This was especially true for the beast kings of the Tianfa forest who were renowned for their speed. This pill was almost tailor-made for them, and could be said to be an immortal pill that could seize the fortune of the heavens. This kind of astonishing transformation even Jun Moxie himself could feel the terror. However, high rewards were often accompanied by high risks. This pill contained an extremely great danger. For cultivators whose meridians were not flexible or whose mystical cultivation was above Xin Xian's level, after consuming this pill, all the meridians in their body would immediately rupture, and there would be absolutely no hope of recovery. The Vitality Linkage Pill was worthy of the word linkage. Vitality Congregation Pill. Chapter 482. As for the restrictions, it's the same as the Vitality Linkage Pill. High returns are always accompanied by high risks. At this point, I believe that everyone should have realized that only a cultivation idiot like Jun Wuxia hadn't realized that this spirit-gathering pill was basically the same as the spirit-gathering pill mentioned in the cultivation novels of his previous life. However, in terms of effectiveness, it was far more effective than the spirit-gathering pill. Heavenly Vitality Pill. This pill had no other benefits apart from increasing one's cultivation. It could be said that it was an upgraded version of the 10 years pill. Taking one pill could increase one's cultivation by 50 years. However, the restrictions were slightly higher than the 10 years pill. Not everyone could take it. Only those at the level of Tianxian and above could take it. Jun Moxie bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the Hongjun Pagoda. He was laughing maniacally. Damn it. What does it mean to say that hard work pays off? Isn't this the case? Sure enough, there's a harvest for every bit of work. I finally found these 3 pills under this young master's painstaking efforts. This is simply like a village that has a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, Jun Dashao still had some doubts. In his mind, strength was everything. The Heavenly Vitality Pill was much more effective than the Vitality Linkage Pill and the Vitality Congregation Pill. It could increase one's cultivation by 50 years in one go. How respectable and terrifying was this? Why was the Heavenly Vitality Pill's restriction so low? Moreover, the other 2 pills could only be taken by those at the level of Xinxian and above. However, the Heavenly Vitality Pill could only be taken by those at the level of Tianxian and above. Wasn't the disparity between the 2 too big? This didn't make sense. If his doubts were known by any other cultivator, they would probably beat him until his face was blooming like a peach blossom, his eyes were dazzling like stars, his head was like a pig's head, and his butt was like an elephant's butt. At the very least they would let him know why flowers were so red. Just like that, he might even be so angry that he would roar and spit out dozens of tails of blood. What an idiot, a cultivation idiot. This kind of heaven-defying idiocy had obviously reached the point where even the Jade Emperor was speechless. How could he have such good luck? How could such a good thing fall into the hands of this idiot? A good cabbage was taken by a pig. In for a penny, in for a pound. Jun Moxie decided to stay in the Hongjun Pagoda to cultivate and refine pills. When he was thirsty or hungry, he would directly swallow the ordinary medicinal herbs he had on hand. Although it was a little wasteful, this kind of 1,000-year seal wort could not only satisfy his hunger, but also quench his thirst. Most importantly, he still had a lot of them in stock. Now that time was rather tight, he didn't care too much about it. Compared to some of the heavenly elixirs, it was obvious that this thing was no longer worthy of Jun Dashao's eyes. Jun Dashao's extravagance was a reckless waste of heavenly treasures. If this were to fall into the eyes of any medicinal family in the Shenshen continent, they would be so distressed that they would hover between life and death, and then die and come back to life again. A torture. These were all top-notch elixirs that could only be harvested in the depths of the Tianfa forest. This was also the terrifying accumulation of the Tianfa forest for thousands of years. And how many people in this world could safely reach the core of the Tianfa forest? Even experts at the level of the 8 great masters would have to worry about not being able to come out alive if they went in. It would already be an amazing feat to find a 100-year seal wort in the market. But this Jun Dashao was actually munching on a 1,000-year seal wort like it was a carrot. Moreover, he was sighing non-stop. It's tasteless. It tastes like wax. It's not tasty. This young master is being abused. If these words of his were to spread out, there would surely be countless white-haired divine doctors and the patriarchs of the medicinal families scrambling over each other. I beg you, please let me be abused once. I beg you, I represent my 8 generations of ancestors and future generations to sincerely beg you, please abuse me once? Or, if he were to be seen by a miser like Fatty Tang, who regarded money as his life, Fatty would certainly cry and shout, "Brother, you're my blood brother. Please abuse me once. I'm willing to do it 10 times. I'm even willing to do it 100 times. You're not eating elixirs. You're eating mountains of gold and silver. You're making my heart ache." Jun Imosie's face was flushed as he once again took the 1,000-year Solomon's seal to fill his stomach. His body was surging with vigor and he had nowhere to vent it. So, he first calmly circulated his qi and then played with his fists and legs for a long time. Then he hummed and snorted as he practiced his swords. Finally he began to refine pills again. Jun Dashao was quite proficient in concocting elixirs by now. After all, he had been crazily refining the bone-tempering pill and the others. So, he had accumulated a lot of experience. Faced with these 3 newly researched elixirs, Jun Dashao naturally started with what he thought to be the lowest level elixir. After accumulating experience, he would refine the heavenly yuan pill, which was more difficult to refine, but also had the highest value. After all, these were all top-grade medicinal ingredients. It would be a pity to waste them. His first choice was naturally this simple vitality linkage pill. Jun Dashao was in high spirits. He struck an awesome pose and imitated the living Buddha Ji Gong's mantra, "Oh, mommy, 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 mommy." He pointed his finger like a sword. The furnace of good fortune rose into the air with a wung sound. It stood upright in the void and slowly rotated. Then, it radiated thousands of propitious qi and 10,000 rays of light as it rotated. The black primal chaos flame, which had been burning peacefully, silently rose into the sky with a loud rumble. It used the flame to support the body of the furnace of good fortune. The black flame was like 10,000 ghostly tongues of flame. The flame reached the sky and burned faintly. The black flame also soared into the furnace of good fortune. Amidst the multicolored radiance of the furnace of good fortune, the black flame was dazzling. Jun Moxie revealed a proud smile. He was smug and full of confidence. His right hand grasped the void, and the 21 medicinal ingredients that he had prepared earlier floated into the air. Then, like moths flying into a flame, they entered the furnace of good fortune in a single file. Jun Moxie quickly formed countless hand seals, and with a bang sound, the lid of the furnace of good fortune automatically flew up and merged with the body of the furnace of good fortune. At this moment, the primal chaos flame also exploded. The flame rapidly soared, and the entire furnace of good fortune was enveloped by the primal chaos flame. Jun Moxie followed the requirements of the Dan technique. He used the 7-star steps, and swiftly moved around the black flame. His hand seals changed in a complicated manner, and the spiritual power in his body surged out to support the primal chaos flame. Time passed by quickly. Jun Dashao suddenly felt that something was wrong. Crap. I've been refining for a long time. At the very least, it should be 10 times longer than before. How come there is still no movement? In the past, 10 furnaces of 10 years pills would have been ready by now. But there is still no movement. What's going on? After a while, Jun Dashao finally felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He felt dizzy and his steps were weak. His entire body was drenched in sweat. The spiritual power in his body was about to reach the bottom. But the furnace of good fortune that was surrounded by the black flames still didn't show any movement. I must hold on. I must hold on. I can't drop the ball at this critical moment. Jun Moxie clenched his teeth. He took out a 10 years pill and threw it into his mouth. Even if it can't increase my martial power, it can still restore my spiritual power. Finally, Jun Dashao was exhausted and couldn't hold on any longer. But the goddess of luck once again favored Jun Dashao. The furnace of good fortune issued a clanging sound, and its lid flew up. The primal chaos flame quietly shrank into a small pile, and the furnace of good fortune slowly fell down. My God. It's too difficult. How can it be so difficult? Isn't it just a medicine that's similar to the bone-tempering pill? How can it be so difficult to practice? This young master's life was nearly taken away. Jun Moxie gasped for breath. He wiped his sweat and his legs trembled like noodles. Then he finally sat down on the ground. It seemed as if he had done it many times in a night. Or it seemed as if he had run 1,000 miles without stopping. He stuck out his tongue and panted for a long time. Then he staggered and struggled to stand up. Then he stuck his head out to look at the furnace of good fortune. How can this be? Jun Moxie cried out in astonishment. He couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Then he fixed his eyes to look again. A mass of black ash was calmly lying at the bottom of the furnace of good fortune. Jun Dashao's entire body was paralyzed like a deflated ball. He had fallen to the ground. His body was exhausted. His martial power had been overdrawn. He had been full of confidence and had suffered a cruel blow from failure. He had spent so much effort, but he had dropped the ball in the end. My God. Why is my life so bitter? Fu *K. I don't believe this evil. I'm going to fight you. I don't believe that I can't deal with you. Jun Moxie jumped up with a malevolent look on his face. He pointed one hand to the sky and the other to the ground. Then he closed his eyes and started to revolve the art of unlocking heaven's fortune with all his might. His dantian warmed up slightly. Then, a wisp of pure spiritual power soared into his meridians. The Hongjun Pagoda's enormous amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi seemed to have encountered a tornado. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, it rushed towards Jun Moxie's body. A long time passed. No one knew how much time had passed. Then Jun Moxie's eyes opened and a bright light burst out. His physical strength and spiritual power had been completely restored. But when he tried to examine his body, Jun Moxie was surprised to find that he had overdrawn his limits. This time he had overdrawn his strength to the limit. And the result of this overdrawing was that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune had advanced by a large step. Just from the amount of spiritual chi he absorbed, he could clearly feel that it was several times more than what he had absorbed in the past. Strange. Jun Dashao scratched his head. He couldn't understand it no matter how much he thought about it. He hurriedly poked his head out and went to his own courtyard. Only then did he realize that he had spent a full day and a night to concoct the pills. He had already stayed in the Hongjun Pagoda for more than 10 days. His snow-white robe was now completely unrecognizable. It was extremely filthy. His hair was messy like a chicken's nest. His face was covered in black stains. Those were sweat stains. He looked even more like a beggar than a beggar. Jun Moxie hurriedly gave some instructions. Then he stepped into the bathtub naked. He scrubbed himself while he pondered. What's going on? Chapter 483. But Jun Dashao, who was an idiot at the cultivation level, naturally didn't know the reason behind this. This time's failure in concocting the pills had already made him categorize these 3 pills as extremely difficult to concoct. In his mind, the effects of the heavenly yuan pill were so powerful that they were naturally the most precious. They were definitely more difficult to concoct than the vitality linkage pill. After resting for a while, Jun Dashao took a bath and prepared to go back in again. The little lolliker was serving him bashfully at the side with a blushing face. Looking at her young master's fair and strong body that seemed to emit a mysterious luster, the little lass's face was flushed red and her body felt hot. Her heart was thumping wildly and her pretty eyes wandered about, but she couldn't help but steal glances. So handsome. How could he be so handsome? Young master is a man, the little lass thought to herself. What? Third young master is out? Let me in quickly. What? Why can't I go in? I'm his brother, a good brother, you know? He's bathing? Fuck. We're both men, what's wrong with me going in while he's bathing? Do you think I can rape him? Hurry up and get lost. Shouting indignantly all the way, Tang Yuan and Tang Daxiao rushed in. When Tang Yuan entered the room, the door of Jun Daxiao's room was a little too narrow, and a door was forcibly squeezed open. Jun Moxie was resting in the bathtub with his eyes closed. How could he not be angry when he suddenly opened his eyes and saw his whole face? Third young master. I'm so angry, Motherfucker. Tang Yuan didn't wait for Jun Moxie to erupt in anger and started to fly into a rage himself. There's actually such a thing, that Huang family really doesn't know life from death. They actually want me to pay with my life for that despicable son of theirs, and they actually want to hold a ghost marriage. They want the Dugu family to marry Dugu Xiaoyi to their son's memorial tablet, and the most abominable thing is that they want you to kowtow in front of their son's memorial tablet. What kind of world was this? Damn it, can rabbits threaten wolves now? Fatty, what's going on? Jun Moxie closed his eyes and frowned as he lay in the bathtub. He was getting impatient. I'm naked right now. If we were to meet in the bathhouse on a normal day, we'd be naked and honest. Naturally, I wouldn't have any misgivings. Brother's figure is so outstanding, how could I lose out? But at this moment, you suddenly barged in and stared at my bathtub with your saliva flying everywhere. I'm really a little embarrassed. Boss, you don't know what's going on with this Huang family. They've suddenly become arrogant. They're even more arrogant than a dog with a bald tail. Tang Yuan jumped up and down. He looked very ferocious. Now you can directly start spouting nonsense to the outside world. He was simply courting death to the extreme and it was truly intolerable. I've decided to mobilize my troops and exterminate them. But I don't know what my grandfather is thinking. He has specifically sent someone to the aristocratic hall to warn me that I mustn't act blindly without thinking. The Dugu family has also bided their time. I'm King depressed. Could it be that the insignificant Huang family can overturn the heavens? Huang family? They've become arrogant? Jun Moxie had been blindly practicing his martial arts and refining pills for the past few days. But he had gradually become confused. So he suddenly sat up and splashed water everywhere. His complexion had also become serious. That was because Jun Daxiao had suddenly recalled the words that Dugu Wudi's second madam had said when Huang Shulu had been executed. My Huang family also had an ancestor from the illusory ocean of blood. Moreover, the words that Mei Shuiyan had said earlier also came to his mind at this time. The effect of your pills is very miraculous. I reckon that the people from the three holy lands will also come to the auction of these bone-tempering pills. Jun Moxie frowned as he pondered. Could it be that the illusory ocean of blood of the three holy lands has been triggered this time? Moreover, the person who has come is coincidentally that ancestor of the Huang family? But isn't this too fucking coincidental? Fatty, don't be anxious. There's no use in being anxious. First, tell me everything that happened after you took action. Don't leave anything out. Jun Moxie closed his eyes and lay back down. But his mind was rapidly thinking. He didn't want to miss a single word that Tang Yuan had said. That was because he wanted to see some real things from these tiny clues. Tang Yuan's temperament was also extraordinary. He seemed to have realized something after a moment of hot-headedness. His heart thumped and he didn't dare to talk nonsense. So, he honestly recounted everything that had happened in great detail. He had the impression that his big brother Jun Moxie had always been fearless. So, when had he ever seen such a cautious expression on his face? Could it be that this matter is very serious? Could it be that the Huang family is hiding a very powerful person? Jun Moxie listened to Tang Yuan's story. The Huang family didn't have the strength to fight back from the beginning to the end. In fact, they had even started to look for their connections everywhere to beg for mercy. The entire Huang family had been living in a state of constant anxiety. They were only a few more breaths of life than the dead. But they had been acting very differently in the last few days. They had gone from being subservient to being overbearing and unyielding. Moreover, the conditions that they had proposed were very difficult for the three big families to accept. It was clear that they were making things difficult for them. Moreover, they seemed to be using the three big families to establish their power. Why would the Huang family dare to do this? The imperial family and several tyrannical families of the mainland wouldn't be able to rely on them if they were the forces of the mortal world. So why would they dare to do this? Jun Moxie had thought of this problem at first. The Huang family couldn't be full of fools. They had been willing to compromise in the beginning. So they wouldn't have taken the lives of their entire family as a joke. However, the sudden change in attitude had made Jun Moxie come to a conclusion in his heart. He believed that the Huang family wouldn't have dared to do such a suicidal thing if the Huang family's ancestor hadn't suddenly returned. Moreover, they wouldn't have had a way out even if they were given 10,000 times more courage. However, the situation would have been completely different if the Huang family's ancestor had come from the illusory ocean of blood to back them up. The Huang family wouldn't have dared to make a move against a colossus like the Silver Blizzard City if they had the support of the illusory ocean of blood. The Jun family, the Tang family, and the Dugu family. However, the Huang family had been clamoring so fiercely. But there hadn't been any rain even after so many days had passed. This had made Jun Moxie even more certain of Mei Shuiyan's words. These people have come for the bone-tempering pills. Tang Yuan, don't be impatient, Jun Moxie said in an understated manner. Is the insignificant Huang family worth making such a fuss over? Let's wait for my brother to get busy for a few days. Let's leave them to dry first. It's no big deal. Sometimes taking revenge is more satisfying than taking it slowly. Fatty was stunned. He didn't object to Jun Dashao's words. After all, it was more fun to abuse people slowly. But the problem was that this style didn't seem like Jun Moxie's style. Also, don't leave the bone-tempering pills in the aristocratic hall. I'll ask Golding to go with you to retrieve them. It'll be safer to leave them with me. A cold light flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. You want to deal with me? You even want my bone-tempering pills? Is there such a cheap thing in this world? I don't care if you're from the illusory ocean of blood or whatever. What can the three holy lands do? You'll have to bear the consequences if you want to oppose me. You've dared to clamor with this young master because you have something to rely on. This young master won't kill you at once. He'll slowly toy with you bit by bit. The solitary eagle is going to retrieve the bone-tempering pills. That's foolproof. Even if the 8 great masters were to besiege him, the solitary eagle of the prairie would still be able to fly back and escape unscathed. Well, this is also good. The aristocratic hall has been constantly being visited by people at night these past few days. Hai Feng and Song Shang have been keeping watch. But they've had very little effect. I've been on tenterhooks for a long time now. Tang Yuan pretended to wipe his cold sweat. Hai Feng and Song Shang would have probably flayed this fatty if they'd heard these words. The two of them were the ones who had to deal with the Nightwalkers. So they were exhausted every night. In fact, the aristocratic hall would have been torn down a long time ago if they hadn't been there. However, this fatty Tang's snoring was enough to shake the entire Tianxiang city. In fact, it was even possible for his snoring to travel 8 to 5 kilometers away. Well, fatty, you don't have to be stubborn if someone catches you and interrogates you about the whereabouts of the pills. You can even tell them that the pills are in the Jun family's elegant fragrance courtyard. Moreover, the quantity is considerable. Moreover, the quality of the pills is even better, Jun Moxie said in a serious manner. Why? Tang Yuan asked in a puzzled manner. The elegant fragrance courtyard is elder sister Qing Han's residence. What will we do if those people really break in? Elder sister Qing Han is a woman. Isn't this too inappropriate? Appropriate. Very appropriate. Jun Moxie smiled and said, you don't need to worry about these trivial things. You can say this if you get caught. You can't go wrong if you listen to me. Fatty, you only know that it's elder sister Qing Han's residence. But you don't know that there are 2 tigresses living there. Bah, tigresses aren't as scary as those 2. They're at least empress-level tigresses. It doesn't matter who these people are. They'll die miserably if they believe your words and come to the elegant fragrance courtyard to steal the pills. This is the same as rubbing a lit candle on a bag of explosives. It's a different approach to achieve the same result. Moreover, this isn't really a lie. Jun Dashao had given Mei Shuiyan a few bone-tempering pills of the highest quality, and had asked her to appraise them. Wow, this is an endless loop. It's an absolutely unsolvable death trap. Tang Yuan nodded in a daze. He didn't know what Jun Moxie meant. But he instinctively chose to believe him. The matter was more or less explained. The water in the bathtub was getting cold. Jun Moxie glared at him and said, have you seen enough? Fatty Tang said, have you seen enough? Chapter 484. Stop right there. Do you think that your big brother wants to see your bare body? It's not like I haven't seen it when we used to go to the brothel. Your big brother looks at your skinny little body and feels disgusted. Tang Yuan curled his lips in disdain. But his curling lips turned into a grin because he was too fat. He stood up, patted his thick buttocks and swaggered out the door. Fatty, you've broken my door today. 5,000 taels of silver will automatically be deducted from your bonus. Fatty had unexpectedly spoken rudely and ridiculed his majestic body. Jun Moxie couldn't help but fly into a rage as he shouted, "Gold!" Fatty fell to the ground with a thump outside the door. What? 5,000 taels of gold? What kind of door is so expensive? Jun Moxie leisurely cleaned the water stains on his body. Little Kerr blushed as she helped him put on dry clothes. It had to be said that crossing over to another world was very harmful. Jun Moxie had always been an assassin in his previous life. But he had now become accustomed to the days where he had to stretch out his hands to get what he wanted. He had truly fallen from grace. Jun Moxie put on a loose robe. Then he gently pinched the little Kerr's face. The little Kerr pouted coquettishly. Jun Dashao laughed heartily as he jumped out of the door. He then went to look for Solitary Eagle, and told him to go to the aristocratic hall to get the medicine. Jun Wui and Jun Zhantian were busy preparing for Guan Qinghan's adoption. There was also an old man in the residence who had nothing to do at the moment, Dugu Zongheng. Ever since the Dugu family heard that Jun Moxie could cure the old man's old injury, old man Dugu had been staying at the Jun family's residence. They were all acquaintances and future in-laws. Dugu Zongheng didn't treat himself as an outsider at all. He hadn't even been here for a day, but he was already ordering the servants of the Jun family around. Moreover, Jun Moxie didn't have any free time these past few days. Dugu Zongheng, who had been waiting in vain for a few days, was quite dissatisfied. Therefore, old man Dugu's earth-shattering voice frequently resounded throughout the Jun family's residence. It was like a bolt from the blue, and it was comparable to Fatty's snoring that startled Sijio City. This made the servants of the Jun family suddenly realize that serving Grandpa Jun was such a blissful thing to do. Jun Imosia treated old man Dugu at the fastest speed possible, like a divine doctor who had rushed to the scene. In fact, there wasn't much to treat. He only inserted a few golden needles into the fleshy area of the old man's buttocks. Then he circulated the art of unlocking heaven's fortune through the old man's meridians. Although this action wasn't much, old man Dugu Zongheng immediately felt his entire body relax by more than half. However, this old man was also a meticulous person. He carefully noted down the places where Jun Moxie had inserted the needles. He muttered to himself in doubt, "It seems that there's nothing else in that area except flesh. Is there really an acupuncture point? How can a few needles in the buttocks be so effective? This is really strange." This also led to Dugu Zongheng going to ask several divine doctors in the capital about this. However, he ended up harshly scolding them. That was because the divine doctors all agreed that the needles had no effect other than pain. Old man Dugu couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder there are so few doctors in this world who can cure serious illnesses. Because Dugu Zongheng's old injury had been cured by acupuncture in those spots. So how could he not scold them? Quacka. Quacks harm people like this. The few miracle doctors were so angry that they almost went crazy on the spot. This was only the first time. Dugu Zongheng wasn't able to get rid of the root cause. But he was extremely satisfied. He hadn't felt this relaxed and comfortable feeling in the past few decades. That night, Dugu Zongheng and Jun Zhantian swayed back and forth as they drank until they were dead drunk. I haven't drunk like this in decades. How can it not be satisfying? Jun Moxie had already entered the Hongjun Pagoda amidst the chaos. And he had started a new round of struggle. Jun Moxie had discovered that the effects of exhausting his true essence during alchemy were much better than when he was risking his life to restore it. Two burly men were riding their mounts in the distant south. They were riding towards the north in high spirits. Their mounts could be said to be horses, but they had horns on their heads. Moreover, their faces weren't very long. But they didn't look like deer. Their hooves were covered with white fur. It seemed as if they were wearing gloves. But they were running at a godly speed. Not to mention ordinary horses. Even the legendary divine steeds wouldn't be able to compare with them. What was even more outrageous was that these two burly men weren't riding their mounts. They didn't have any reins, saddles, or stirrups. Moreover, they weren't shouting at each other. In fact, it seemed as if these strange mounts were looking for a path on their own. But the expressions of these two men made it seem as if they weren't mistaken. Behind them, there was a huge bundle on the buttocks of those two strange mounts. And the size of these bundles had reached a terrifying degree. Its weight must be considerable as well. Many people's eyes were shining as they walked, and their mouths were dripping with saliva. That's because these two huge bundles were emitting a strong scent. They should be filled with medicinal ingredients. Moreover, they were all top-notch rare medicinal ingredients. No, just saying top-notch and rare wouldn't be enough to describe their preciousness. It would be more appropriate to say that they were heavenly treasures that only existed in the legends. Only this kind of thing could emit such an attractive scent. Not to mention consuming it, even smelling the scent from behind one's buttocks would make one feel a lot more refreshed. Naturally, there were many people who coveted such a good item. Therefore, the journey of these two burly men couldn't be considered to be peaceful. Countless herb gatherers came up to strike up a conversation with them. They wanted to buy them at a high price. There were also countless medicinal aristocratic families eyeing them. As for thieves who planned to rob, steal, or rob along the way, there were countless of them, but these two burly men brazenly headed north. They didn't seem to care at all. And they actually walked over safely. Waves after waves of robbers intercepting them didn't seem to have any effect on these two men. In fact, they didn't even take them seriously. This was because they had already walked more than half the way. Not only did they not delay their journey, but their leather robes were still as clean as ever. There wasn't even a speck of dust on them. In fact, the two of them even talked leisurely as they walked. It was as if they were on a sightseeing tour. Fourth brother, this journey is quite long. But it's quite enjoyable. This was a burly man in embroidered robes. He had a leopard's head and round eyes. His beard was bursting outwards like iron bars. This burly man's physique made everyone who saw him think of a string of praises: majestic, valiant, mighty, tall, strong. Ninth brother, you. Sigh, I don't know what to say to you. Why did you insist on coming here? If you hadn't been so stubborn, I would have arrived a few days ago on third brother's back. But look at you now. The other burly man had the same physique as the one in front of him. In fact, he was even more muscular. He was truly too muscular. In fact, he looked like a bear. However, his tone was one of complaint. I didn't have to travel for more than 10,000 miles. It's really unlucky. I, your fourth brother, have suffered because of you this time. When have we ever had to waste time like this? Fourth brother, hee. You also know that I haven't come out to play for several decades. This is such a rare opportunity. It's quite nice to run around while I'm at it. I can look at the verdant hills and clear waters. I can also exercise my fists and legs along the way. These days are simply too blissful. It's like the days of an immortal. The burly man in embroidered robes had a silly smile on his face. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. He smacked his lips and said, "The only regret is that these people can't take a beating. They fall to the ground as soon as I touch them. It's simply not satisfying enough. Why don't there be a few supremes like Xin Xian who come out to snatch our things? Bah. I'll spit on your face. Aren't you talking nonsense to practice? How many people in the entire continent can withstand a blow from you, the Golden Tiger King? You're planning to let Supreme Xin Xian come out to cut the road as a little thief. What are you thinking? Don't tell anyone that you know me with your IQ. I'm so wise and farsighted. But I can't afford to lose my face like this." The burly man rolled his huge eyelids in a bad mood. He then sighed, "That motherfucker third brother Crane is too much. He doesn't want to come by himself. But he doesn't want the Eagle King to send us off. He's so cruel that he wants us to hurry on our way. I'll go back. I don't think there's anything wrong with going slower." The Golden Tiger King Earthcracker scratched his head. He was somewhat embarrassed. "I have acrophobia. That's why I said you're a burden." The burly man was the Bear King, Bear Mountain. He rebuked him without any trace of politeness. "I didn't want you to come, but you insisted on coming. Wouldn't it have been better if you just let third brother Crane come? Look at how much trouble you've caused along the way. You've massacred everyone along the way." Hee. The Tiger King Earthcracker rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly. "But fourth brother, isn't this satisfying? But why don't these people have any background? They don't even have a backer like Great Master Xin Xian. I'm so disappointed." Bear Mountain looked at him in a bad mood. He then heaved a long sigh. It seemed as if he was extremely depressed. Fourth brother, this trip to Tianxiang is a rare opportunity. So, we should play for a few more days?" the Tiger King Earthcracker said with a salivating face. "Wouldn't it be satisfying to go back after delivering the medicine? Why don't we stay there for a few more days? Then we can find people to compare notes with. I reckon that there will be many people coming to Tianxiang this time. Or we might even be able to bask in Senior Feng's limelight if we get the chance." Hee hee hee. You pig brain. Haven't you basked in enough limelight? Bear Mountain cursed in a flustered and exasperated manner. Why do I have a sworn brother like you? Alas, don't talk to me. I don't need to see you again. I want to say that I don't know you anymore. Fourth brother, please calm down. Fourth brother, please calm down. Please don't be angry. The Tiger King had a silly smile on his face. Bear Mountain was helpless. So, he covered his forehead with his hand and heaved a long sigh. This was something that Long Crane would often do when he was with him. Bear Mountain finally understood Long Crane's feelings at that time. It was a feeling of wanting to kick this thick-skinned guy to death. Chapter 485. Today is the third watch. Working hard at the fourth watch. This is too much. We are all brothers. Big Bear silently thought to himself. He grit his teeth and looked at Tiger King Earthcracker. In fact, there was a trace of sympathy in his eyes. Everyone is going to be kicked to death? These two giants were the ones who had fulfilled their agreement with Jun Moxie. They were going to deliver the first batch of elixirs to Tianxiang City from the Tianfa forest. The Xian Beast Kings hadn't done anything else since Jun Moxie had left. They had been urging the Xian Beasts to look for the best elixirs day and night. Then they had gathered them together. Now they had finally gathered a considerable amount of elixirs. And they couldn't wait to send them over. For the sake of these two quotas, the 7 great beast kings were about to start an internal fight. It couldn't be helped, this kind of travel at public expense opportunity was too rare, not to mention that there might be great benefits. Who wouldn't want to go? In the end, the Bear King and the Tiger King won the 2 spots because of their great strength. As for Long Crane, he had to stay in the Tianfa forest to preside over the big picture. In Bear Mountain's words, I won't preside over the big picture anyway. If I stay, I might have to put up an arena in the Tianfa forest every day. Or there might be another Shen Beast tide. Long Crane had no choice but to pinch his nose in the face of such shameless threats. But he still gave the 2 Shen Beast Kings a warning before he left. Use your legs to run. No flying Shen Beasts are allowed to use them. Crane King had spoken. Which bird in the Tianfa forest would dare to act rashly? Therefore Bear Mountain felt wronged all the way. However, Tiger King hadn't been out of Tianfa for decades. So, everything was new to him. So, he was in high spirits along the way. This directly caused all of Big Bear's dissatisfaction and grievances to be vented on him. Tiger King's skills were probably inferior to others. So, he could only suffer along the way. He felt that his mouth was about to hurt from grinning so much, and his cheeks were a little stiff. However, this 4th older brother still kept a straight face, and his stomach was full of unwillingness to give up. Tiger King Earthcracker would have been depressed by Bear Mountain if he hadn't been able to vent his anger on those thieves and robbers along the way. The 2 Beast Kings had been leisurely journeying along the way. They were getting closer and closer to Tianxiang. It could be said that they were having a great time fighting along the way. How could an ordinary thief be a match for these 2 Supreme Beast Kings? Along the way he was basically using these greedy people as practice targets. The Golden Tiger King, Earthcracker, had been very awe-inspiring along the way. In fact, he had even taken out a section of several hundred-years-old medicinal herb, and stuck it on his shoulder. Then he revealed his head so that everyone could recognize him. In fact, he wanted to attract bees and butterflies. She even suggested excitedly, "Fourth brother, let's do this next time. We definitely don't need to fly. Damn it, if we fly there, how many less satisfying things will there be? But it's too satisfying." Bear Mountain rolled his eyes in a bad mood. "Do you think it'll be your turn next time? I have nothing to say to you. I've already told you not to try to get close to me. I'm not familiar with you." Earthcracker smiled foolishly and continued to blindly flatter him. The 2 of them continued to travel like this. Golden East City, Huang family. A purple-robed old man was sitting in the middle of the living room. He had white hair and gray eyebrows. His eyebrows were slanted upwards. He was motionless, but he still gave off an exceptionally fierce feeling. However, his cheeks were unusually rosy, smooth and fair. This didn't match his white hair at all. In fact, he seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. In fact, he had a youthful look to him. His eyes were slightly narrowed, but they were flickering with a bright light. In fact, it seemed as if they were real. His figure was motionless, but his entire body exuded a kind of aura that was as vast as the mountains and seas. In fact, it was impossible to fathom. In fact, it seemed as if he had blended into the world even though he was just sitting there quietly. He seemed to have blended into the boundless universe, the unity of man and nature. This purple-robed old man had obviously reached a higher level than the Great Master level. There were 5 or 6 other purple-robed people beside him. They didn't look young either. Their hair was white and they were sitting in their respective positions. At first glance they seemed to be wearing the same clothes. However, one could see that the collar and cuffs of the old man's purple robe had shiny golden edges. But the clothes of the other purple-robed people had silver edges. One gold and one silver. So one could tell the difference in their status and rank. There was also a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. His cuffs were also embroidered with gold edges. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. However, he had a pair of slender eyes. He was the youngest among these purple-robed people. However, he was sitting side by side with the gold-edged purple-robed old man. In fact, it seemed as if they were neck and neck with each other. The 8 of them drank their tea in silence. They didn't make a sound for a long time. The servants of the Huang family were nowhere to be seen. Only a pretty maidservant in green was carefully pouring tea. The Huang family's master, Huang Jun, had a flattering smile on his face. He was carefully sitting on half a chair. On the other side was his younger brother, Huang Ri. His expression was even worse than his older brother's. His face was pale and he seemed to be trembling with fear. However, there was an indescribable excitement in his eyes. "How is that matter?" the purple-robed old man asked after a long while. He didn't seem to have a head or tail. "The news has been spread out. I believe that the 3 great families should have received the news by now. However, with the old ancestor and all the seniors present, our Huang family will definitely have victory in our grasp. There's no room for error. The Jun family, Tang family, and the Dugu family may be the top families in the world. But they are still people of the mortal world. They can't compare to the ancestor and the various seniors." Huang Jun bowed and replied respectfully. "This old man hasn't been in this world for 79 years. I didn't expect that this world would have such vicissitudes of life." The purple-robed old man snorted. He didn't even lift his eyelids as he continued in a gloomy manner. "My Huang family wasn't considered as one of those super families in the past. But no one dared to provoke us because of this old man. But you unfilial descendants have ruined the family's property to such an extent. It's very distressing. This old man would have slapped you brothers to death if you weren't the direct descendants of the Huang family. So you wouldn't tarnish the Huang family's name." He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Huang Jun's face. "You're an especially unfilial brute. You've been humiliated by others. Yet you've swallowed your anger and compromised for the sake of the general interest. Your son has been killed. More than half of your family's property has been destroyed. And you've gone to the Huang family's door to beg them to show mercy and let you go? What a big joke. Don't you know that fate is always controlled by one's own efforts? Luckily this old man is the one who came. Otherwise, the Huang family's reputation would have been completely ruined by you unfilial descendants." Yes. Ancestor, please calm down. It's your great-grandson's incompetence that has tarnished the Huang family's name." Huang Jun's face was dripping with sweat as he knelt down. "Sai, at least you have some sense of shame. Get up. What's the use of kneeling down so easily? Are you a kowtowing worm?" The purple-robed old man narrowed his eyes. "However, 3 mere worldly families want to humiliate the Huang family. They really don't know their place. They're courting death. If we don't let them remember this lesson forever, wouldn't we be letting them off too easily?" "May I ask what ancestor means?" Huang Jun was a little uneasy. He was already over 50 years old, but in front of this ancestor, he couldn't help but feel like a 3-year-old child. "Let's follow the previous conditions. However, I reckon that the 3 families won't accept such harsh conditions. Therefore we have a lot of reasons to wipe them out as long as they declare that they won't accept. What can the 3 big families do? If they really annoy this old man, then it won't be difficult for me to wipe out the 3 big families." Yes. Huang Jun was secretly happy. This was what he was looking forward to. One must remove the roots when cutting weeds. His Huang family could run amok now that the ancestor was here. But the ancestor would certainly have to go back. He didn't know when he would come out again. But the Huang family would be finished if the 3 big families were still around, even if only one of them was still around. Therefore, the only way to solve this problem once and for all was to erase these 3 families from the face of the earth. "Old Huang, I'm afraid that this matter needs to be considered. Our Lord only wants us to investigate the truth of the bone-tempering pills. And the aristocratic hall that is auctioning the bone-tempering pills belongs to the Jun family in Tang Yuan. Moreover, the Dugu family and the Jun family are in-laws. So if—" A silver-threaded purple-robed man smiled. "Of course. Everyone has come with the young lord. So I won't act arbitrarily." That old Huang laughed sinisterly and said, We'll naturally listen to the young lord's opinion on how we should proceed. Everyone's gazes turned towards the other purple-robed man. He was the youngest person in the group. That middle-aged man was the young lord of the illusory ocean of blood. No wonder he was on equal footing with the ochre-yellow old man at such a young age. That middle-aged man was at a loss at this moment. He thought, "Old Huang, you've expressed your attitude so clearly. So, how can I say that I don't agree? Wouldn't it be equivalent to slapping me in the face if I say that I don't agree? You, Old Huang, have a certain status in the illusory ocean of blood. It would be strange if you didn't flip out if I overruled you in front of so many people. But what would happen to the bone-tempering pills if everything went according to your decision? Killing a few people from the secular world wouldn't be a big problem. But the problem was that these people were related to the bone-tempering pills. The bone-tempering pills were related to the rankings of the illusory ocean of blood and the other two holy lands. As for the Tianfa forest, it had already been filtered out by this young lord." He pondered for a while. Then he said, "Old Huang's family is being bullied in such a manner. So we obviously can't ignore it. Wouldn't that make people look down on our illusory ocean of blood? Vengeance must be taken. Anger must also be vented. Recommend a new book, Jade Fruit Brew's Ultimate God Stone, book number 1714190. Slogan: By chance, Ding Quan discovered that the red stone his mother had left him could actually absorb the blood that flowed out of him. Furthermore, it could even evolve. What is the origin of this stone? Why is it in his mother's hands? What does all of this mean?" Chapter 486. Today's fourth update has been delivered. He saw that Old Huang's face had become very gratified as he spoke till here. Then he continued, "However, we need to separate these two matters. Our main objective is to obtain the bone-tempering pills. So we can't afford to make any mistakes in this regard. Moreover, the Huang family's enmity must be avenged. So, Old Huang should have a plan for this matter, right?" His words were extremely slick. It could be said that he didn't want to offend anyone. But he had pointed out that the bone-tempering pills couldn't be lost. And this was the most important thing. Old Huang pondered for a while and said, "It has already been determined that the bone-tempering pills are related to the Jun and Tang family. So we can take action now and force them to reveal the whereabouts of the bone-tempering pills. Or we can find out who the person who refined the bone-tempering pills is. Then we can get our hands on the formula of the bone-tempering pills. Then all our problems will be solved. And it doesn't matter if it's the Jun family, the Tang family, or the Dugu family. Then we can slaughter them without any misgivings." What Old Huang says is correct. But we can't take any action against the Jun and Tang family until the matter of the bone-tempering pills is settled, the young lord said calmly. "That's natural. However, it's impossible to force them to reveal the whereabouts of the bone-tempering pills by relying on the strength of our Huang family. I'm afraid that we'll need some of our people to take action. That's the only way." Old Huang looked at the other purple-robed men and smiled sinisterly. The young lord nodded slightly. Those men cupped their fists and saluted. "We won't pass on this responsibility for the sake of the Blood Sea." Old Huang nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. We can take action tonight." He rolled his eyes. Then a pair of sharp eyes shot out like a pair of arrows. They carried an incomparable murderous aura. It was a dark and windy night. Murder and arson. Jun Moxie's prophecy had unfortunately come true. Tang Yuan couldn't help but curse that this guy was a jinx. Whatever he said would happen. And it wouldn't be good either. The aristocratic hall was in a state of apprehension. Countless experts came and went with a whistling sound. And they came and went with a whistling sound. They came and went with a whistling sound. They came and went without rest. It was a particularly big night. The two Tianxian experts, Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang, had dealt with 3 or 4 waves of people in succession. So each wave wasn't easy to deal with. So the 2 experts were already very tired. They were just about to take a bath and rest when another wave arrived. So the 2 of them became very angry. "Damn it, I'm not even allowed to sleep." Therefore the 2 experts chased after them in a frenzy. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they chased after the group of people until they were like chickens flying and dogs jumping. Only after they had vented out the anger in their hearts did they return triumphantly. But when they returned, Tang Yuan's side was already done. Hai Qinfeng and Jun Wuxia had just chased after them when the window of Tang Yuan's bedroom suddenly opened in silence. 2 silhouettes floated into the room like floating clouds. Tang Yuan was still snoring loudly on the bed, shaking the earth. Looking at the huge creature on the bed, the 2 of them looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "This guy is too fat. They had originally planned to capture this guy and slowly interrogate him. But they dispelled this idea when they saw that his body was comparable to an elephant's. It would be very difficult to leave the aristocratic hall's front door while carrying such a big fatty, let alone sneaking away without making a sound. The target was too big. There was simply no place to hide. Moreover, this was a test of one's strength. Moreover, looking at this guy's fat body was disgusting. So there was no need to carry him. So it was better to simply interrogate him on the spot. It had to be said that being fat wasn't a good thing. But it was a good thing for Tang Yuan to encounter such a situation. And it was a very good thing. God knows how much suffering he would have to suffer if he had been kidnapped by these two. He may not have been able to return even if he confessed everything. It was obvious that there were gains and losses in everything. And there were gains and losses. Everything was predetermined. The two of them floated over to the bed. They stretched out their hands and patted Tang Yuan's head. Tang Yuan turned over and his muscles bulged as he continued to snore. The two of them looked at each other in amazement. They had never imagined that this guy would be so unvigilant. He hadn't woken up after being patted on the head. Slap, 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 slap. Young Master Tang was still sleeping soundly. One of them got angry. He grabbed the collar of Tang Yuan's pajamas and pulled him up from the bed. His belly was so slippery that it covered his feet. Tang Yuan's hands drooped down. His head was tilted to one side and his saliva dripped down. His snoring didn't stop. I give up. One of the black-clothed men was angry and amused at the same time. He sighed. This old man has lived for nearly 200 years. And this is the first time I've seen someone who can sleep so much. Didn't this guy sleep in his previous life? He hasn't woken up even after such a torment. This is simply unheard of. Let's give him a painful one. I guarantee that he will wake up immediately. The other man suggested. We can't. If we do that, I'm afraid that Fatty's howl will shake the entire 9 cities. It won't be nice if we make too much noise. The black-clothed man holding Tang Yuan sighed. He reached out with his other hand and pinched Fatty Tang's nose. It felt greasy in his hand, as if he was pinching a piece of pig intestine that hadn't been processed. The black-clothed man suppressed his disgust and continued to pinch. Tang Yuan suddenly felt that his breathing wasn't smooth in his sleep. He opened his mouth and panted a few times. He snorted a few times before he opened his eyes in a daze. He coughed and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The black-clothed man was pinching his nose. He had never imagined that this fatty, who was a young master of an aristocratic family, would be so tasteless. He didn't even think of dodging and was spat on his neck. He immediately felt the greasy and unbearable feeling and almost vomited. He wiped it away in a flurry and roared fiercely, "Fatty! Don't fucking move. This old man will wring your fat neck if you dare to move recklessly." Tang Yuan was startled to realize that he had fallen into such a dangerous situation. He was about to cry out in alarm when he opened his small round eyes. But he heard this threat. So he immediately held back his cry. His throat issued a few sounds similar to those of a hen laying eggs. But he remained pitiful and didn't say anything. "I ask you, where is that bone-tempering pill? Quickly hand it over to me. I'll spare your life if you obediently hand it over," the black-clothed man asked in a ferocious manner. He was a man who had cultivated his mind and temperament for many years. So he wouldn't get angry so easily. But he had failed miserably this time. This wretched fatty had spat a mouthful of phlegm on his neck even though he didn't have the strength to fight back. So there was no need to mention the disgusting feeling in his heart. Bone-tempering pill? Tang Yuan was still in a daze. He finally woke up with a start. Then he blinked his eyes and let out a hollow howl. "Jun Moxie? You really have a crow's mouth. You shut up. You don't want to live, do you?" The black-clothed man almost went berserk. He grabbed his fat and ferociously twisted it. Then he covered his mouth with his hand. Tang Yuan's cry of pain was choked in his throat. He was in so much pain that his entire body trembled. Bone-tempering pill. Where is it? Who was the one who refined the elixir? Where is the prescription? "Fatty, I'll pull out your fat bit by bit if you don't tell me," the black-clothed man threatened in a ferocious manner. I'll talk. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Tang Yuan immediately decided to give in. "Hiss, but you, first, let go of my breast." It turned out that the black-masked man's grab and twist had directly grabbed onto his chest. The black-clothed man was startled when he heard the last few words. Then he flew into a rage. "What milk, grass do you have there?" Only then did he realize where he was grabbing, but it was right there. He couldn't help but curse and quickly let go, only to feel that his hand suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Damn it, this old man's reputation of more than 100 years has been ruined by this fatty. He actually grabbed a man's thing. This fatty is really too fat. You brat, quickly tell me? The old man was driven mad. I don't know who refined the bone-tempering pill, either. Tang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air with a hissing sound. He then hastily said, as for the prescription. I don't know. I'm just an assistant in the auction. Fuck your mother? You dare to fool us? The black-clothed man flew into a rage. He grabbed Yi Shiwen's neck. Tang Yuan's eyes rolled back as he was pinched. However, Tang Yuan respected his mother the most. So he had already surrendered. But when he heard the black-clothed masked man insult his mother, he immediately became furious. He completely forgot about the dangerous situation he was in at the moment. He struggled and cursed, "Fuck, your grandmother. I didn't finish speaking, you old bastard, you dare call me an old mother? Spare me." Tang Yuan couldn't breathe anymore. So he immediately started to beg for mercy. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Bang, bang. Tang Yuan's mouth was covered again. This time his forehead was in so much pain that beads of sweat started to drip down. He had suffered 2 fierce blows because of this curse. Go on. Tell us the truth. The black-clothed man said in a bad mood. Tang Yuan was finally convinced after suffering a few more times. So he started to confess everything in an urgent and quick manner. But the bone-tempering pills aren't with me. Those precious pills have always been kept at the Jun family's residence. And those other things were secretly delivered to the Jun family before the auction. After all, those things are too precious. It's not safe to leave them in the aristocratic hall. I can't afford to pay for them if they go missing. The Jun family? The 2 black-clothed masked men looked at each other and nodded. Fatty's explanation was reasonable. And it was in line with their analysis. Where is it in the Jun family's possession? Bastard. The Jun family is so big. How can we find it? You're useless, boy. You can die now. The black-clothed masked man asked in a low voice. Don't kill me. I'm telling you, that thing is in the elegant fragrance courtyard. Tang Yuan was panic-stricken. Spare my life. I've told you everything. Please don't kill me, cowardly trash. The elegant fragrance courtyard is the place where Jun Moxie's mistress, Guanqing Han, lives? The 2 black-clothed men looked at each other and nodded. It seems that they have a very good understanding of the Jun family. Yes. There. Tang Yuan nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 487. Today's first night watch. Please forgive me for being late. 10 minutes after the second watch. Tang Yuan cursed in his heart. Your grandfather isn't afraid of death. Your grandfather is trying to trick you 2 idiots into going to your deaths. However, his mouth kept on begging for mercy. 2 great heroes, I've told you everything. I'm just a laborer. I don't have any status in the aristocratic hall. 2 great heroes. I have a pitiful 80-year-old mother, and I have a crying child waiting to be fed. You're so merciful, huh? Why isn't there anyone here? He hadn't even finished speaking when the 2 black-clothed masked men shuddered in unison. This is too shameless. This fatty is shameless in begging for mercy. 80-year-old mother and a crying child waiting to be fed. Fu*K, you're not married yet, right? Your mother isn't even 40 years old according to the intelligence. How can you be an 80-year-old mother? An 80-year-old woman is qualified to be your great-grandmother? He looked at the fat on their bodies, and realized that these 2 men were people of great status. So he didn't even have the interest to touch them. After all, he would have to settle accounts with this fatty in the future. So, it wouldn't be good if he couldn't find the bone-tempering pills if he were to dispose of him now. After all, this fatty would be in charge of the auction when the time came. So he couldn't die. Their bodies flashed and they flew away at an extremely fast speed. Perhaps I'll die of disgust if I stay with this fatty any longer? Tang Yuan closed his eyes and begged for mercy for a long time. But he didn't know when they had left when he opened his eyes. Everything he had experienced felt like a dream. He fiercely pinched himself and screamed in pain. Then he crawled up while trembling and lit a lamp. He looked at the bruises on his body. Moreover, the marks on his neck were still hurting. Fatty stood there in a daze. Then he finally came back to his senses. A sharp, pained and frightened voice cried out, as if it was the voice of a father who had died and a mother who had remarried. Help! Oh. Something big has happened. His loud and clear voice reverberated in the silence of the night like a high-octave tenor. Not only the aristocratic hall, but all the people who had been sleeping in the vicinity of the aristocratic hall had also been startled awake by this voice. This sound was too horrifying. In the distance, the two masked men in black who were flying at high speed staggered and almost fell to the ground. Both of them didn't remember hurting Fatty, so why was he screaming so miserably? By the time Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang had returned, Tang Yuan was sitting on the bed in a state of panic. He was trembling in fear. His body's fat jiggled as he gasped for breath. What's going on? What is going on? The two of them rushed into the room like a whirlwind. What happened? You two still have the nerve to ask me what's going on? Tang Yuan finally came back to his senses. He was filled with righteous indignation as he spat. My fat would have been drawn out and used as a sky lantern if I had waited for you to come back to ask me what's going on. Damn it. Why does everyone say this when they threaten me? Is it fun to light a sky lantern? It's a sin to be a little fat. Fatty Tang roared with indignation. Then he realized that Hai Qinfeng and Song Shang had disappeared. You're ignoring me. Good. Someone come. Prepare a banquet for this great shopkeeper to calm himself down. Get some fat, some tendons, and some steamed buns. Tang Yuan roared. He was startled. His stomach was rumbling with hunger. He couldn't wait to eat a big meal. It seemed that Fatty's fat would be very difficult to reduce. Mei Shuiyin and Qian Sun Serpent Queen had already gotten along well with Guanqing Han during their journey from Tiannan to Tianxiang. So they felt sympathy and admiration for her. Now that the three of them were living together, their attitude was very cordial. The three of them had 3 rooms. Guanqing Han was in the middle. That night, the three of them chatted very late as usual before going to bed. Mei Shuiyin and Snake King smiled sweetly when they heard about Jun Moxie's original debauchee deeds. Naturally, the three of them thought that the Jun Moxie of that time was just a disguise. It was hard for him to disguise himself as the #1 debauchee of Tianxiang. How could it be easy to disguise himself as a bad guy? It took a lot of effort to disguise himself as a bad guy. As for Guanqing Han, her heart was still perturbed after the storm. Now that she suddenly had 2 companions that she could talk to come and live together with her, she felt very comfortable. In the past few days, under the company of the 2 women, she gradually cast aside the shadow of the past and became much more cheerful. She was no longer frowning and worried like before. That night, the 3 women had just separated and returned to their respective rooms. They were about to take off their clothes and go to bed when Mei Shuiyin suddenly frowned and blew out the oil lamp on the table. She acutely sensed that 2 powerful auras were heading straight for her. They were really powerful people. In a flash, Qian Sun Serpent Queen had also sensed it. She knocked on the window. Mei Shuiyin shushed her and signaled her not to be impatient. In the darkness, Mei Shuiyin's eyes flashed coldly. With me here, I want to see who dares to mess with the Tai Sui. Can the people who are strong in the eyes of ordinary people enter the eyes of Tian Fazun? The Snake King was a very smart person. So, she understood what he meant in an instant. So, she restrained her aura and calmly observed the situation. The night was dark. 2 black silhouettes that were darker than the darkness of the night, like bats in the dark night, quietly glided over at high speed and landed almost soundlessly in front of the small courtyard. The 2 of them looked at the signboard of the small courtyard at the same time with shining eyes. Elegant Fragrance Courtyard. This is the place. The 2 looked at each other and saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. It seemed as if this worldly family wasn't worth paying attention to in the first place. The figures of the 2 were as light as feathers. They entered the small courtyard in a flash and arrived in front of the door in another flash. This is the pinnacle of the human's Qing Gong. Mei Shuiyin's pupils shrank. She hadn't expected that the people who had come to the Jun family to do such a sneaky thing would be 2 great master-level experts. In fact, either one of these 2 men wasn't inferior to the solitary falcon in terms of cultivation. Their faces were covered and their faces couldn't be distinguished. However, Mei Shuiyin could clearly tell that these 2 people were either from the Hermitage or the Great Golden City, or the illusory Ocean of Blood. Apart from these 3 places, there was no other place in the world that could send 2 great master-level experts to do such a sneaky thing. Even if other places had the intention, they wouldn't have the ability to send 2 great master-level experts at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 people had arrived at the door. They seemed to be listening to the movements in the room for a while. Then they finally decided on their target. The room that Mei Shuiyin stayed in was facing the direction from which they had come in. Moreover, Mei Shuiyin had deliberately made a sound similar to a person's breathing after they had fallen asleep. This made the 2 great master-level experts decide on this room at the same time. Tang Yuan's confession filled the 2 of them with incomparable confidence and hope. Who would have thought that the cowardly fatty would design such an intricate death trap? Therefore, the two people didn't have any misgivings and directly sneaked in. They couldn't be blamed for being careless. Everyone in the continent knew that the Jun family had a peerless master. Everyone even said that the peerless master behind the Jun family was an absolutely invincible existence in the world. This kind of news might be able to scare others, but to the illusory ocean of blood, it was simply a big joke. Invincible? Who dares to call themselves invincible? Especially in front of the most powerful place in the world, the illusory ocean of blood, one of the three holy lands? Even if you were joking, you wouldn't say it like that. The three holy lands would send people to welcome the true experts of the world as long as they reached the bottleneck of the great master level. The name was very sacred. For the peace and future of the continent, there was no reason for any expert to refuse to study the profound Shen techniques and prepare for the war for seizing the heavens. It could be said that in the eyes of the people from the three holy lands, there were no so-called experts in the world. Even if there were one or two experts who couldn't go immediately because of trivial matters in the world, they had already made arrangements to go there in the future. Once they had settled their own matters, they would go to the three holy lands to report, "All the experts of the world are in my hands. As for the so-called invincible master of the Jun family, I really want to see him." The 8 people from the illusory ocean of blood who had come here were all powerful top-notch characters in the past. Which one of them wasn't a great master-level expert? How could these so-called experts be worthy of their attention? Thus, the 2 black-clothed masked men were confident that the powers of the mortal world would be unable to do anything to them. At this moment, it was as if they'd entered their own home, calm and unhurried. They walked boldly up to the door and they actually knocked lightly and courteously. It must be known that this room was Guan Qinghan's residence. The Jun family hadn't announced to the world that they had accepted her as their adopted daughter. So, she was nominally the Jun family's granddaughter-in-law and Jun Mou's widow. In other words, she was a widow. Knocking on a widow's door in the middle of the night. These 2 experts from the illusory ocean of blood had actually done such a thing. A delicate and cold voice came from inside. "Who is it?" The 2 black-clothed and masked men looked at each other in embarrassment. These 2 brothers weren't young. They were over 100 or 200 years old. No matter how strong they were, no matter how high their status was. But this matter didn't sound good at all. However, they could tell that it was Guan Qinghan's voice when they heard it. It was rumored that this beautiful woman's voice had always been cold. Therefore, the 2 of them decided not to reply after they had confirmed their target. They immediately took action and left as soon as they got their things. Their palms moved slightly, and the 2 doors silently turned into powder. Then the 2 silhouettes flashed in. It was the top-notch lightness technique of traceless snow. The 2 of them stood inside the room in an instant. Chapter 488. She was indeed a peerless beauty whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city and a flower. The autumn waters were like divine jade, and her bones were like jade. Her face was like a hibiscus and her eyebrows were like a willow. She had an indescribably graceful bearing, and an indescribably limitless charm. I'm afraid that you won't be able to find a second woman like her in this world of mortals. Miss Guan, don't be alarmed. We're not bad people. The 2 masked men felt somewhat restrained when they were faced with such a peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a nation. They even cupped their hands and apologized. Not bad people? Mei Shuiyan was so amused by these 2 men that she almost burst out laughing. You 2 men barged into a woman's room without an invitation, and you still have the face to say that you're not bad people. Could it be that you're a gentleman? Oh, since you 2 esteemed guests claim that you're not bad people, then, why did you come here in such a starry night? You 2 seem to have knocked on the door a moment ago, but I, as the host, didn't open the door to welcome you. So, you 2 just barged in like this. This doesn't seem right. With your actions, it's difficult for this little girl to associate you 2 with good people. Can you 2 give this little girl an explanation? Mei Shuiyan said with a smile. The 2 men's eyes were filled with awkwardness. They hesitated but were unable to speak. These 2 men were peerless experts. They had originally planned to take the things they wanted and then leave. So this kind of situation shouldn't have occurred. But who were they facing? They were facing the Lord of Tianfe, the venerable Mei who was on an equal footing with the lords of the 3 holy lands. This was the true peerless expert of the 9 heavens. Mei Shuiyan had restrained her aura, and looked no different from an ordinary woman on the surface. But she had been in a high position for a long time. She had disdainfully looked down on the world. She had commanded millions of Shen beasts. So, how could she disregard her aura so easily? Even though she was just sitting there calmly without using any Shen Qi or even a drop of Shen Qi, there was still an invisible aura of a strong cultivator around her. And it was enough to throw these two experts into chaos. That was why the two of them were behaving abnormally. It was like a group of mice passing through an area with a cat. Although the cat didn't show up and didn't call out, the mice would naturally feel their hair stand on end. We are very sorry to disturb you in the middle of the night. However, as long as you hand over the bone-tempering pills, we two brothers will immediately turn around and leave. We won't dare to offend you in the slightest. One of the masked men in black said in a gentle voice, "Miss is a refined person. I don't think you would want us two brothers to return empty-handed, right?" Hee bone-tempering pills? Mei Shuiyan's expression changed. She smiled and tilted her head. She said slowly, "What if I don't? Are you going to use force? What if I don't hand it over?" This sentence immediately made the two great experts somewhat angry. "Little girl, we've already given you enough face. We didn't have the nerve to make a move on you because you're a woman. But you stepped on our noses. This pill is related to the future safety of the world. So it's very troublesome. We don't want to offend you. But if you insist on not handing it over, for the sake of the common people, then we have no choice but to offend you." The other masked man sighed in regret. He thought that he was about to make a move on this beautiful jade carving-like young lady. His heart was filled with sorrow and tenderness for the fairer sex. Related to the future safety of the world? For the sake of the common people? That's a very big hat to wear. This humble girl can't afford to bear it. Offend? Do you intend to offend me? This humble girl wants to ask you two tall and strong men. How do you intend to offend me? Mei Shuiyan gently smiled. She smiled in a carefree manner. Her smile was like the return of spring. Even the tips of her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes revealed a myriad of amorous feelings. She seemed to be very alluring for a moment. One of the masked men stared blankly. As a supreme martial artist expert, his age was unfathomably old. However, at this moment, his eyes were completely fixated on the scene. It could be seen that Mei Shuiyan's beauty and charm were unparalleled in this world. Be careful. The other masked man suddenly retreated to the door. He crossed his palms and posed as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Who are you? He finally realized that something wasn't right. When Mei Shuiyan's aura slowly spread out, and a natural charm floated in the air, he finally woke up. He realized that something was wrong and broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of person was she? How could she charm two supreme martial artists with just a few words? What a frightening thing this was. His reminder woke up the other comrade who was still in a daze. Both of them looked at Mei Shuiyan at the same time, their eyes filled with extreme wariness. Mei Shuiyan stretched lazily and yawned. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hands and said in a sleepy manner, "I don't know if you two are from the Hermitage? Or the Supreme Golden City? Or the illusory ocean of blood? If you're not from these three places, you wouldn't be so great and noble. You talk about the safety of the world and the future of the human world." As soon as she finished speaking, Mei Shuiyan straightened her slender waist and opened her eyes wide. Two sharp eyes stared at the two men. Suddenly, the hands and feet of the two supreme martial artists turned cold. Under the gaze of these two pairs of eyes, he actually felt as if his entire body was being seen through from head to toe. Most importantly, when the two pairs of eyes stared at them, the two of them realized that they couldn't move. It wasn't that they couldn't move, but that they didn't dare to move. Because the moment they moved, they would definitely reveal a tiny flaw. A flaw was a flaw, no matter how tiny a flaw was, it was still a flaw. As long as they revealed a flaw, the woman in front of them would be able to make them lie on the ground. The difference in strength between them was too great. The woman in front of them was definitely an expert. In fact, she was an expert among experts. This time they had really bumped into an iron plate. But this iron plate, where did it come from? It was too unexpected. Who are you? How do you know about the three holy lands? Since you know that we're from the three holy lands, how dare you oppose us? One of the black-clothed masked men's mask had already become wet. It could be seen that at this moment, beads of sweat were flowing out like a river. The three holy lands? Is that so great? Why don't we dare to oppose them? A young girl in green walked in with a sweet smile. She had bright eyes and white teeth. Her black hair was like a cloud, and she looked like a weak willow in the wind. The person who came in was none other than the Qiansun Serpent Queen. The muscles on the backs of the two men stiffened. This green-clothed woman who had just walked in was at least a high-level great master. She wasn't any weaker than the two of them. In fact, she might even be stronger. It was very rare for such an expert to appear in the secular world. But they had unexpectedly met two of them in this room tonight. Moreover, one was more terrifying than the other. They had come in the middle of the night and had fallen into an ambush. It wasn't a big deal if they had fallen into an ambush. But the ambushers were these two evil women. Moreover, these two brothers couldn't even deal with them. At this moment, the two of them had the same idea, to immediately return to the aristocratic hall and ruthlessly torture that fatty. Then they would extract all the fat from his body and use it as a sky lantern. This time they had been cheated by that fatty. However, the two of them were experts of their generation. So they managed to calm down in the blink of an eye. Their laughter was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. But it was indeed laughter and not crying. Although this laughter was almost the same as crying, there was basically no difference. Hee, you two young ladies, you can't be that Miss Guanqing Han, right? The black-clothed man on the left smiled and calmed down. His eyes flickered as he said bitterly, "We two brothers admit defeat today. But we don't know which expert has defeated us? You still haven't answered my question." Mei Shuyan slightly lowered her eyelids and said slowly, "Moreover, I don't like to repeat my questions. And I'm not used to waiting. Since things have come to this, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality? Do you really want to go against the three holy lands? Do you want to leave no room for negotiation?" The black-clothed man said in a low voice. "You're wrong. The two of you can only represent one of the three holy lands. Even if we go against you, it's only your family. It's not the same as going against the three holy lands at the same time." Mei Shuyan smiled lengling. "Moreover, I have nothing to fear even if I have to face the three holy lands at the same time. Moreover, I'm saving you some face. I want you to say it yourself. Don't be tactful and waste my painstaking efforts." Mei Shuyan said leisurely, "There's a symbol on every piece of clothing from the three holy lands. This is really a stupid behavior. I just need to peel off your black skin and I'll know where you come from. I'm not making a move because I'm saving you some face. But it doesn't mean that I won't make a move. You actually dare to be so stubborn and refuse to say anything? Do you really think that I'll let you go just like that? I don't think I'm that kind. Who are you?" The two of them took a step back and looked at Mei Shuyan in shock. This young lady was actually so familiar with the three holy lands. But why couldn't they think of such a person in this world? Mei Shuyan sat motionless. Her face turned cold. She didn't move, but her body automatically emitted a dense white gas. It danced in the air like a spirit snake. With a schwa sound, the sudden appearance of the white gas tore the clothes of one of the black-clothed masked men. With a hua sound, a large piece was torn off, revealing the silver-edged purple robe underneath. At the same time, the masks on the two men's faces suddenly flew up, revealing two wrinkled old faces with grizzled hair and extremely frightened eyes. The two black-clothed masked men tried their best to dodge the white gas. But they couldn't dodge it at all. "So you're from the illusory ocean of blood. Moreover, you're a silver-robed protector. You're not low-level." Mei Shuyan looked at them indifferently, "But you two look very unfamiliar. You weren't chosen to enter the illusory ocean of blood from the secular world, right? Are you the natives of the illusory ocean of blood?" "You." The two of them were dripping with sweat. Chapter 489. Today's first chapter. "I was busy with some matters so I couldn't write smoothly. I'm sorry I'm late. Wait for the second chapter." "Old Lord He." The black-clothed man blurted out under the pressure of her imposing aura. But then he realized that he would be surrendering if he opened his mouth. So he quickly shut his mouth. This was the so-called deceiving one's ears while stealing a bell. "Old Lord? It seems that Huyan Tianfeng has retired behind the scenes? So the current lord is his son?" Mei Shuyan looked at them cynically. "Huyan Aobo, right? I really looked down on your three holy lands. Now you leave everything good to your son. You've completely forgotten the old tradition of abdicating your position. The three holy lands have always been dominated by the capable. But your illusory ocean of blood is actually hereditary? That bastard Huyan Aobo can become the lord of the illusory ocean of blood? I'm very surprised." Which of the three holy lands isn't hereditary? You little girl, how dare you speak such nonsense and insult our lord? You're the enemy of the entire illusory ocean of blood. You're very courageous. Our illusory ocean of blood won't let this matter rest. I can ask the Lord to forgive you if you apologize and hand over the bone-tempering pills." The old man on the left had an angry look on his face. He pointed his halberd and shouted. This old man's face was full of anger. But his heart was full of cowardice. "You two old men probably haven't been in the Jianghu, right?" The corners of Mei Shuyan's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cruel, cold smile. If there really is a supreme martial artist who fought hard in the Jianghu, which one of them isn't a veteran of hundreds of battles? How could they remain calm in the face of any unexpected changes? Look at you two. It's obvious that you're great master experts that were raised by the illusory ocean of blood. You have the cultivation of a great master, but you don't have the elegance of a great master. You don't even have the experience of a real great master. Trash like you can't even compare to the outstanding Shinshen of the Jianghu. Yet you dare to strut around in front of me? And you even intend to coerce me. You want to get the bone-tempering pills from me? You guys have really grown up. Mei Shuiyan's tone became more and more disdainful. Hearing such undisguised insults, the two old men from the illusory ocean of blood roared in anger. Then they suddenly dodged each other and soared into the air at the same time. Then their four palms struck out with a sharp and fierce force. Suddenly, their palms transformed into tens of thousands of phantoms. Their momentum was extremely frightening. Mei Shuiyan snorted. She spread her arms and shouted, "Arrogance! You are asking for humiliation. Heaven and earth cage." An unprecedentedly powerful invisible force instantly formed a special space that was completely isolated from the normal space. The old man on the left immediately maintained his jumping posture, unable to move at all. Seeing this, the other old man turned pale with fright. He let out a shrill cry, and with a few bangs, Mei Shuiyan had already exchanged 3 palm strikes with him. Only 3 palm strikes. Mei Shuiyan's expression remained unchanged. She gently withdrew her palm, her eyes cold. The chair under her body made a light cracking sound, but there was no other movement. However, the old man wasn't so lucky. His body rolled backwards like a ball. Then he suddenly turned around and stabilized his unbalanced body. Then he suddenly opened his mouth, and an arrow of blood sprayed towards the Chensun Serpent Queen's face. However, his body didn't stop at the same time, and he continued to run away. It was impossible to do anything. It was better to leave as soon as possible. The changes in this place were too shocking. So, it was better to inform old Huang and the young lord as soon as possible. Who would have thought that the tiny Jun family, which they thought they could easily capture, would actually have such a world-shaking expert hidden in their midst? Therefore he made a prompt decision to run away. Life and death were decided in a fight between experts. It was only a short exchange, but the outcome had already been decided. Just during those few strikes from before, the attacks of the peerlessly beautiful woman before him were truly swift and fierce like lightning, and their might was matchless. With a raise of her hand, she'd already caused him to suffer internal injuries, and his internal organs were damaged. However, the old man still possessed the cultivation of a great master. So, he was able to hold back the blood and didn't spit it out. Then he turned it into a sharp weapon to attack the Snake King. This kind of adaptability could be said to be extraordinary. But it was a pity that his opponent was the Snake King of the Tianfa forest. The king of poisons who was famous for his sinister and ruthless methods. So, how could he be deceived by his little tricks? The Snake King didn't want to get involved in the battle led by Mei Shuiyan. But that old man had taken the initiative to provoke him. So he couldn't say anything. He raised his head, and an arrow of blood flew past his face. Then he struck out with his palms and turned his body in the air. Then he kicked the old man's calves with the force of 1,000 caddies. These 2 kicks came very suddenly and seemed to come from impossible places. It was impossible to guard against them. The old man's legs would have been crippled if these kicks had landed. Even if he had the cultivation of a great master, he wouldn't be an exception. The old man became even more frightened when he saw the Snake King's sharp attacks. But he didn't panic. He slashed his palms downwards and cut towards the Snake King's ankles. At the same time, his feet changed directions and his legs turned into a blur. Then he rushed out of the door. As long as the beautiful woman behind him didn't make a move, he was confident that he could escape. The Snake King snorted coldly and raised his leg. Not only did he avoid the old man's palms, but he also kicked towards his chest. His other leg didn't fall to the ground, and the tip of his foot was straight towards the old man's knee. The positions of these 2 attacks were extremely cunning. With the old man's strength, he could only avoid one of them. If he was hit in the knee, he would inevitably be crippled for life. But if he was hit in the chest, his life would be in danger. Both of them were at the level of a great master. So, there shouldn't be such a big difference between them. But the old man had fought with Mei Shuiyan. So, his vitality was greatly damaged and his internal injuries were severe. So, he had lost at least 30% of his combat power. More importantly, the 3 Holy Lands had trained these experts behind closed doors. When it came to the experience of life and death battles, they couldn't compare to the great masters of the pugilistic world. Compared to the beast kings of Tianfa, they weren't on the same level. So, he was at an absolute disadvantage in the first exchange. "Forget it, let him go," Mei Shuyan Lengling snorted and said, "A mere illusory ocean of blood is nothing in my eyes. Let him go back and report the news. What's the big deal? If I kill him on the spot, he'll think that I'm afraid of the illusory ocean of blood's revenge." The Snake King heard this and his waist shrank in the air. He quickly withdrew his feet that were about to hit the target. The old man's feet almost brushed past his toes and he flew out of the wall. But he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. His Shen Qi had been circulating at a rapid speed, and it had overloaded his body. This had caused his internal injuries to worsen, especially the feeling in his heart. It had almost made him want to die here and end all his troubles. What a shame. He had used almost all his strength and he had risked his life. But in the end he had to be let go to escape. However, Mei Shuyan had decided to let him go. But the other person might not. Just as the old man was about to jump over the wall, a brilliant sword light suddenly appeared in midair. This sword light was as bright as lightning in the sky. The speed of this sword light was as fast as a thunderbolt. It struck midair. That old man was in a state where he could neither reach the sky nor the ground. He thought that he had escaped with his life. His heart rejoiced and his mind couldn't help but relax a little. Moreover, he had just suffered serious internal injuries. His internal organs were damaged and his vitality was greatly damaged. Just as he was about to step over the wall, his breath of qi had almost dissipated, and he hadn't been able to summon his strength. This was his weakest moment. The timing of this sword light was extremely coincidental, so wonderful that it was at the pinnacle of perfection. His grasp of timing was already at the point of perfection. One had to know that he was facing a supreme-level expert. Even a top-notch assassin might not be able to grasp this fleeting opportunity. The sword light filled the sky and the killing move was deadly. The old man's hair and beard were all green, and his face showed extreme shock, surprise, despair and fear. But just as he opened his mouth and before he could make a sound, everything was over. That sharp sword that had suddenly appeared in the sky had directly chopped down from his right shoulder. The sword light didn't stop, and continued to descend, like a knife cutting through tofu. With a schwa sound, it flashed out from under his left rib. A bright light flashed in the sky, and a deep sword cry sounded like a dragon's roar. Like a dragon flying into the sea, it disappeared without a trace. Godly sword, blood of yellow flame. A young man in white, as if riding the wind, appeared in front of Mei Shuyan's door. This position was at least 6 zhang away from the old man in black who had been attacked. The black-robed old man's body continued to charge forward, but his once clear eyes had already turned into that of a dead fish. While flying, the 2 shoulders of the upper body supporting the head and one arm suddenly separated from the lower body. The upper body first hit the wall, and then the lower body also hit the wall with a loud bang. Blood rained down from the sky. The dust had settled. Jun Moxie was dressed in white and his face was gentle. He didn't even turn his head and walked into the room leisurely. He smiled and said, "I'm really sorry I didn't protect you well and caused the 2 ladies to be frightened. If one didn't know, they would have thought that this Jun Dashao was innocent." Jun Dashao had been busy refining pills and practicing martial arts for the past few days, and he was really busy from day to night. He didn't know if it was because of his skills or because he was lucky, but he had finally succeeded in refining a batch of vitality linkage pills. But he was also very tired. He couldn't help but come out to take a breath of fresh air, and just happened to see the 2 people rushing towards Guanqing Han's courtyard like lightning. It seemed that his plan had worked. Jun Dashao couldn't help but feel proud, but then he thought, how is Tang Yuan? Could it be? With that thought he hurried over. Chapter 490. Mei Shuyan didn't put the people from the illusory blood sea in her eyes, but Jun Moxie knew that he didn't have the ability to do so. Now that he had such a great opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let them go. If he really let them go, it would definitely expose the true strength of his side. Then, how would he be able to continue tricking people? Letting the enemy die in ignorance and confusion was the best way to play dirty, wasn't it? It was also the most satisfying way to play dirty. How can you be so hypocritical? Qian Sun Serpent Queen glared at him. Your sword was really fast. In my opinion, it could be ranked in the top 3 in terms of speed. Mei Shuyan slowly raised her eyelids and looked at him. But you shouldn't have killed him. You really shouldn't have. Mei Shuyan was deeply shocked by the sharpness of the sword. She was a little shocked. The one who had unleashed such a sword was actually Jun Moxie. That sword had only appeared for a moment, but it was earth-shattering. The light of the sword had disappeared and the person was dead. But the magnificence of that sword was still flashing in the hearts of the two women. Although he didn't show it, the way Snake King looked at Jun Moxie was different. Because she knew that she wouldn't have been able to dodge that attack if she had been in that man's place. This sword was truly a stroke of genius. Mei Shuiyan had faced many enemies in her life. How could there be anyone below the great master level? But she had to admit that Jun Moxie's sword was one of the best among all the experts she had seen. Why shouldn't I? Should I welcome him from afar if he invaded my Jun residence in the middle of the night? How is that reasonable? Jun Moxie snorted and raised his eyebrows. I will kill those who offend me. On this point there was no room for accommodation. It will never exist. Even this. He pointed at the other expert from the illusory ocean of blood who was still trapped in the world cage. I have no intention of letting him go. But they are still people from the illusory ocean of blood. Mei Shuiyan stared straight at Jun Moxie's face. The illusory blood sea is an indispensable force in the war for seizing the heavens. With this sword of yours there's no turning back. Room for maneuver? It was gone a long time ago. As for the war for seizing the heavens, was it just based on these people? Ah, aren't you joking? What use do they have? Jun Moxie laughed wildly. I thought that the so-called experts of the three holy lands were amazing when I heard you talk about them. But now that I have seen them with my own eyes, it seems that hearing about them is not as good as seeing them in person. I believe that even Old Ing would be much stronger than these two supreme beings. These two people, other than possessing the profound strength of a supreme martial artist, were simply two rookies. If it's a fair fight, I'll definitely die to Old Ing within 100 moves. I even have the strength to fight him head-on. As expected, you've been hiding on the side for a long time. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly. Her expression was ice-cold. You used us to block a strong enemy for you. This must feel very good, right? Miss Mei, where did you get this idea from? Jun Moxie had an innocent look on his face. I had been concentrating on practicing my martial arts. I wanted to increase my strength in preparation for a rainy day. So I came here just now. And I happened to see these two sneaky fellows trying to do something wrong. But I thought that you two are peerless experts, and that it would be disrespectful to you two if I rashly intervened. Moreover, I only have the strength of a mere Tianxian. It's not enough to contend against the legendary experts of the Holy Lands. So, I hid on the side and waited to take advantage of them. But who would have thought that their strength would be so sloppy? May I ask what's wrong with this? As for using you two, I'm being wronged to death. How could I have such a thought? This young master has always been upright, chivalrous, and magnanimous. How could I do such a thing? Miss Mei, you're wronging me to death. This is like the frost in June. Mei Shuiyan looked at him for a long time. Then she finally sighed. Jun Moxie, Jun Dashao, I've been roaming the Jianghu for a long time. But you're the most thick-skinned person I've ever seen. You're overpraising me. Miss Mei is overpraising me. Jun Moxie didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, he sat down with a clear conscience. Why did they ask me for the bone-tempering pills if you don't admit that you've planned this from the beginning? Mei Shuiyan looked at Jun Dashao's face as if it was a matter of course. So she became very angry. So she coldly said, Moreover, how could you have arrived at such a coincidental time if you hadn't planned this? Give me a reasonable explanation. This is a gargantuan injustice. I've been urging my master to make the best use of his time to refine the pills for you. But it's all for your sake. I've been begging and urging him to shamelessly stick to him. And I finally managed to concoct some good pills for you. My master had just given them to me. So I had rushed over immediately. But I hadn't expected that you would say that it was a conspiracy. I'm being wronged to death. The expression on Jun Moxie's face was filled with emotions. In fact, it was as if Marshall you had been pushed into the storm pavilion. That kind of hidden bitterness, that kind of grievance, and that kind of depression of being wronged but being unable to defend oneself. It was vivid and lifelike. It had come from the bottom of his heart. In fact, it had come from his instinct. Is this true? Mei Shuiyan blinked her eyes. She carefully looked at his expression. It didn't seem like he was faking it. So she couldn't help but feel a little guilty, I've wronged you this time. What do you mean by wronged? You've wronged me in the first place. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He became more and more confident. It's not that I want to criticize the two of you. You two sisters have been in the pugilistic world for a long time. It's not a problem for you to be a little suspicious. But you still have to distinguish between outsiders and your own people. I'm sincere and full of enthusiasm, but, you've really hurt my heart. His fingers were trembling. His whole body was trembling. His face was also a little red. His eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he was very hurt. But, in fact, he was trying to muddle through and was secretly laughing. Cough, cough. Mei Shuiyin was very embarrassed. She forced a few coughs. She couldn't think of an excuse. So, she hurriedly gave a look to signal Qian Sun Serpent Queen to leave first. Qian Sun understood. So she quietly left. She happened to see Guanqing Han, who had been startled awake. So she chattered on the way to Guanqing Han's room. Young Master Jun, cough cough, you've worked hard. Mei Shuiyin was a Tian Fa martial artist. When had she ever apologized to anyone in her life? Even with her self-cultivation, her face had turned red for the first time. This was the first time she had felt at a loss for what to do. She had even used honorifics. Seeing Jun Moxie looking like a little wife who had been wronged, Mei Shuiyin hesitated for a while. Then she remembered that he was holding a divine pill in his hand. So she gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Jun, that? Humph. Jun Moxie twisted his waist and turned his head away. He looked even more like a little wife who had been wronged. Young Master Jun, don't be angry, Mei Shuiyin cautiously said. She didn't know why this peerless expert, Mei Shuiyin, had faintly felt a little guilty in the face of Jun Moxie's anger. Mei Shuiyin was also startled when she had said these words. What's wrong with me? Humph. Jun Dashao imitated Dugu Xiaoi and pouted. But he suddenly thought that this wasn't very manly. So he sighed and said, Forget it. We're just acquaintances. So it's normal for you to be a little suspicious. Besides, you didn't mean it. So I forgive you. Mei Shuiyin finally heaved a sigh of relief. She still had some doubts in her heart. But she didn't want to say them out loud. For example, those two didn't look for you for the bone-tempering pills? Why did they come to this woman's room to look for the bone-tempering pills? What's the explanation for this? But she suppressed these doubts in her stomach when she saw Jun Moxie's appearance. I'll just take it that I'm enduring this humiliation for the sake of my mission. That? I don't know about those pills. Jun Moxie pursed his lips and looked at that unlucky expert from the illusory ocean of blood. He then signaled to him that the law must not be passed to 6 ears. This unlucky child's face was filled with panic. Mei Shuiyin frowned. She then grabbed that man and threw him out. Jun Moxie had clearly seen that Mei Shuiyin had only brushed her palm lightly when she had grabbed him. But she had destroyed his dantian first. Then she had seized the opportunity to attack his 5 internal organs. Then she had sent a strong energy to attack his head. Presumably this person's head was already in a mess. Then she had grabbed him and thrown him out. He had only heard a puff sound, and then he had become silent. She had vented her anger at Jun Moxie on that unlucky bastard. That guy hadn't even had the time to groan before he had turned into a corpse. 2 great master-level experts hadn't even been able to display their best skills. Instead, they had been silently executed. It had to be said that these 2 men had very bad luck. If they hadn't arrived at the Jun family's residence as their first stop, then they would have been able to set off a storm in Jianghu with their current strength. But they had died in such a sullen manner. Moreover, they had died in such an inexplicable manner. In fact, they hadn't been able to figure out what had happened even after they had died. How sad. So nimble. Jun Moxie secretly gave a thumbs up. I feel relieved since you've taken the initiative to destroy the evidence. I was most afraid that you would have caught me and interrogated me. And you would have said that the bone-tempering pills had been confessed by Tang Yuan. Then you would have been done for. Wouldn't you have come to settle accounts with this young master? I've made such a great expert apologize to me. This pill. A small jade bottle silently appeared in Jun Moxie's hand. His face was full of pain. This is the result of my 3rd attempt. I would have been able to produce 100 pills in a single furnace for 10 years. But this vitality linkage pill has only produced 6 pills after exhausting me to the point of exhaustion. This is too much. What pill is this? What are its effects? How much does it increase your strength? Mei Shuiyin's eyes lit up. She was trying her best to restrain her calmness. However, her tone had become somewhat nervous. This is related to the future of the Tian Fa forest. This is called the vitality linkage pill. It doesn't increase your strength. Jun Moxie's complexion turned slightly red as he replied in a somewhat ashamed manner. It doesn't increase your strength? Mei Shuiyin stared blankly for a moment. The effect of this pill is a little special. It can only increase the speed of the circulation of your strength in your meridians. In other words, the circulation speed of your Xian Qi or strength will increase by 3 times after taking this pill. Jun Moxie explained, it can only increase the speed of your movements. What? It can increase the speed of your movements? Mei Shuiyan's eyes lit up. She wasn't like Jun Moxie who didn't know what was good for her. So she was thoroughly shocked. Chapter 491. She molested me. She has a lot of strength molesting me. So be it. But, if I do it to her, isn't that just asking for abuse? They're not on the same level. Oh God, oh Earth, what should I do? Just as he was complaining in his heart, a loud bang sounded. Mei Shuiyan rushed out with a red face and a little bit of anger, craziness and embarrassment. She was like a tornado, an angry tornado. What did you say? Why did you molest me? Jun Moxie took the initiative and asked. I molested you? Mei Shuiyan's eyes darkened and she raised her hand wanting to hit him. What are you saying? You're a man and I'm a woman. I molested you. Where did this come from? Saying this, don't you have any shame? Jun Moxie turned over, his butt was still on the ground and he hadn't stood up yet. He smiled and said, I didn't mean it. I said something wrong. That's what? How about I take responsibility? I'm willing to take responsibility, to the end. Get out of my sight. Mei Shuiyan was angry, amused and embarrassed at the same time. Her face was burning and she wanted to beat him up, but for some reason looking at his incomparably lazy and scoundrel appearance, her heart softened and she didn't do anything. She just stomped her feet and roared. Jun Moxie felt as if he had been pardoned, and he didn't dare to say anything else. He scrambled up, covered his head and ran away like a rat, and disappeared without a trace. I finally escaped, but why didn't she hit me? Could it be that she also likes this young master? Mei Shuiyan stomped her feet and covered her face. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Why did I let him go like this? That's not like me at all, big sister. What's wrong with you? Did this kid offend you? The Snake King's speed was extremely fast. She scuttled out with a whooshing sound. However, she suddenly cried out in alarm as soon as she finished speaking. Big sister, you. What happened to you? Because Snake King suddenly found that his elder sister was like a little woman in love, covering her face and stamping her feet, not knowing what to do. He was petrified. Heavens, how many years has it been? Who has ever seen Big Sister act like this? Could it be that brat actually dared to molest Big Sister? But, wasn't he a little too daring? This was something that no one in the entire Tianfa forest dared to do. No one even dared to think about it. But, wasn't this too unbelievable? With a whoosh sound, Mei Shuiyan went back to her room with her hands covering her face. It was so embarrassing. Guan Qinghan just came out at this time. She saw Qian Sun Serpent Queen standing in the courtyard with her mouth wide open and a strange expression. She couldn't help but ask with concern, what happened just now? What happened to Big Sister Mei? No, nothing. Snake King said a little hurriedly. After a while he couldn't help but say again, it's really nothing. He stamped his feet and said, I'll go and see Big Sister. He actually ran away as if he was escaping. She didn't forget the relationship between Guan Qinghan and Jun Moxie. She didn't dare to speak carelessly. Moreover, her speculation might not be accurate. How could Jun Moxie have such a great ability? But Big Sister's behavior was too abnormal at that time. It was obvious that she had been. No, I have to confirm it. If it was really that, how could I let that brat Jun Moxie take advantage of her? Guan Qinghan furrowed her brows, her stomach full of suspicions. What exactly happened? Why do I feel that the atmosphere is so strange? She had come out late. So she hadn't seen Mei Shuiyan. Naturally, she hadn't seen Jun Moxie either. But she had heard the sound. Especially Mei Shuiyan's get lost sound. So, it would be strange if she hadn't heard it. It seems that Wuxia has somehow offended her. I have to talk to Wuxia tomorrow. He's a guest after all. I have to entertain him properly. Guan Qinghan frowned and went back to her room. Wuxia's temper is too violent. It would be good if he could change it. The corpses and traces in the courtyard had been cleaned up by the guards in a short while. Everything was quiet, so satisfying, so fragrant. That was really soft, really, so satisfying. Jun Moxie was still reminiscing about the feeling he had just had when he arrived at the aristocratic hall. The process had been very thrilling. But Jun Dashao believed that it was worth it. It was worth it. It was really refreshing. Not to mention the sweetness in his mouth. Even the sweetest honey in the world would turn into swill when compared to it. That feeling was simply lingering in his mind for 3 days. There was also the soft and silky touch, the plump and supple feeling, that indescribable, really indescribable, wonderful feeling that couldn't be described with words. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence: the best. Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao had been in a daze the entire way. They had arrived at the aristocratic hall in a daze, as if they were sleepwalking. Fortunately, no one was plotting against him at this time. Otherwise, Jun Moxie would have been most vulnerable to being killed. This was probably the moment when the hitman's vigilance was at its lowest in both of his lives. In fact, it could be said that he hadn't been vigilant at all. Dashao had made a vow in his heart along the way. He had made a vow to himself. No matter what, no matter what, no matter what, I want, 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 I want her to be my wife. I don't care what her identity is. I don't care how high her Xianqi is, I don't care about her. In short, I must marry her as my wife no matter what. I don't need a specific reason. I don't need a reason. Besides, she still needs my help. This young master will blackmail her from now on. I don't care how shameless I am. I'll go all out. I used to despise this world's backward feudal system. But it seems that this world is still very attractive. At least in this world, it's normal for men, especially the children of influential families, to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's a matter of course. Jun Moxie suddenly discovered a very serious problem as he thought about it. Moreover, there was a very big reason behind it. Among the few close female friends he had, Dugu Xiaoyi was unruly and willful. Moreover, she was too young and didn't know much about the world. Obviously, she wasn't a good candidate to be a wife. As for Guanqing Han, with her status and cold personality, she didn't seem to be suitable to be a wife in charge of the harem. No matter how he thought about it, Mei Shuiyan, who was graceful and magnanimous, had peerless elegance and outstanding ability, was the best choice for a wife. Okay, you're the one. Beauty, don't even think of running away. My dearest wife. Jun Moxie snapped his fingers and floated into the aristocratic hall. When he saw Tang Yuan stuffing himself with food, he immediately relaxed his heart that had been hanging in mid-air. He asked a few simple questions. He wanted to show some concern. But he saw Tang Yuan's tearful eyes. Then he pulled up his robe to show him the place where he was being abused. So Jun Moxie immediately ran away. What's the difference between that and looking at a piece of fat pork? Moreover, it's a living piece of fat. It's simply disgusting. Fatty Tang felt that he had been framed. And the main culprit was obviously Jun Moxie and Jun Dashao. He had wanted to tell the whole story. Then he would complain with tears of blood and tears. That way he would get the most benefits. At the very least, he would get a few million taels of silver to make up for his fragile heart. But he hadn't expected that Jun Moxie would disappear without a trace before he could finish his action. He only left behind a few words. Fatty, I've been in a good mood for half a year. But your fat belly has ruined it. Your share for this month will be reduced by 10%. Fatty was stunned. He caressed his belly, which was dangling on the ground, and remained silent for a long time. Is my belly really that powerful? Suddenly, he thought of something. He let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. I'm the victim. How can I still have my share reduced? Where's the justice in this? 10% is at least 1,000,000 taels of silver. Heavens! Let me die. The experts of the illusory ocean of blood from the Golden East City's Huang family slept soundly for the whole night. From their point of view, it would be enough if only one of the 8 of them went. What's more, sending 2 of them at once. It would be like pinching a snail with 3 fingers. It would be a piece of cake. It would be 10,000% foolproof. Unfortunately, nothing was absolute in this world. Even if it was foolproof, there would still be a mistake. This was the 10,001st time. When everyone woke up, they were ready to listen to the good news. But after asking around, they all said that the 2 people hadn't returned. They hadn't returned for the whole night. This was very unexpected. However, they didn't take it to heart. Perhaps the bone-tempering pills are hidden in a distant place. So, it might take some time to retrieve them. After all, those 2 were genuine revered martial artist level experts. Even if they ran into a formidable enemy, couldn't they run away even if they couldn't beat them? Even if those 2 weren't strong enough, it wouldn't be a problem for one of them to escape. And even if both of them couldn't escape, was that even possible? Who in this world has that kind of strength? It was a ridiculous question. Therefore no one was worried. They waited until the afternoon. But there was still no movement. In fact, it seemed as if those 2 had completely melted into the air. And everyone started to panic. Old Huang, I'm afraid that the situation isn't good. The illusory ocean of blood's young lord, Huyen Shao frowned. He gently tapped his finger on the table beside him and said, "There's no reason why Old 5 and Old 6 haven't returned yet. I'm afraid that they've encountered an irresistible situation. Could it be that the aristocratic hall has such strength behind it? Even the experts of the illusory ocean of blood aren't their match?" Old Huang frowned and his white eyebrows slightly trembled. He had a gloomy expression on his face for a long time before he said, "We are very clear about the strength of the aristocratic hall. They only have Meng Hongchen's disciple and that drunkard. Both of them are only at the Sky Shen level. So there's nothing to worry about. Apart from that, there aren't any particularly strong people in the aristocratic hall. So, it wouldn't be in the aristocratic hall if those two were to encounter a strong enemy. Could it be the three great families?" Huyen Shao frowned. No. The Tianxiang Empire's military strength is at the top of the continent. But it's one of the weakest in the entire continent when it comes to Shen experts. It's difficult to find a few experts who are as strong as Xin Xian in the entire empire. So, there's no need to talk about stronger existences. Old Huang's eyebrows knitted together in a gloomy manner. His eyes emitted a sinister glint as he hatefully said, "I'm afraid that it's the Jun family if there's an unexpected powerhouse. And it can only be the Jun family." The Jun family? That family has been bullied by the Silver Blizzard City to the point where they can't even stand up. How could they have such a background? Isn't this too unimaginable? Huyen Shao was somewhat disapproving. "Young lord, you mustn't forget the news that we had received some time ago. It said that the mysterious black-clothed and masked man who had appeared in the southern Heaven City was invincible. This old man doesn't think that he's invincible. But he should be at least as strong as Yin Bichen. The fifth brother and the sixth brother are also at the Great Master level. But they've been cultivating behind closed doors. So there's a big gap between them and a genuine Great Master level expert. They don't have much experience in fighting against their enemies. So, it's reasonable that they would have fallen into a trap if they had been caught off guard." Old Huang muttered in a low voice, "It seems that I've underestimated him. What should we do if the Jun family has such a great expert lying in wait?" Huyen Shao tightly wrinkled his brows. "The most important thing is that this mysterious bone-tempering pill must have been refined by this expert. My father had exhorted us to do everything we could to make him join our illusory ocean of blood if such a person truly exists. Moreover, we must get along well with him even if we can't. Then we must make plans for the future. So we mustn't become enemies with him. And we mustn't let the Hermitage and the Great Golden City take advantage of us." "Won't our plans come to nothing if we come into conflict with him?" Huyen Shao asked with a headache. "It doesn't matter what kind of expert he is. But our illusory ocean of blood mustn't suffer such a loss in vain." Old Huang smiled sinisterly. He then slowly continued, "This old man will personally go to the Jun family if they haven't returned by midnight. And I'll see what kind of dragon's pool or tiger's den is. And what kind of matchless expert is he? Invincible in the world? Do you think it's so easy to bear such a title? Old Huang, you must be extremely cautious. But you mustn't put him to death even if you find him. After all, this bone-tempering pill." Huyen Shao hastily spoke up. He wasn't worried that Old Huang would meet with any mishap. After all, Old Huang's strength was enough to stand firmly in the top 10 of the illusory ocean of blood. In fact, it could be said that he was an invincible expert in this world. Chapter 492. The Tianxiang city towered in the darkness of the night like an ancient beast that had been dormant for an unknown period of time. Two silhouettes staggered towards the city from afar. When they saw the pitch-black city wall, they let out a long sigh of relief at the same time. Their minds relaxed and they all fell to the ground in exhaustion. These two men were Mu Shuetong and Han Yanmeng. They had fought a bloody battle and had luckily escaped with their lives. The two of them had been fleeing for thousands of miles and had suffered a lot. Especially in the past month, the Silver Blizzard City Shao family's experts had repeatedly ambushed and obstructed them. They were constantly on tenterhooks. Mu Shuetong was a bit better off. After all, he was a veteran of the Jianghu. Moreover, his cultivation was at the same level as Tianxian. However, the Silver Blizzard City's little princess, Han Yanmeng, was in a miserable state. She had been the pride of the Silver Blizzard City since she was a child. Her life had been smooth sailing. So, she had never experienced such a bumpy journey. Moreover, she had faced the possibility of being hunted down at any time. Moreover, she was only a gold Xian. So, it was hard to tell how many times she would have died if Mu Shuetong hadn't been by her side. The fact that the two of them had been able to arrive at Tianxiang by a fluke was all thanks to Mu Shuetong's rich experience in the Jianghu. Mu Shuetong had repeatedly disguised himself, and had even hardened his heart. He had stung Han Yanmeng's beautiful face with a big yellow bee, and hadn't reduced the swelling. Then he had smeared a special liquid on their skin and had turned their skin dark. The two of them had been holding the sound-changing pill in their mouths the entire time. They hadn't taken it out even when they were sure that they were alone. However, they hadn't dared to take it out for fear of being discovered by the enemy. They had been extremely cautious along the way. Even so, they had almost been discovered several times. In fact, they had even been besieged by several enemies. Fortunately, they had been far from the Silver Blizzard City at that time. So they hadn't encountered many experts. So Mu Shuetong had fought his way out. However, this had also exposed their whereabouts. Therefore, the Shao family had sealed off the road leading to the Tianxiang city. The two of them didn't know how many times they had passed through the city. But they had finally arrived at this place. The two of them finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, Mu Shuetong hadn't forgotten that there was still the magnificent jewel hall in the Tianxiang city. There were also people from the Shao clan there. It was even possible that the Shao clan had complete control over that place, but they still didn't dare to be careless. The moment they were closest to success was often the most dangerous moment. At least before meeting Jun Wui or Jun Moxie, he couldn't afford to be careless. The slightest bit of carelessness could be followed by eternal damnation. Moreover, the entire Silver City might be consigned to eternal damnation. The Shao family had rebelled and plotted in the dark all these years. Their strength had obviously reached a considerable level. Thinking about it, Mu Shuetong felt exceptionally sorrowful. Over the years, under the teachings of the Han family had always been tolerant towards the Shao family. They even took great care of the Shao family and sympathized with them. This was why the Shao family was so powerful today. Previously, everyone had said that the Shao family was diligent and conscientious, shouldering everything on their shoulders. As expected of the Han family's staunch ally. But now, Mu Shuetong smiled bitterly. The Silver Blizzard City was such a colossus, but under the control of the Shao family, the true owner of the city, the Han family, had become completely deaf and blind. In the vast continent, every major city had a secret station of the Silver Blizzard City. The news network could reach the Silver Blizzard City from any place, but he didn't dare to use any of them. This was because the intelligence center was under the control of the Shao family. The periphery of the Silver Blizzard City was under the control of the Shao family. Such a huge information network had unexpectedly become a stumbling block that hindered his actions. Not only could he not obtain any help, but he also had to worry about his whereabouts being discovered by the Shao family. After all, he was now shouldering the rise and fall of the Silver Blizzard City. He couldn't afford to be careless. Mu Shuetong slowly adjusted his breathing, and forced himself to stand up. Then he took out 2 biscuits from his bosom and gave one to Han Yanmeng. He then said in a gentle voice, "Meng, eat something and recuperate your strength. Then we'll find a way to enter the city to find Jun Wui and Jun Moxie." Han Yanmeng's small face was now dark and glossy. She didn't look as beautiful and lovely as before. In fact, it was easy to see that she had lost a lot of weight. This journey of escape had made this naive and adorable little girl thoroughly understand the sinister nature of the human heart. She had never expected that the elders who had always been kind and amiable to her would do so many despicable things behind her back. They were willing to put her to death at all costs. Suddenly, the little girl felt as if her view of life had been completely overturned. The heavy burden on her body and mind along the way was so heavy that she could barely breathe. She took the biscuit from Mu Shuetong in a daze and took a bite of it. However, her teeth almost fell off, and her heart ached as she couldn't help but shed tears. Mu Shuetong sighed and looked at her with pity. This little princess of the Silver Blizzard City had always been pampered since childhood. How could she have ever suffered like this? The root of all this was because of the Shao family, that damn traitorous family. Even if it was hard to swallow, I still have to eat it. I have to eat it all. Only by eating this unpalatable biscuit will I have the strength to persevere. After eating the biscuit, they rested for a moment and felt that they had regained a lot of strength. At the very least, they were able to hurry on with their journey. So they slowly stood up. The 2 men looked at the distant Tianxiang city with a complicated look in their eyes. Who would have thought that the dignified Silver Blizzard City would place all its hopes on the Jun family when the Silver Blizzard City had brought harm upon them? Isn't this a bit too ridiculous? Even Mu Shuetong would have found this matter funny if it had been said before, but now it had become a fact. This was the only life-saving straw that the 2 of them could hold on to. Let's go. The two silhouettes soared into the sky and disappeared into the darkness of the night. It was almost midnight. Mei Shuiyan rested her chin in her hands and sat alone under a dim oil lamp. She was almost unconsciously looking at the flickering flame of the lamp and was lost in thought. For many years, the Venerable Mei had always been a powerful figure and had always been a world-shaking figure. But she had never been as distracted as she was right now. June Moxie's sudden kiss during the day had been like a stone falling into her tranquil heart lake. Her heart had always been as tranquil as water, but now it had been flooded with endless waves. A small stone had fallen from the middle of the lake, and the ripples had gradually spread to the entire surface of the lake, and there was no sign of it stopping. The Snake King had asked her a few questions out of concern, but Mei Shuiyan had ignored him. Her face had turned ugly, and the Snake King had run away to talk to Guanqing Han. After all, the oppressive atmosphere of the boss's appearance was enough to crush a person to death. If the boss were to get angry, then it would be no small matter and he would have to stay away from her. I can't let the black dog get the food and the white dog get the disaster. Bah, what kind of metaphor is this? Anyway, staying here is certainly not as comfortable as listening to Guanqing Han talk about June Moxie's past debauches. She listened while imagining how this guy had acted back then, and the more she thought about it, the funnier it was. This was also a kind of enjoyment. June Wuxia continued to refine the pills painstakingly. It seemed that he had put in a lot of effort. It seemed that he had only failed a few times before he successfully refined another batch of pills. Then he revealed himself, and hid himself at the top of the June residence's tower. His spirit sense had covered the entire June residence. 2 people from the illusory ocean of blood had gone missing in his house last night, and it was expected that they would take action tonight. Therefore June Moxie didn't dare to be careless. The people from the illusory ocean of blood might not be able to enter Mei Shuiyan's eyes, but they were still at the level of a great master. If Mei Shuiyan hadn't taken action yesterday, June Dashao might not have been able to deal with those 2 black-robed men. Tonight, he had successfully refined 6 pills, and now that he knew that these pills had such a powerful effect, June Moxie naturally didn't intend to completely satisfy the needs of the Tian Fa forest. That would be neglecting the essentials. Of these 6 pills, 1 was given to Grandpa June, 1 to Jun Wui, 1 to Solitary Eagle, and 1 to Hai Chin Feng and Song Shang. As for Bailey Luo Yun, as long as he can achieve the agreed-upon goal before the time limit, he would also be given 1 pill. Although most of these people hadn't reached the level of Xin Xian to consume the pills, June Moxie was confident that he would be able to increase their cultivation in a short period of time. Only when the strength of his own people had truly increased, would they have the capital to look down on the world. With these 3 pills, June Moxie could be said to be full of confidence. Although he could only refine 1 pill, June Moxie believed that the other 2 pills wouldn't be too far away. Because these days, June Moxie could clearly feel his own progress, and faintly felt that he had touched upon the peak of Tian Xian's level. He believed that he was only a step away from Xin Xian's level. The improvement of his own cultivation meant that his alchemy skills had also significantly improved. Below, he could vaguely see that the 2 children were still practicing. These 2 mute children were practicing hard in the dark of the night. They didn't seem tired for even a moment. It was unknown how much sweat they were sweating every day. June Wuxia sighed inwardly. The efforts of these 2 children are shocking to anyone. However, their innate aptitude was too inferior. They had just taken the 10 years pill, and their strength was still far from reaching the level where they could consume the bone-tempering pill. Moreover, they couldn't speak or write. So, communicating with them was a very difficult matter. They couldn't speak? June Moxie's eyes lit up. He had remembered a very special skill, ventriloquism. If he were to impart this skill to these 2 children, wouldn't this problem be easily solved in a few days? Moreover, these 2 children weren't born without the ability to speak. He believed that as long as he imparted the basic skill to them, they would be able to speak. Then all the problems wouldn't exist.